This is
Okay,
frustrating.
we are live now. We are waiting for Isiah. He's having some little technical problems with his phone. But we do have Enzo and myself here. Arcane is with us. So anybody wants to come in and if they want to go one-on-one with him, I will moderate a little bit and give everybody some equal time. As long as they don't gish gallop and don't start talking about completely irrelevant topics such as presuppositionalism or flat earth topics and those kind of things. We're going to stick with evolutionary biology. Young Earth Creationism is the format. Um, and you guys were just talking about why creationism is not taught into the school systems. Why do
Yeah,
we have evolutionary
I just
biology
want
taught and not
to
creationism?
I just want to point out that guys, I am MMA artist one for one. I'm just inept at Google Plus and YouTube accounts. So I apologize for that confusion. I am MMA.
Well, your
Artist.
webcam does work, right, Enzo? I mean, everybody knows what you look
Yeah,
like, so if you want to, okay.
yeah. But I'm just so attractive right now in all my
You're a
glory. So
good-looking man. I'm telling you.
just I just pull women left, right,
So,
and
Arcane,
center.
so Arcane, how about I give you a question here? Do you agree that the current model is evolutionary biology that is taught in school systems, accredited school?
What's
Yep.
going on?
Okay. And if that's the case, if we allow creationism to be taught as well, how would we make that into a scientific model?
No one's saying to teach creationism in school. At least I'm not.
Okay, so you would agree then the only working model we have to explain biodiversity is
Working? What do you
evolutionary
mean by
biology.
working?
That explains biodiversity.
It doesn't explain biodiversity.
Okay, this is what you guys are going to be
That's
discussing
the
then.
point of
Isaiah,
contention.
sounds
Hmm?
good, Isaiah. Now that you're here, you guys are going to be discussing why evolutionary model is viable, what it does, what it predicts, what it explains.
Hmm?
And then just kind of go back and forth. I do have to make an errand in about 45 minutes. I won't be long, and then I'm just going to leave this open for anybody to come in and participate. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
When a biologist is studying biology, that has nothing to do with millions and billions of years ago. They're studying the biology of creatures today. Has
Mm-hmm.
nothing to do with what you think happened millions and billions of years ago. So I don't see how it's a working model because
So,
both the
so,
creationist and the evolutionist believes that biology happens, like biological systems exist. We know that. So
so we,
biological change happens. We both agree that biological change happens. But to say that it was happening this way, therefore we were something different millions of years ago is not science. That's your conjecture.
so are you saying we can't study biology from things in the past?
I'm saying you weren't there millions of years ago. You don't know what happened billions of years ago.
So we can't map the Neanderthal genome and compare it to that of modern
Yeah, and it's
humans.
human. It's
Uh,
human.
Human. I brought this up earlier. How many base pairs does Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA differ from modern human
It's
body?
irrelevant. Humans and Neanderthals can mate. Therefore, they're the same.
Can you
Can I get
confirm
a citation? Ask for a citation on that one, please,
Yeah,
because
look it up yourself.
no,
Humans
this?
and
you're
Neanderthals are compatible
no.
sexually.
Actually, they found that they were biologically reproductively isolated. So, can you give me a citation
No,
that says
actually, you should do
that
your
Okay,
research. I'm
after?
not going to do your research for you, Steve.
Arcane,
Okay,
Arcane,
so you won't back that one up. Okay,
No,
go
it's
ahead.
already been proven. You're the one
okay,
ignorant. So, haha.
Arcane. Can you tell me how much mitochondrial DNA Neanderthals contributed to modern humans?
I have no idea.
0%.
Really?
Zero.
So is that why we can find Neanderthal DNA and human DNA today?
Yes, from the nuclear genome, not from mitochondria.
Oh, okay. All right. So they're sexually compatible according to every study I've seen on the subject.
How much of the nuclear genome does your average human get from Neanderthals? What percentage?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on Neanderthal DNA,
It's less than 3.
but they're sexually compatible. What don't you understand?
Rarely,
No,
which is why
actually,
Neanderthals
factually,
are so
and it's been verified. So all of this what if shit, you can miss me with that.
oh, oh my god. It's the numbers, the percentage of DNA contributed to modern humans by Neanderthals is low, which
What
would
is your point?
which
Do you have
would
a point to
indicate. Yes, I do actually, which would
Okay.
indicate
Just
that
a note, Isaiah. Just as a side note, I did post the abstract for a strong reproductive isolation between humans and Neanderthals inferred from observed patterns of introgression. It is a study that actually does show that there is a biological isolation. In other words, if you took a Neanderthal from back then and brought him, all the way to our time, we would not be able to reproduce with them past the point of divergence, because there was initially some obviously mixing when they were still diverging, but they are considered to be reproductively isolated as per the study I just listed. So clearly he was wrong on that.
Mhm.
Really? Okay. So Live Science says that they're 99.5% human in every respect and that they can reproduce. So I don't know what you're talking
Say
about, bro.
99.5% human, because that would kind of make chimps 97% humans. I would say they share 99.5% of their DNA with us. That would make more sense.
Well, chimps don't share 99.5 of their DNA with us.
That wasn't the point.
Well, the point is humans and Neanderthals could mate. Okay?
Can you please cite that, please? Like I cited the fact that they studies show they were reproductively isolated.
He can't.
So you're saying Neanderthals weren't human?
No
That's
one's
what you're
saying.
saying?
No one is saying that.
They
Then what
were
are you
human. They were a different species of human. That's what species means. A different species means
Okay,
that
so
they are reproductively isolated from each other. That's what a different species. That's why they're not called Homo sapiens.
yeah, according to your evolutionary classification system, you think that Neanderthals evolved into humans.
No
Incorrect.
one. No.
No one
No?
suggests that. No.
No? So where did humans come
Please cite
from?
that. Well, no, okay, cite that claim. I would like a citation of
Well,
what.
first of all, bruh, aren't you supposed to be the moderator? Why don't you shut the hell up and let us debate since you set this up for two of us? If you're a moderator, you should shut up and moderate.
Yeah, but I would like to
Yeah,
have you
shut up and
cite.
moderate.
No, if you're going to make a claim, I can moderate and ask for a
No.
citation.
If you're gonna be a moderator, you shut the hell up and moderate.
All right, so you don't have any citations. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I don't have anything for the moderator. I have something for my opponent. So why don't you set this debate up another time so that it can be 2-on-1?
Okay.
Right.
Arcane. Due to the low percentage of DNA contributed to modern humans by Neanderthals, that would be an indicator most hybrids were infertile. Do you understand that?
Did humans and Neanderthals mate in the past? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, point taken. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Can horses and donkeys breed?
They're the same kind of animal.
They're not the same species.
They're the
Right?
same kind. Kind of animal. They can reproduce.
Kind is as much a scientific term as ooga booga.
Bullshit. Then why does every single scientist and every single scientific paper you can still find today says humankind? Humankind. So humankind doesn't mean anything to you.
One moment. It's not in a taxon. It's not a kingdom. It's not a species. It's not a genus. It's none of those.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So define species. Go ahead. I'll wait.
It depends. When you have bacteria, I believe it depends on metabolism.
Define species. Can you define species or no?
Populations of organisms that are reproductively viable. They're interfertile.
So if they're interfertile, they're the same species.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So horses and donkeys are interfertile.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes. Oh, wow. Okay, lie your ass off, Isaiah. Just keep doing it. Keep faking it till you make it, bruh.
Shut the fuck up for a second.
Keep faking it till you make it, bitch. That's all you can do.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You just refuted your own definition of species. Thank you.
Shut the fuck up.
Next.
Shut
Next.
the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Hold on,
Let
Shut
each
the
other
fuck up.
explain and isolate what a species is and why hybridization doesn't always result in a fertile offspring, please.
Hybridization sometimes can resort to a fertile offspring, but for the most part, mules are infertile.
No, they can still reproduce.
Most of the
Very,
time.
very, very rarely.
But they can. Can we reproduce with a chimp? No.
No. No
Right.
one would.
Okay, exactly. So your definition of species, you just shot it in the face. Thank you.
No, you didn't, you fucking idiot.
Well,
What part
maybe
of.
you should pay attention.
What is
idiot.
wrong? Wait, okay. What is wrong with his?
You
What is
people,
wrong
I
with?
swear, you people are the most irrational people on the planet.
You're irrational. The
Hang
fuck is
on,
wrong
guys.
with you?
What is wrong with the definition of species, where something which is isolated, biologically isolated, or other factors? It does not necessarily have to be biologically isolated. But we
You said if
also
they
know
can
that
reproduce, they're the same species.
well, there are certain times, and there are exceptions to everything.
Oh,
Okay?
okay. Oh,
There
here
are
we go.
exceptions.
Special pleading.
No. Exceptions are not special pleading. That's not what special
There
pleading
are
is.
outliers.
I mean, we recognize that there are exceptions in hybridization, but as Isiah points out, do you disagree with him that in most cases, in those situations, the offspring are generally infertile?
Give me your best example of an observed example of evolution.
So he doesn't want to answer that question. Go ahead, move on.
That wasn't a question, but go ahead. Answer my question.
I would say mosquitoes moved to the London Underground system, which were sexually isolated from the other population,
What were
eventually a whole new species.
What were they?
They were what's it called? The London house mosquito.
And what they evolve into?
They're still wait. The common house mosquito was moved to the underground system,
Mm-hmm.
and they became the they're the London Underground mosquito.
So that's your best example of evolution.
Do you know what evolution is? Can you tell me?
I'm talking about your theory that all things on planet Earth that are biological are related.
Can you tell me? I didn't answer my question at all.
Well, that's not evolution. That's common descent. Let's clarify your terms here.
Oh, okay. So let's be semantic little bitches.
No, it's not semantic.
That's the actual point. Okay, I got you.
It's completely different.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So when people say, "Do you believe in evolution?" They're saying, "Oh, it's just speciation."
How about
the whole
Isiah gives
theory?
a definition of what evolution is, so everybody understands.
Shut up, moderator, and let
Everybody. Well, I'm doing more than moderate
Why don't
because
you-
you're being disingenerous right now. And
No,
I said
you're
at the beginning,
being a
prior to
dick
when I
and
started
not
this,
sticking to
that
your mod
if you
duties. Yeah, you
no,
want to be a
I said initially,
and you don't want to let
I
the
said
debate
initially
happen.
that if
You want to
if
jump
make
in and be a
claims that-
dumbass moderator. Why don't
Well,
you be a
I said-
moderator? Moderators don't debate.
I said at the beginning when I
Moderators
set
shut
this
the
up.
hell up and
No,
moderate.
what
That's
moderators
what
does
moderators
is
do.
people like I'm going to do.
Yeah,
And what I'm going to do, what I said from the beginning when I set this up is I'm not going to let you make false.
Dude, shut up and moderate.
Okay, so you're making false claims, and I want you.
No, I'm not. Shut up, moderator. Let's get back to the debate.
Well, you have to come up with specific terms.
You need to moderate and shut up because that's your job. That's what you agreed to. That's what I agreed to. If you don't want to stick to the terms, then you forfeit. What do you want to do?
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Right. All right. Be quiet, moderator. Go ahead,
I
Isiah.
asked define evolution.
That's what I
Define.
said. When I'm talking about evolution, I'm talking about the colloquial use of the term evolution. When someone says, "Do you believe in evolution?" they're not talking about speciation. They're talking about, "Do you believe in the common descent theory?" Okay.
Not what I asked you. That is not what I asked you.
Okay. Do you want your dumbass definition? Okay. Changes in allele frequencies within a population over time. Is that what you want to fucking hear? Okay.
There you fucking go.
All right. Yeah. We both agree that changes in allele frequencies happen. That's not where the debate is at, dummy. So why don't you get back to the actual debate?
Shut the fuck up for 5 seconds.
Shut the hell up, you little monkey.
Can I say something?
Fucking monkeys, man. You guys are retarded.
A little
We understand what
differences.
evolution is now. Continue on and continue on with the discussion.
Yeah, is that your best
Arcane
example
knows-
of evolution? Is mosquitoes becoming mosquitoes?
Well, what are they supposed to become?
Example?
Hold on.
Cow?
So you think mosquitoes making mosquitoes is evidence that mosquitoes came from something non-mosquito?
Will they
Well,
become
That's your logic?
non-mosquitoes? Hold on.
hold,
According to evolution, will they become non-mosquitoes ever?
According to your Darwinian paradigm, yes, that is the
No.
fucking paradigm. That non-mosquitoes became
No.
mosquitoes over billions of years.
No, 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 no,
well,
no, no.
No,
Now
no,
you
no.
got.
Okay, so that's wrong. Okay,
Can
right.
you tell me? Can you describe to me in detail what Mayer's
Man,
law of
fuck their
monopoly
grace. Look,
states?
you want to talk about grace? Fuck their grace. They have no need for grace. They don't want grace. They don't want truth. They don't want the facts. They just want to perpetuate this monkey story. But I get
Well,
what you're
let,
saying.
let, let Peripheral weigh in. I mean, but I mean, I'm seeing the issue here is that I said at the very beginning I want to discuss evolution. He's talking about some other topic, which I said specifically I did not want to do about common descent. But Isaiah does have a very valid question before Peripheral weighs in.
No one argues
Um,
evolution. Look, if you want to call mosquitoes making mosquitoes evolution, okay, I believe in evolution then.
okay, but Kane,
That's not the point of
asked your
contention for this
question.
knowledge.
Would you like to answer his question that according to evolutionary theory, can a population of mosquitoes ever become a population of non-mosquitoes? Is that possible in evolutionary theory?
This is what you're doing to avoid the point. You want to sit here and debate the definition of evolution when we both know when we're talking about is common
well,
descent.
okay then. Can I weigh in on that?
Well, I think Peripheral wanted to, but I really want him
Okay,
to
yeah,
answer that
Peripheral.
question. If he thinks that a population of mosquitoes can become a population of non-mosquitoes, I want a citation for that. I want to read a book about evolutionary biology that says that.
That's
Steve,
what your freaking theory says.
hang on, hang on.
No,
Mark.
it's not, but that's okay.
Hold on.
Describe to me. Tell me what Mayer's law of monophily is. Please do.
Guys, let me just jump in real quick because I
Go ahead,
can't stay for very long. I just want to answer that question. If in fact evolution, as we understand it, accounts for genera diversity, then mosquitoes would
I'm
be
waiting.
subject to that as well. And over time, in order for the current genera diversity to continue diversifying and becoming more diverse, which is what evolution states, then there's no reason to suggest that a mosquito, according to evolutionary theory, could not, down the road, so to speak, become something else through evolutionary processes, right? That's
Well, when you mean something else, Peripheral, when you mean something else, is that are you saying that it's going to become a non-mosquito or some type of mosquito?
well, it would according to evolutionary theory, it would evolve into something more conducive to a particular environment.
But it still would be a mosquito
Time
according to evolutionary
multiple
theory.
generations, obviously, but that's essentially what would contribute to genera diversity, which that had to happen according to evolutionary theory.
What did mosquitoes evolve from?
Well, I don't believe they evolved from anything.
Well, I wasn't asking you. I was asking the moderator since he wants to debate.
Well, you're conflating different things here. We have to you understand where something came from, where something's going is two different things.
Where did it evolve from?
They evolve from other types of insects.
What
Okay?
kind of insect?
A a non-mosquito population somewhere down the line can have a mosquito population. I
That's
think
the
you guys
point.
talk past each other on
That's
that
the
one.
point.
That
That's
is evolutionary
that's the
theory.
whole point, right?
But
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
but
That's
that
evolutionary theory, exactly.
that is that's common descent, yes. But there's a difference between saying that and saying that once you're a mosquito, anything that evolves from that population and speciates from it will always be a mosquito. You can never have a non-mosquito.
Really? So if it turns into an
Yes.
elephant, it's still a mosquito.
That would actually
Well,
invalidate.
you can't get an elephant from a mosquito.
You're saying
I-
It will happen
guys,
over time.
say, okay,
I would
why don't you
just-
start at the bottom? Please, one of you evolutionists, please do this for me. Start at the very, very bottom of human ancestry and tell me exactly which steps were taken to get to humans, starting at the very
Even
first
all the way from
common
the
living
Eukaryote?
ancestor.
Well,
From the
I just
eukaryote branch?
posted.
Starting from the first common living ancestor, name off all of the different animals that leads up to humans. Please take your time.
That is a super loaded question, and you fucking know it.
No, it's not. It's what you claim to believe.
I could. Okay, well, hold on.
You can come up with the
One
groups. Enzo
One
can do
moment.
the groups.
One moment.
Go ahead.
I've just posted a study published in Nature about the evolution of mosquito preference for humans and the odorant receptor. So that shows evolution and its preference on a molecular level to
Preference?
humans. Yes.
How does
Published in
evolution
Nature.
have a preference? How does evolution prefer?
Read-
What he's saying is the paper is obviously citing something to the regard of at one point mosquitoes weren't necessarily attracted to humans.
It would be more of an adaptation.
I'm sorry?
But that's still a trait of evolution. That's still a species adapting to the environment, being plastic to the environment. And no matter how small that is still evolution. Over the time, the more factors weigh in, the more changes there will be. The more drastic.
If an organism
those changes will
traits
be.
that are already in its DNA, I mean, right? I guess you could call that evolution. If certain traits that are recessive manifest in progeny and become homogeneous, that it doesn't mean that the other traits aren't still going to be available down the line. It just means that the environment is selected for certain phenotypes.
So let me clear something up, because I'm right here on Wikipedia, the timeline of human evolution, and it's got a whole list of creatures leading up to human beings. At the beginning, it starts with coanoflagellate, some kind of amoeba-looking thing. Then it goes to flatworms. Then it goes to Pykea, which is some kind of half worm, half fish. Then it goes up to fish. Then it goes up to more fish. Then some kind of salamander or amphibian. Then it goes to early tetrapods. Then it goes to reptiles. And it goes all the way up. So is this, and I'll post the link inside the side chat, and I want you guys to tell me, are these the direct ancestors of human beings, yes or no? Here goes the link right here.
No one is saying they're direct ancestors.
Then why is it on the human evolution timeline?
You're misinterpreting what they're saying. They're saying
How so?
the blades, though. Shh.
Get to the freaking point.
They're saying the clades, those organisms, for example, you mentioned the reptiles, the synapsid clade. That is one of the clades that mammals evolved from and continue to be in.
Which is that? Reptiles?
Mammal-like reptiles in mammals.
Okay, but it's got specific creatures here. Okay, it says flatworms. Here, 550 million years ago, flatworms are the earliest animals to have a brain. This implies that flatworms, over time, evolved into humans. Yes or no?
You're missing the point.
Yes or no?
You're missing the point.
Yes or no? Don't be a coward. Yes or no?
Shut up for 5 seconds.
You're a
missing
coward. Yeah, exactly. You're a coward.
Can I just point out?
Can he explain the question? I think the question is a poor way to answer. I don't think Isiah can answer that. The way you're wording it, can you word it very differently?
I don't see how it's that hard of a question, honestly. Are humans related to flatworms?
Yes.
Directly. Okay, thank you. See, that was not hard.
We're related to them. But a population, a species, does not linear progress into a new species that is different from the original species.
Look at this tree of life. Are you looking at the link that I provided?
I did look at it.
Okay, if you're looking at it the way I'm looking at it, it shows right here very clearly first living beings, and it goes up the list.
You're looking at it as a linear progression, like a linear change in morphology.
Did humans within the human evolution timeline? Did a flower ever produce something that eventually produced humans? Yes or no?
No, a flower came actually very later in biology.
Right. So flowers.
Peripheral is a botanist.
So we're related to flowers.
Flowers are plants.
So we're related to flowers, but we're not descended from flowers,
correct.
Right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So this human evolution timeline has our ancestry. It's not this group is somewhat related to this other group. No, it's saying quite clearly.
Yes, we are descended from those ancestral populations. How about that?
Right, of a flatworm.
They split off before humans split off from our group.
So it is logical to say, according to your beliefs, that flatworms over time evolved into human beings.
No.
Why not?
That's not.
Follows like night and day.
Because we diverged from them.
Right. That means flatworms came first, and then whatever came after. Right.
Right. So can you explain the difference between anagenesis and cladiogenesis, and why it's not a linear change? And I do have to run an errand real quick, but I will be back in a few minutes.
Yeah. I don't even think that's even needed. You're looking at the same thing we're looking at with that tree, right, Arcane? and you can see how everything branches off slightly. I would suggest, first of all, going to the citations and references down below, and notice how they're all academic and scientific institutions and such. But apart from that, um, notice how we branch off differently. So, are we related? Yes. But did we evolve from, say, a flower? No, because they're totally in different areas.
Right.
So
So when they
that's the
list this
driving.
timeline, when it says timeline of human evolution, it's not talking about the timeline of all evolution. It's talking about the timeline of human evolution.
And so you can go down to the references down below, and then you can see the human evolution.
Well, you're not even getting. Okay. Why don't I make this even simpler for you folks? What is the last common ancestor between apes and humans, chimps and humans? What was the last common ancestor that humans evolved from that was not human?
Uh, no one knows what the exact ancestor
I
between
just want to say
humans
Jesus
and
Christ is king.
So you
Good.
don't know what the ancestor was, but you know that there was an ancestor.
I'm saying, well, because that's what the genetics point to.
Well, you don't even know what it was, so how the hell can genetics point to it?
Hold on.
Oh, praise God.
Wow.
Can I finish my sentence? Or are you just going to keep interrupting me?
No, keep hanging yourself, bro.
Here's a reference from the University of Berkeley. I just about the human evolution.
The most
If anyone's-
likely.
No, answer my question. Since you don't know what the ancestor was, how the hell can you say genetics points to it?
My sentence, or will you just keep talking? Are
I'm
you
waiting.
so retarded?
I'm waiting.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I hope you're not defending the Christian worldview cursing like that.
I'm waiting.
Candidate that fits in the timeline is Dryopithecus.
Dryopithecus.
Yep. You can check the references I provided as well. Hello.
And this is non-human, right?
What do you mean non-human?
Oh my goodness. Really? Really?
Know what the conversation's about.
Okay, so what about Homo erectus? Is that human or no?
Yes.
So it's human like we're human, right?
Not the same species of human, but it is human.
Oh, it's
What
not
about
the same
Homo
species. Okay,
habilis?
so did humans today that live today evolve from Homo erectus?
Yes.
Okay. How about Homo habilis? Did humans today evolve from Homo habilis?
Homo erectus evolved from Homo habilis.
Right, which evolved into humans. So yes, Homo habilis evolved into humans.
Homo habilis is human.
Wow. Okay, so Australopithecus afarensis. Did that evolve into Homo habilis and then evolved into Homo erectus and then evolved into humans?
Homo habilis diverged from Australopithecus.
Right. So Australopithecus is our direct ancestor.
Sure.
Okay, so we're just going down the line here. We're going down the line here on the timeline. So eventually we will get to this thing which is a monkey. We'll get to this thing which is a flatworm, and you'll say that no, these things didn't evolve into humans.
Because you're talking specific.
I don't get it.
You're talking specific genera.
This is what's listed as the timeline of human evolution. This is what you guys are teaching.
Shh. Did you not understand what I said? These are specific genera.
Shh. Do you not understand what I said? You think that fish evolved into humans?
No. That came way no.
No.
Humans did not come from fish. No one in academia sees that. I know that.
P.Z. Myers, evolutionary biologist, PhD in evolution in biology, says that humans are still fish. And now you're sitting here telling me that no one ever says that.
I asked you, how is P.Z. Myers referring to fish? How is he referring?
Fish, Isaiah.
In what context is he referring to fish?
Is a fish, Isaiah.
What context is he referring to fish?
Go ask him, but that's what he said.
A fish.
Why don't you figure it out? A fish is a fish, Isaiah.
He's referring to fish, and I want to know if you know, or...
Oh, so you know that he's referring to fish, which is not really fish or something, right?
Context, he's referring to fish.
What? Okay, so what's he talking about, Isaiah? If it's not fish, what is he talking about?
Fish as a monophyletic clade. Do you know what that is?
So he's not talking about fish, right?
Well, you were asked a question.
No, I asked the
I
question first, and he's fucking dodging like a little
I'm
cow.
question. I told you he's referring to fish as a monophyletic clade. Can you tell me what that is?
Did he say that? Did that come out of his mouth? Or are you putting words in his mouth?
No, I know.
Yeah,
I
you're
know.
putting words in his mouth.
Actually, I know he's a biologist. I know he knows what a monophyletic clade is, and I know
Yeah.
that's the
Okay.
concept.
So
What-
he said his best evidence for evolution is the stickleback fish. So after he gave that evidence, Ray Comfort asked him, "Do you think that humans evolved from fish?" And he said, "Humans are still fish." This has nothing to do with what you're talking about, Isiah.
No,
Nothing.
you don't know
Oh my
how he's
God, you didn't say that.
fish.
A fish is a damn fish, Isiah.
You're a fucking idiot. I told you for the last fucking time.
You're the one who thinks you came from fish, Isiah.
Can you stop being? Shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. He's referring to fish.
No, you shut the fuck up and actually address an argument. Quit crying like a little bitch.
Fuck
Yes,
you.
yes.
Fuck you, Arcane.
Yeah, the
You're-
curse.
Now, I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you know what a monophyletic clade is?
Yeah,
With
what the
elap-
hell does that have to do with anything, Isiah? Nothing.
That's it does have to do with the conversation. Are you?
Then explain and shut up. Shut up and explain.
What the fuck? You don't know what the fuck it is.
Then explain, Isiah, since you obviously don't have a point since you're asking me questions. So
I do have a point, you fucking idiot. As I was saying, in a
yeah, you don't have a point, Isiah.
in a monophyletic clade, you cannot leave that clade. So if you have a monophyletic clade, the ancestors will remain in that clade.
Why are we still fish?
I just explained it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, the fuck I did.
No, you didn't, faggot. You just said
I
that,
did.
oh, if you have a monolithic clade, they can't change. Okay, then why are we still fish? Where's your evidence?
That's not what I said. I
Where's
said
your
the
evidence, fag?
I can't. I said the descendant clade.
Where's your evidence?
This
Where's
is
your
just.
evidence that we're fish?
Shut the fuck up. 5
No,
seconds.
give me your fucking evidence, you faggot. Where's your evidence we're fish?
Can you
Stop the name calling, and I would because Steve's gone. I'll have to say and be fair and say that both people cite evidence. If you can, do a quick Google search and whatnot. Screen share it, and do it that way.
I
But
can't.
this name
Where's
calling.
your evidence that fish evolved into non-fish?
Can you tell me what ichthyostega is?
No, why don't you give some evidence?
That was evidence.
No,
But
it's
since
not.
you don't know
No,
what it is,
So
sorry.
as I explain it to him then.
ichthyostega is an ancient tetrapod with many fish-like features, such as a fish-like spine and gills.
So did you see that evolve from fish or no? No, you didn't. Right. You have imagination, Isiah. That's all you have.
Arcane, shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. When someone is explaining something, the polite thing to
No, you shut the fuck. You weren't
Let
explaining.
him, let him, let him answer it. Let him answer
No,
it.
he's
Okay.
not going to tell me to shut the fuck up when he hasn't
Okay,
done. He
okay,
hasn't
well,
said
so-
anything. Excuse me. Hell no.
fuck you, Arcane. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's
No,
what I
so-
thought.
as I- just the question.
That's what I thought.
It's a fucking piece of shit.
Just let him. Just adjust the question as best you can.
No, he ignored me. Fuck it. Fuck him.
Isaiah, you're cursing a lot right now.
Fuck you.
So you guys got each other blocked.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah, you
Arcane.
kissed
I
my
don't
ass
give a
and
shit.
all that.
Alright. So okay, this is gonna be difficult then.
Fucking asshole.
Deuces.
Okay, Arcane. Since you
Why?
this guys unblock each other.
No, he's gone. Fuck him. Fucking piece of shit.
Isaiah, why are you cursing so much?
No, I'm sorry. That's
I'm an Australian and I didn't even want to curse that much. Shit.
Why do you
And we drop it fucking worse.
it's probably
Oh.
not bad. Right there.
Yeah, when you guys curse, it just shows your ignorance. Y'all gotta chill out.
I
It
don't
just
give a
shows
shit.
Oh no, hold on, we're not gonna go start swearing again. Okay, so hold on. Joshua,
fucking-
are you creation?
I am a Young Earth Creationist, sir.
Okay, so Isiah, we're gonna take it slow, mate. Okay, so since Arcane left, let's have it with you, if that's okay with you.
It's
Yeah,
not
fine.
okay with me, but what's the topic? What are you
I
guys
can.
talking about?
So we're talking about we work with Arcane about evolution and such.
Right. And how we came from
Um,
fish and rocks. Uh-huh.
No, I can
so
talk to the guy because he's polite, not a
yeah,
fucking.
okay, sweat. So I'm gonna pose the question because since I'm the moderator here until Steve comes back, why is academia and scientific institutions, such as the one I go to, why are they teaching evolution, and why is it the model that's the driving force behind biology, medicine, and so forth?
Okay, first of all, I did. You got to be specific when you say medicine. What exactly are you talking about when you say medicine is derived from or derived by evolution? And then what kind of evolution are we talking about? You got to describe that for me because
Ah,
I don't know anything
fair
that
enough.
evolution produces besides keeps people getting paid or whatever. But it's a theory with no science behind.
Okay, I understand the question. So, oncology, which is the study of cancers, um, we have pathogens and such that are able to adapt and evolve to resist new cancer treatments and such. That's an
Thinking about
example.
microevolution. Very what are we talking about? I'm sorry.
Well, in a sense, I'll have to clear things up here. So with evolution, right, you're gonna have small changes in the genome, right? In the genes, they're gonna adapt to the environment through pressures. You cannot walk a mile without taking steps. So the minute changes that that creationists call, evolutionary, what do you call it again? Microevolution. It is
Micro.
evolution. But over time, those changes are going to be more noticeable and differences in, say,
All right. So are there limits to these changes?
oh, we're getting back there.
Well, for example,
All
if
right,
I
I'm
have a
back.
piece of paper and I keep folding it, and I can get all these different shapes, but I'm sure there's a limit to what I can do with that paper, and I'm sure the paper will always be paper no matter how much it changes. So are
Hold
there
on.
limits to these changes?
Hold on. Okay, who's got the echo?
Sorry, that's me. Hold on. Me. Mute one on that.
Come on,
Alright, so
Isaiah. You got to be good with these things.
yeah. Alright, so Joshua, go on again.
All right. You said there are changes, I agree, small, tiny changes, and there are limits. Do you believe that these changes, uh, supersede logic? Like they're gonna be drastic. Like for example, my microwave will be a refrigerator if it keeps changing. Like, are there limits to these changes? And that's all I want to know.
Joe,
Um,
a microwave isn't going to become a fridge because they don't reproduce, therefore aren't subject to the laws of population genetics.
Okay.
well,
But
we
are
understand.
there limits to these changes? That's all I want to know.
We understand what you're getting with. So, hold on.
Logical limits, there are limits to everything.
Okay. So now let me ask you. Are your parents apes?
Yes.
They're apes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's not.
Mute yourself for a sec.
Oh, hold on, my bad.
Alright, so first of all, I just want to say, Isaiah, when you're not gonna respond, mute yourself so we avoid that because that's fucking annoying. Excuse my language, for
Yeah.
Christians and such. Um, and also, so Isaiah, when you're about to respond, are you on a phone or are you okay? So unmute yourself to respond.
I'm on a phone. I'm letting it charge, so I'm having this echo.
Okay. Um, so. So you're not able to screen share?
Who,
Nope.
me?
Screen share.
Sorry?
Praise God.
Alright, so when someone makes a claim, just screen share a paper or something. So instead of having it in the side chat linked as we've been doing, if you have it screen shared, everyone can see it, including those who are watching it. So that would be alright. And yeah, and when you respond, be accurate. So don't just say one-liners. Alright. So Joshua, you can ask the question, and Isiah, you can respond.
All right, I'll try not to curse as much. That can help.
Yeah. All right. So Joshua, question.
By the way, Armored Christian just posted a video.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hopefully he'll be back.
no. Armored Christian just posted a video. It's titled "Evolution Does Not Exist." That should be interesting.
What the fuck? I don't even know. Fucking.
Yeah,
Oh, I can't.
you should see some of the threads we get into with him.
Isiah.
So,
I'm sorry.
yes, Jojo.
You said there are logical limits. Are you saying there are limitations to how far we can grasp things, or what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're not saying there necessarily limits to the environments that can change, or the animals changing, just how far we can see them changing.
No, what I was saying is there are logical limits. For example, you're not going to get a dog bigger than Jupiter.
Oh,
Those
praise
kinds
God.
of
Praise God. Well, I just want to change the tune just a little bit. How would you know something like that?
Are you trying to run the precept on me, Jojo?
No, I'm just asking you a question. How would you know something that it couldn't be good? What are you basing that on? Know that.
Hold on. I know. I forgot the fucking response. It's an actual thing in biology. I have to go through my lecture notes again. I'll try and Google it, but Isaiah can respond if he can, but it's on the tip of my tongue. The reason why, it's the reason for like why bacteria can't go to the size of a human, for example. It's I'll
Well, let me
Google it,
ask
but
you a question, Enzo. Could you be wrong about? Could you be wrong about everything you think you know?
Jojo, are you running the precept again?
No, I'm just asking a question.
No, Jojo, that's the precept. We've been
No,
through
I'm
the
just
precept.
asking.
Isaiah, I'll respond. I will say I'm not too keen to get into the precept argument, but to humor your question, I will say there are things I know for sure, such as Earth orbiting the sun, so forth, and things of
Okay,
that nature.
that doesn't answer my question. Are you one? Could you be wrong about everything you think you know?
Such as that, for example, no, I can't be wrong about that.
Okay, why can't you be wrong about that? Where did you get that from, and how did you validate that? Did you use your senses? How do you know that?
Okay, so one, you can observe this through telescopes and such.
So you use your senses to observe these things. Okay. Now, is
Two,
it
hold on,
possible?
two, you can have other people. So, for example, like a sample size, I can have thousands of people if I wanted to observe the same thing. So
Right.
that
But
means
now let
it's
me
not
ask
just
you,
me.
how would you validate that there are other people around you? How would you know such a thing?
Okay, well then you get into the a hardcore precept argument, which doesn't work. We
I
have
gotta
to argue from the position that we're living in a reality where everything is we
Well,
perceive
no,
it.
that's not. No, you don't. But honestly,
Because otherwise, hold on, otherwise, following that line of thinking, you shouldn't even be having this conversation right now. You shouldn't even be eating food. You
well,
should
no,
just
I can't have this conversation because that's not my worldview. I'm just saying.
hold on,
You know,
no. You're
I,
assuming you're talking to me. That's why I don't want to go down this path. But there are things.
I'm not assuming it. I know I'm talking to you, but how you know how
So
would you
just
validate it?
exactly. So just the same way I know I'm talking to other people.
No, well, no.
Sure, you
I'm
can get
asking
into the
you
hold
first.
on.
Wait, let me
You
ask you. Do you
can get
believe in
into the
God? Do you believe in God?
me?
Yeah.
No, I used to.
Okay, so now if there is no God, if you don't believe, how would you even validate that there are people talking to you, that there are other people validating
Because
things?
okay, I understand the question. Because whether people exist or not doesn't depend on if there's a God or not.
Okay,
I
my
can play a
question is,
video game and know that I'm earning rank in a video game, no matter if a God exists or
okay, but
not.
how would
There
you
could,
validate? How would you validate any of that?
because it's independent. The God and such are
Well,
independent
well,
of
first of all, okay, not about the God. How would you validate your game rank, or that you're playing a game, or that
through
you're even a
multiple through multiple sources. But we won't go down this
well, how
argument.
would you
What,
validate these
hold on,
multiple sources are
Joshua.
actually?
Joshua,
I'm sorry, I won't
we're
cut you
gonna
off.
argue. We're gonna start this position from everything's validated through it with or without God. We've just got to do that to have this discussion, right? Because now you're just changing the topic completely. I know what you're trying to get at, but it's going down a path that's unrelated to the subject. This
Well,
is
I know,
about
I
evolution.
understand that, but wouldn't it make so much sense for, if we can't establish what truth is, what is right, because we're arguing about something that's right. I'm saying the Earth is 6,000 years old. You're saying it's billions of years. So if we can't know what truth is, what good does it do to argue any of that? You know?
Again, it goes. Isaiah, you can take that one.
Oh, good, I forgot to put boxes on. Thank you, Jesus. Good, yeah.
All right, Jojo,
Isaiah?
we must first assume reality exists in order to know truth. Now, can we go back to the
I
topic?
understand.
Now, you brought up a
So an
6,000-year-old
assumption is
Oh,
something that, by definition, an assumption is something that cannot be proven. So it's blind
there
faith.
you go. Now you're getting it.
So you have
Now,
blind faith that the universe exists.
No, I didn't say faith. I said I can't know, which is why I assume.
But why would you assume that? Based off what? What are you assuming that off? Based off of what?
Okay, guys, we're going down the trace up.
Sure.
Isaiah, just mute yourself.
What you say?
Joshua, we have to keep to the discussion of evolution.
I know, but I want to get to that. But the problem
It's just
no, look, the problem is we don't know what truth is. So now we can't have a discussion about evolution and creation
we
and how
can.
God's word is true and things like that. If you can't,
Jojo, we can if we assume this is reality.
But if you tell me you're assuming it, I want to know what this assumption is based off of, and how would you know that?
It's an assumption. Do you know what an assumption is? Do you
I
know what
said-
an
I said
assumption is?
High school sophomore, what would that assumption be? What would that be based off?
Hold on, Jojo. If I assume I'm going to go to sleep and wake up in a few hours, do I need anything to base that off of, or is that an assumption?
Well, you do. I'm just basing that.
No, I don't. Hold on, I don't, because that's an assumption.
But when you assume them for reason. When you say I'm again when I go to sleep because I'm always. So that's an assumption. That what do you base?
No, just
okay.
assumption.
Okay, hold on. So mute yourself. Okay. Apart from this God argument, we're now going to switch to that to please you, Joshua. That God exists. I know it's bad for me to do, but we're going to assume God exists so we can clear this precept argument so that we know knowledge exists through God.
Praise God.
Hold on. No, Joshua. But so now we've got that precept argument out of the way because we're putting God on the front of it. So now to please you, we can now argue on evolution. because
Alright, let's
we've
get to
put
that
God
topic.
there, so now we've got facts and truth out of the way for you. Now we're going to argue evolution.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Isiah, take the board.
All right. Jojo, you mentioned those six. Hold on. Jojo,
Yeah.
can we do some math?
Alright, let's do a little bit of math. And I hope you learn how to summarize your science as you go in.
I do. Between the genetically most distant human haplogroups, their mitochondrial DNA differs by 121 substitutions. Human mitochondrial DNA has a substitution rate of 0.02 per million years. Now 120 substitutions at a rate of 0.02 substitutions per million years is what? How many years?
You said what?
101 substitutions at a rate of 0.02 per million years is what?
I don't get to the math. I don't understand that. And that's
6
a
billion
genius.
50 million. Hold on. 6 billion 50 million years. Can you write that down? 6 billion 50 million.
Right.
Okay, there are about 16,600 base pairs in human mitochondrial DNA. 6 billion 50 million divided by that number is what?
You said what?
6 billion 50 million divided by 16,600 is what?
I don't know what's.
You should get 300. You should get 364,457.
57 what? Years?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
300,000. Now divide that by 2, since you have 2 haplogroups. Now what is 364? 364,457 divided by 2. What is that?
360,000 divided by 2. Plus 3. 2. 120. 6,000? 4,000? Something like that.
Okay. So this puts the female ancestor of modern humans at around 180,000 years ago.
Okay, well, first of all, true assumption. How would you act?
Hello? What?
How do you validate?
Really, Jojo?
Huh?
We just went down the precept.
I'm not asking how would you validate that science. I asked my precept this time. I promise you I'm not just honest question.
How would I
How do
validate
you
that
know
science? It's mathematical, Josiah. It's mathematical. Something that is mathematical most of the time isn't. Well, there's no way it's wrong. There's no way.
I'm sorry. I don't need it.
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Yep.
Alright. So now, where did you get that math from?
What math?
The 630-some-thousand years ago.
No, the number was 180,000.
Right. Well, I disagree with your math already because the universe wasn't here that long.
Well, it can't be wrong. Because humanity cannot be older than the universe. It's just not possible.
Well, I agree. That's why that's incorrect. Because the universe is only 6,000 something years old.
Demonstrate. Why is it wrong?
Well, just add the dates up in the Bible. You get around about 6,000 years.
Jojo, that's no.
Also, if we look, science actually confirms the Young Earth. If we look at the science behind it, like for example, the sun is, the moon is receiving the Earth about 3 years.
This is called a red herring. I talked about mitochondrial DNA, not The sun.
I'm showing you the universe is that's incorrect math because the universe is only 6,000 years old. So how could you have
Hold on, Joe.
population here longer than the universe?
How would we be able to trace human mitochondrial DNA, human mitochondrial Eve, back 180,000 years?
Well, that's what I want to know. I think the method is flawed, seriously flawed. You get that one.
Give me a reason why. Why?
Well, because that's incorrect time. You know, the universe is only 6,000 years old.
What about my math is incorrect?
The whole thing. I'm not saying that your math is incorrect, but I'm saying it leads to a wrong conclusion.
Why?
Because the universe isn't that old.
Well, it obviously has to be older than that because humanity is older than that.
No, it's not, and that's what I'm saying.
Well, then there must be. Hold on, let me mute.
Let me ask you something. Do you believe...
on, Joshua. We've got to stick to the topic of evolution here. Now we're getting into the age of the universe and such. So, I'm going to now take charge of the direction of this is going on. I'm going to pose the question again of why evolution is used in biology, and why it is
Well, it's
taught.
not.
So why is it taught in all of the universities and all government institutions and scientific institutions?
Because the government is led by Satan, and they're wanting to deceive the people and lead them from Christ.
So hold on, Isiah.
Isaiah, don't laugh at me.
Joshua. Okay, so I'm even going to grant you that to please you. So we'll throw out the government. What about the scientists around the world?
Well, the scientists are led by Satan because that's not what the Bible teaches.
So evidence that the devil is manipulating scientists and uni students such as myself. Why?
Well, because the devil wants you to burn in hell forever. And I just want to say this. The reason Jesus came was to pay for your sins.
Oh, no, Joshua. Evidence that myself included are being manipulated for this reason. Why?
Well, first of all, for example, the way the world teaches things.
Also, if this is the work of the devil according to you, that makes him the good guy. Reason because he's contributed so much knowledge in biology, such as cancer research and targeted drug treatments.
Well, I disagree that it's actual knowledge. I disagree about that.
Okay then, so why is, say, the Royal Society, the National Academy of Sciences, in some of the websites links I've provided from, say, University of Berkeley, Nature,
well, first of all, there are people with doctors.
Journals. They're not doctors.
There are people with PhDs and they believe in the
I thought you were talking about medical doctors, but yeah, so they got their doctorates in their fields. And
Jojo, how could there be Christian scientists if science was controlled by Satan? How would that work?
No.
Yes.
Secular science is run by Satan.
Hold on. To answer that, not to answer it, but also to put in there. So, for example, he's born again Christian Francis Collins. I would suggest, Joshua, if you're on your laptop, do a wiki search of Francis Collins and his background in science. So he's a new again Christian, born again Christian. So he meets the criteria for being a Christian.
Well, how would you know that? What are you basing that off of?
Because that's what he says.
Oh, okay.
And he constantly defends that position.
I'm a killer. I'm gonna defend that too.
Huh?
Just because you call yourself something doesn't make you one. I hope we're in agreement with that.
Well, except if you call yourself a Christian, does that give me the right to say you're not a Christian?
I don't think anyone has the right to say someone's not a Christian. I'm just saying, how would you know? I think I would know if you were a Christian or not.
Well, Jojo,
He's,
can I ask you a question? How
Yes.
would you define Christian?
Well, I think a Christian is someone who final authority of Scripture, and that they don't lean on their understanding. And when they start saying things that you just don't find in the Bible, and they know it's not in the Bible, but they say science must but the Bible must comport with science, things like that. It's like, okay, they're not Christian. A Christian is someone who puts their trust in Jesus Christ. A Christian is someone who follows the Bible, follows Jesus' teaching. So, So I don't know how people are calling themselves Christians, when they don't believe God.
But Jojo, can we shorten that definition down to someone who would accept the divinity of Jesus Christ?
No, we can't. My definition is long for a reason.
Well, why not?
Because my definition was long for a purpose.
Well, your definition would exclude many people.
Well, my definition is the correct definition.
You're going to have to.
How could you be a Christian and don't believe the full Bible?
Well, hold on. There are the overwhelming majority of Christians. Well, not majority. I think it's like over half accept evolution. So you just.
First of all, they're not Christian. Because what they're believing is they're really calling God a liar.
So you've just cut the numbers of Christianity in half.
Hey, the Bible says there are people who pretend to be something that they aren't. Just like when you say you were a Christian a couple years ago. I don't want to be rude, but hey.
We're going off topic.
Hold on.
We're going off topic again. So, again, to steer it, Joshua, I'm now screen sharing. Can you click on my photo thing, and can you see my screen share?
I'm going to go there right now, sir. Right. Zoom in for me.
So I want you to explain to me why, this is about the main question that you had before, but why these academic journals, and they are high-end ones, are all about evolution, and they're answering different questions. So, for example, Oxford Molecular Biology and Evolution goes into the actual molecular biology, hello, my area, of
do you have a
evolution.
PhD?
No, I'm a third-year batch.
Okay. What you got?
And also a diploma of clinical pathology.
Yeah, Isiah is self-taught.
So
I need you to zoom in. I can't read that.
If people self-teach, but they do it from high-end journals and such, from this, good on.
Study Kent Hovind.
Sorry?
Study Kent Hovind. You'll learn.
Kent Hovind didn't. His quote-unquote PhD isn't recognized by any institution. He got it was pretty much from his own church. In America, the PhD isn't a protected title. I can get a PhD in America for like homeopathy. It's not. Yeah. It's not recognized because it's not recognized. It's not a proper science. He got his PhD from his own little church thing.
Okay, but why is that wrong? They taught the science.
Because he's not getting it from.
Because he's what?
He's not getting it from an actual accredited institution that teaches proper information.
Well, how would you?
That's why.
How would you know that?
That's why no one can just say, "Oh, I'm a doctor," and a medical doctor straight off the bat. It's protected because Otherwise, anyone can say they're a medical doctor, give out medical advice, and people wouldn't know the difference because, well, hey, they're claiming it. It's a protected title for a reason. They have to have regulations in place. So for
Mhm.
MDs, for people to get an MD, they have to show that they've done the science for multiple years in that field so that they can pass on that knowledge to their clients and such. It's protected for a reason to make sure information is out that it's out there is being regulated so that's not bullshit pretty much.
Okay, Ken Hovind has his three doctorate degree. Doctorate.
But from his own church, not from a university.
Well, first of all, it wasn't his church; it was a college he went to.
No. It was a church. He even states it on his website, I think, and he said it in a video.
Okay, but why does that matter?
Because it's not an accredited institution. It's not compared to, say, Oxford, that is second place as of 2015 in life sciences. The citation for that is Shanghai World Rankings, University Rankings. On a side note, my university is in the top 35 of the world, so I'm proud of that. But apart from that, that's why it's regulated.
Well, how long before Harvard became accredited?
Harvard's in the top.
Okay, everybody. So everything I'm going
Life
to go over
science.
in this video is
A lot of American universities are in the top 30.
I know, but
Pretty
when
much.
was it accredited?
I'm not sure.
Okay, before it was
Not
accredited,
long
with
after
their
it.
teaching.
Not long after
I,
institution.
I know. I'm just saying, before it was accredited, would their teachings count as accurate?
It would have been given around the same time, I'd assume.
Huh?
It would have been given around the same time as its.
hey guys, Ryan right here.
Because Harvard, I believe, is founded by Christians, right?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. You're saying because he got his stuff from a Bible place, he doesn't know anything.
Yeah, because it's not a university.
It is.
His church isn't a university.
Yes, it is.
Harvard University.
Right now, I am in New York.
All right, man. I'm gonna pray for you.
No. So screen share again. There's a reason why these things are regulated.
I don't think it matters if it's accredited or not.
It does because it has to. It's the way of making sure the information is correct. That these people are getting the proper courses, they're getting tested on the right information, and they're passing that information to get their position. Again,
Okay.
looking at medical doctors, they need to show that they're competent in their areas that they're taught in to be qualified to give medical advice to other people. They need to know things about infectious diseases, immunology, and so forth. They need to be able to pass their results and tests from their professors and the
Okay, the Christian goes through the same
curriculum.
test and passes it with an unaccredited college. What does that mean?
Huh?
If the Christian learns the same exact thing as these
Yes,
people
but
who go
but it's sort of the same information, but the institution isn't recognized. So it's a way of saying, okay, I've looked at the same information. So Isiah, he left. Did he leave? Yeah. So Isiah, I don't think he's got a university degree. I'm not too sure. He'll correct me if I'm wrong. But just say if he does, but he isn't, right?
he doesn't.
And so he's self-taught, right? And he's actually very well self-taught. He uses the same information I'm able to grasp, right? But if I'm going to an employer and I say, hey, I've got a degree in such and such, that's going to be reflected because I've got the degree, so the employer knows I've actually passed everything. Someone self-taught,
Right.
they don't have that kind of a certificate and such saying that they've actually done all that stuff in the past. So they can get their hands on the same material, yes, but it's not the same as having professors in that field and other scientists in that field. It's not the same as going into an actual laboratory and actually doing, say, genetic engineering. I've done a bit of that. It's not the same thing. I can learn about it from scientific journals, but it's not the same thing from learning from professors that have done it and then doing it in the lab myself. So the standards are higher, and it's a way for people to say, okay, this person actually has passed the curriculum set out.
Okay, I understand it's the way that people look at it, and I agree with all that. But does that make the person uneducated in the field?
No, again, looking at Isiah, he's come to the same conclusion because he's used the same references I do at university. So is he educated? Yes. Does he have a degree? No. But for Kent Hovind, he's using wrong source material. Even to this day, looking at his videos on YouTube since he got out of jail, he's still citing stuff from 1980s. That's embarrassing.
I agree.
I only cite information from within the past at least 10 years, if not I am for the past 5
Well, he's
years.
been quoting textbooks from 2015 recently.
If so, fine. But from what I saw when he was arguing with Thunderfoot, he was quoting stuff from like 1970s. That's a bad move.
Yeah, I've seen. He said it bothers me. So I'm just like, you want to update it.
So again, and he's got no formal education in the sense that he hasn't spent 4 to 8 years in an actual institution learning from professors that are vastly more knowledgeable than the students and being in the labs. He hasn't had that experience that I have, and I'm only a third-year batch in biomedical science, and there's an extreme difference in the education quality.
Right.
That's the thing that we have to drive home. So again, screen sharing here. These are things from Oxford Journal, from the nucleic acids research. One of them here. This particular one is molecular biology and evolution. I've got that's from the Royal Society. BMC evolutionary biology. Journal of Human Evolution. And so forth. We have life science. So we have quality control. And the reason why high-end impact journals are citing this stuff is because there is science for it.
All right, man. We can have this conversation at another point in time. Whenever you guys want to set up another group call, I will probably join. If I'm available at the time. So if you want to add me to your Google thing or whatever, you can do that. But I'm currently going to leave.
So good, man. I think I've added you. I'm not too sure. With MMA Artist 141, that was the account I've added you with, so that's me. And yeah, we can have this discussion another time. Before you do go though, do you have any Christians, creationists that could join? Just share it into your circles and or
Not
invite some.
currently. I only have a few creationists who friends, well, one actually, that I speak to. But man, I will be back in like 4 minutes, so don't think I'm gonna be gone for a long time.
Oh, okay, so 4 minutes, all right.
Yeah.
All right, sweat. Alrighty. So, hello there, people of the internet. Fuck. So, yeah. For me, the question is, why is all of these high-end academic institutions and such have evolution at the epicenter of biology? It's in concordance with other fields of science as well. Archaeology, for example. Fuck, you know? So for people out there watching this, while I have the spotlight, eLife Science Journals is really fantastic. The National Academy of Sciences right here. This is the paper on the origin of Neanderthals. The University of Berkeley about the emergence of humans, and they've got the references here, and you can use other sources they have here. Nucleic acids research, also by Oxford. There's loads. Howard Hughes Medical Institute, I'm in love with. So, why is evolution in these and not creationism? What has creationism predicted? That's what I want to know. So, keen to get back to, and this one rings a bell for me, the poisonous platypus. Confirmed convergent evolution. This is about their fucking poison, which you really don't want to get stung by. Fun fact, if you get stung by this little shit, you're going to be in excruciating pain for months, weeks to months, and there ain't no fucking painkiller for it. So, the finding from an analysis of the genes encoding the dangerous mixture also reveals striking similarities between the poisons of different animals. Genes resemble those of other venomous animals, such as snakes, lizards, starfish. Starfish? Fuck, I did not know that. And sea anemones, like eyes, fins, wings, which have evolved independently in a number of different lineages. Platypus venom looks to be an example of convergent evolution, says Wesley Warren, a genomist at the Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri. He was the leader of the study, and it was published in Genome Biology. So, creationists, have your... let's do it in PubMed. Or Chemport, actually. Who the fuck is messaging me? Steve McGray, what the fuck are you saying, boy? What's he want? I wasn't screen sharing. Fucking lol. What's going on right now? What the fuck? So,
Hello?
hello.
Yeah, I'm currently back, I think.
It's all good. Steve, what the fuck?
Well, have you ever
Oh,
claimed to be a Christian? I'm just curious.
I was a Christian, yes.
Okay.
I went to a Christian school.
And when did you leave the faith?
About year 8 or so, I
Huh?
was having a discussion with my Christian studies teacher, and she was talking about divine plan and all that kind of stuff because she's one of those. So I'm saying to her after our class was talking about that, I said to her, okay, well, what about from an evolutionary standpoint, not an evolutionary standpoint, from a biological standpoint, if each of us have divine plan from God, why
Satan.
is What? Huh?
Sorry, keep it. Continue.
Why is why is the sperm? Say we ejaculate, thousands of sperm, right? What's the purpose of all those if each one of those had a divine plan and they go straight into a condom, or the woman's own body attacks it because it's recognized as foreign, right? And so the woman's own body attacks the sperm. What's the purpose of divine plan if so much goes to waste?
I'm not sure I understand that.
That's when I'm sorry. That's why I asked the teacher, and she goes, she says, but you're not a doctor. How would you know that? And I said, we know how
Why I
conception
agree, and
works.
I know that, but it goes to waste. But what is your point?
Well, she's
Who
talking about
said we
divine
were not
plan.
divine beings? We're not divine. So what is the point?
So no, she was saying that God's got a divine plan for all of us, and there's a lot of Christians who subscribe to that. If not all, I don't know, but she was one of them in stating that. And so
You
I
were a
said,
Christian at the time asking this question?
yeah, that's a valid question. So I asked it, and she goes, "You're not a doctor. How would you know?" I'm like, "Well, I
And I
can
think that was a
easily."
wrong response at the time, Jesus.
For her, yeah, that was the wrong response, and still to this day, I don't know how anyone can circumvent it. Because
You
if
say you don't know how.
if each one of us has a divine plan, then in by so doing, if so, when I was a gamete,
Oh, I thought that was some other kid.
it,
Yeah, so you don't understand. If it all goes to waste, what's the point of a divine plan? Okay, let me see if I can break that down, tackle that down. Well, he's a divine plan for us in our life. Uh, I don't know that the sperm that we produce, or thousands of whatever, 'cause I know we do that, when we ejaculate. I don't know if that necessarily means, because it's for our life. So now, you know, what does that necessarily have to do with the sperm? So I'm really trying to figure out what's going on in your brain when you ask that question. Like, is this
well,
question going to get you back to Christianity if I answer that? Like, what is this?
not really. It's just one of the points. As you asked, what was the starting thing. So this is one of the things I came across. So I'm the result of one of the sperm having my genetic material, and so there's others that have different variations of that DNA for slightly different, appearances and such. So
Okay.
all of those, plus the egg, the gamete that's in the egg, produced me, right? What about all those other eggs and all those other sperm that didn't get in, and because they make us, right? Give us.
Well,
But
okay. Well, I don't think those have any purpose, any plan. God has it for your life and that your child's life too, but not the sperm. I think that's a pointless call.
but that would
I don't think.
yeah, but that would make us. That would make the children. I am the result
Right,
of
right,
sperm
right, right, right. But
and
we're
egg.
but we're saying, but the sperm. But every time you're ejaculating, you're not trying to have a child. You have a plan for your life, not just sperm. Come on.
But I'm just wasting all that material. So
I've never heard a question so crazy like that. Hold on, let me call somebody for some help.
Yeah.
but yeah, guys, this is a topic about evolution and such. Um,
Shit.
so
Hey,
yeah,
Tom.
the question I have
Hello.
posed, the question I've posed before is why is evolution the center point of biology, and why is that taught and in concordance with multiple other fields of study, but also institutions, academic institutions, and so forth?
Well, when did you
Why
stop
isn't
being a Christian?
creationism?
I'm curious.
Well, we'll talk about that for another time, maybe after the discussion. But for now, this is about evolution. So, why is evolution the center point of biology, and why is that accepted throughout all academic and scientific institutions?
Hmm.
Completely annoying people is because it appears to be correct.
So, what was that?
It's going to annoy everyone who disagrees with me. It's because the evidence points to it being correct.
Hmm. So what would the Christians have to say?
Well, the majority of Christians I know agree with evolution. They just aren't Christians that believe
I left.
How
literal
many?
interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah, no, that was posed to Joshua and his
Oh,
comment.
sorry, mostly.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, like that was, I was asking that before, and he didn't really get around to it. So
How many Christians are in here right now?
Huh?
How many Christians are in this room? Just one?
Zero at the moment.
he'll come back.
Oh, okay.
I hope. He's been dropping in and out, so and he's come back each time, so he'll probably join back.
Right.
Did Arcane's bitch ass come back?
Now, Sup, Rega?
G'day guys, how you going?
Good, you?
Good.
Good.
Hey, it's pretty good, mate. How you going, Steve?
Oh, he's not here yet.
Isn't he?
No. Whereabouts from Australia are you from?
Queensland, mate.
Fuck yeah, man! Wonderful.
Hey, you know the place?
Yeah, I'm from here. I'm Brisbane, man.
Oh, good on you, mate.
Like,
Yeah, which
fuck
part of
yeah,
Brisbane?
down towards the Logan area, so.
Oh, good on you, mate. That's good stuff. So long as you don't know. Is there anyone here from New South Wales?
I was born there, but.
Oh, well, we won't hold that against you, mate.
Shit. We'll win the state of origin next year.
Well, you're going to want to after all the times you've lost, mate. What's
we'll fucking have our revenge.
You're talking about New South Wales, right? Not
Yeah,
Queensland, right?
we will have our revenge.
Mate, true blue every way, mate. There's no go. Seriously. Yeah, South Australia's probably, Anyway, what's going on? When is Steve coming back online?
He's doing an errand for a friend.
Okay.
And he should be back in about a few minutes. He's
Oh,
been
we
gone for
lost.
about 15.
We lost Arcane logos.
Yep, he's long gone.
Oh, fuck Arcane.
Those two had each other blocked. I'm just like, shit.
Arcane's in the nutter.
What were they
Apparently he's a
talking
flat
about?
earther or some shit. Because Steve kept
We
saying,
weren't
don't
talking about shit. We were cussing each other out.
It's funny. But is he a flat earther?
He is now, apparently.
Oh my god. Does he realize that none of the physics that allows us to have GPS or flight would imply, like, it's not, like, if he has to be committed to the idea that GPS doesn't work.
I'll be honest, he's the sort of person who I imagine is more happy to claim that all of science is made up to suit his one thing that he believes than to accept science doesn't fit what he believes.
Well, I got into an argument with Tommy Hall. So as a background, well, I mean, we all know who Tommy Hall is, right? And as a background, I work as my job is, I basically do statistical characterizations of large cancer data sets. So, broadly speaking, I'm a cancer biologist. And he made a video where he said the tumor is not the enemy. And holy crap.
It's not the tumor.
According to him, what was the enemy?
He said that basically what tumors do is they sequester the toxins.
What the fuck?
But there's no evidence for that. Like, I pointed out that, like, you don't, like, if a smoker who has lung cancer, and I have a great example, which is my grandfather, who unfortunately passed away from lung cancer, he, like, when they removed the tumor, it wasn't like his system was flooded with nicotine, By prediction, that's, that is what you should see.
This is why you don't get your scientific instruction from people who cut lawns for a living. I'm sorry, but there it is.
Exactly. You missed it. I just cussed out the Arcane logos.
What was that?
What?
Tommy Hall?
Yeah, Tommy Hall's a landscaper.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And I'm pretty sure he's a pretty good landscaper, but you don't take. It's like I wouldn't go to Albert Einstein to figure out how to cut my grass.
I think as a landscaper, Tommy Hall's at the top of his game.
Oh, I'm sure, but he's fuck all for a biologist.
Absolutely.
It's not even, but it's not even just being a. I would have less of an issue, right? So, like, if I talk to someone like, who's for example, Anti-Citizen X has qualifications in electrical engineering. If I was to talk to him about, I could lay out scientifically what I'm talking about to him, and he'd be able, by hypothesis, that's absolute nonsense. And he would go, oh, yeah, that's, that makes sense. Whereas Tommy can't even, there's no getting a foot in the door regarding how to think about things in a reasonable manner.
It's the same with Joshua. Like, I was just talking to him about, like, he mentions Kent Hovind and how I should look to him for, like, resource. And I said, well, he's not an accredited biologist or anything, And so I had to explain to him, why why the government regulates that kind of accreditation. And it went over his head in that sense. And I'm like, fuck, there's a reason why a PhD in biology is going to count for something versus a PhD in neuropathy or whatever the fuck it's called,
What
got to get your
guy with? I'm sorry, like I'm running a bunch of packages on my computer. It kind of broke up. Who has the PhD in the PhD you were ridiculing?
Oh no! I'm saying like he was referring to Kent Hovind, and so I'm saying, well, Kent Hovind doesn't have a degree from like any university, and he's got the PhD was given to him by his own fucking church or some shit. If anyone can correct me on that.
He did. He got it from Patriot Bible University.
Yeah. That's not like fucking Harvard or something. It's worthless.
Come on. He printed up his own degree and everything.
Well, as an exercise, we once read the first sentence of Kent Hovind, the first paragraph of Kent Hovind's PhD thesis, and the first paragraph of my master's thesis. It was entertaining, to say the least.
I didn't even know he did a thesis, and I don't want to fucking read it.
Oh yeah, he published it and everything.
Yeah, you can find it very easily. I mean, it's complete nonsense, but like, it's good for my self-esteem,
Where or what was it published in? Like, is it on a website or something?
I think just by the university, because like typically theses are published by universities, but I don't think you can find his on Google Scholar, thank God. But like you could find mine on Google Scholar. It's like
you can find it. I know specifically there's somebody in the great debate community, but that told me that they have it on PDF. It might be Dragnot actually.
I've read it. Like it's not. I mean, if you just Google Kent Hovind thesis, you're gonna find it.
I seen a snippet on Rational Wiki. It said like, "Hello, my name is Kent Hovind." Yada yada. A lot of his material is so. It's like a hodgepodge of different subjects and stuff that don't really align together. In some conspiracy fashion. It's like a letter from Santa Claus if like the kid was fucking deranged. It has no academic, aspect to it whatsoever. I mean, you can check it on Rational Wiki, but interesting fun fact: he's actually butthurt at Rational Wiki because they got him listed for all his crazy bullshittery over the past like decade or so.
Well, since he got out of jail, he made a YouTube channel. Have you seen it?
Yep.
Pretty weird. All his followers have gone there and started listening to him. A lot of creationist comment, but it's surprising because usually they turn off the comment. They don't want to hear any opposing opinion. But he left all the comments on, and so there's a lot of debates always on his videos.
Guys, this is where it's at right now. This is like the top of the field kind of shit right here. This little building right here. That's it.
What?
That's
where?
That's it. I'm screen sharing. This is the bomb,
Can't see
guys.
anything.
I can't. Oh wait.
Shit.
Oh, there it is. Oh,
That's it, guys.
Is that Patriot College? Is that Patriot University?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
By the way,
That's
well,
top
I'm
of
back,
the
boys
line.
and girls and others. Hey,
Hello.
Tom. Hey, we got Gus. Yay. We've got Sam even and Sydney. Wow, and Wolf. Holy cow.
Yeah,
We
it's
got
great
all
to
the
see.
big
It's great. It's great to see you, Steve. Now, will you please police up your plosives?
We all know who those guys are, but who's the Steve character?
I don't know. I feel bad.
Well, I'm
So, what I miss?
Well,
Did Arcane leave us?
fucking shit went off the fucking wall. Arcane left. He got his knickers in a twist.
Ah, somebody's blowing air in their mic. Come on, guys, give me a break. The microphone picks up everything.
And Isiah blocked, or one of them blocked each other, and so he left. Arcane left. Then
So, shit got real. Okay.
yeah, and Joshua joined, and he was arguing. He went to Pre's up, and I entertained that for a little while, then I gave up, and I went back to Evolution. And then he started using Kent Hovind as a source, and then I pretty much went on about, there's a reason why universities are regulated in their accreditation and stuff, and so why like an MD is a protected title, I think it is, in America, but PhD is shaded, like I can get a PhD in neuropathy. So I was explaining
it
that
actually
to
kind of
him.
means something when Hovind uses that title. It's just disturbing and disingenuous.
It's arguably more work to get a legitimate PhD than to get an MD. But he doesn't have a legitimate PhD, so it's immaterial.
Or master's or any degree.
Yeah.
No, he's got
Or
a he's got a piece of paper from Double Wide University over there. Fucking just look at it, man. Check it out.
Yeah, he's listed in the phone book in his town. I mean, like that's a friggin' like credential or anything. He knows about dinosaurs and how it's a conspiracy from Satan.
Yeah, that's.
He's not as bad as Ian Juby, to be fair.
Is he even still around? Is Juby even? I mean, does he even exist anymore?
I don't know.
I never hear anything from him. I know Carl Baugh, remember him?
Who? Doobie? Who?
Ian Juby and Carl Baugh.
Who are they?
Super Kent Hovins, basically.
Oh, okay.
Oh god. Oh god.
Well, Ian Juby is a self-proclaimed PhD in paleontology, which he's never actually gone to school for.
I thought he was proclaimed. All he was proclaimed was that he's in Mensa. I don't know. Has he ever proclaimed he has a degree?
Yes, and Mensa as well.
Listen, these days you can get into Mensa if you just don't eat the paste at school, man. Like, I mean, come on.
Well, he's the one that argued that dinosaurs laid eggs on the run to get away from the fires from the flood.
Yes.
No.
And apparently
you're having me on.
The really funny thing is when he did this demonstration, the eggs were in 2 layers, so that must mean they were so scared, after laying them in a row, they ran back and laid them back again.
Or they just had 2 vaginas. Because they were
Technically, it'd be a cloaca.
parallel road.
I'm done. God damn.
Yeah, that's a new level of stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
Just when you think there's a maximum of stupidity, you get something like that, where a dinosaur would be running, turns back around, and runs, pretty much the same exact path, and lays a perfect set of parallel eggs right next to it because they were being scared of a fire from the Enochian flood. Okay, makes a lot of sense to me.
This is sort of one of the failings of the ontological argument.
I mean, it was just like the Flintstones back in the day, and lived with dinosaurs, friggin' Fred did just like Noah. He picked up that brontosaurus by its neck and, held it like a dog, like these, famous empresses or frickin' band women do. I mean, it's just like that.
What?
I have no idea.
Yeah, you know what? That made no sense to me. But anyways, just want to announce that tomorrow will be my 7th day without having a cigarette.
Good man.
It is my 6th day. So cool. Thank you very much. Praise me. Give me honors. Come on.
Props. Yeah.
Well done, Steve-O.
What
Well
are
done,
you
mate.
substituting it with? What's
3
the
cheers and a tiger for you.
What's the substitution?
I've had a lot of rock stars.
Wild hot monkey sex.
Yes, wild monkey sex. Because we are monkeys.
Yeah.
That's your Arcane logos.
Evil monkey
Doesn't grasp
sex.
that concept.
No, we're fish.
Evil monkey sex.
Fine,
I'm fine with being called fish.
have wild hot fish sex if you want. I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
there you go.
I don't judge.
It's interesting to think people think the
Hey,
bloody
I ain't got no-
bestiality is a good substitute for nicotine.
They think what's a good substitute for nicotine?
Bestiality.
Hey. I don't know how
Hey,
I don't know how things go down there in New South Wales, but up here, in fucking civilization, okay.
Yeah, I mean, just because some of the chicks I've had who were kind of ugly doesn't mean they weren't the same species as me.
Well, to be honest,
I mean,
in
it sometimes
terms
be difficult to tell, but
Just like she looks like she should be, just because she looks like she should be guarding the front of Jabba's palace doesn't mean you need to make fun of her.
I ain't got no time for bird sex. I
shape their
wanna
back and it's
fly.
fine.
So tell us, Steve-O, now that you've given up nicotine, what are you using to keep yourself sane?
Well,
Don't
certainly
say
not these
you're
freaking
coming-
hangouts.
Don't say you're coming here, fuck.
God damn. I mean, you know what's funny is I had expressly stated to Arcane Logos at the beginning of this hangout that I will moderate, but if he says something that we challenge him on, I want to have citation. And he was fine with it. And then when he says something, he just basically goes with it, and I'm like, no, back this shit up. Because I don't want to go down these paths, and I want you to finish an argument before you start another one. And he did exactly what I knew he was going to do.
And he kept saying, no, you're the moderator. You can't tell me what to do, pretty much.
But Enzo, did I not say that at the very beginning?
Yeah,
that I
should-
didn't want.
man.
Listen,
Yeah,
nobody,
I said exactly
nobody wants to
before we
hear
went
your
there.
rational explanations for anything.
I know.
Okay? Fuck, shut
Yeah,
up.
how
You
dare,
know what?
how dare that stuff
If I do start smoking again, it's going to be because of guys like Gus. I'm telling you right now. He makes me want to burn one right now. No, I'm actually, you know what? I'm not even having withdrawals or anything. I'm actually pretty good right now.
See, that's it.
You
See,
It went away after like
part of the
yesterday.
problem,
I think was like
part
the
of the
worst
problem
one.
with withdrawals is dealing with like things that frustrate you. You can just come here and scream at people. It's therapy, man. Why do you think I do it? I don't come here to have fucking cogent discussions. I can do that in the real world. I come here to talk to lunatics. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, well, you see, Steve, that's why that theory of mine holds. I don't need to give you citation. The evidence is clear.
Yeah.
Smoking
Yeah, you
kept you
just presup the evidence into existence. I presup this.
I presuppose X, therefore X. Congratulations.
He's a priest smoker.
Who was it the other day that they were saying that a tautology is circular reasoning? I'm like, no, a tautology is a tautology. You're not reasoning anything from that. So how could it be circular reasoning? It could be circular if maybe I can understand that because it's a tautology, but if you have a tautology, it's not. What are you reasoning out of that to call that circular reasoning?
A tautology is a tautology, and a tautology is circular reasoning, and fried chicken is a sandwich.
What?
That's a really good analogy, actually.
I'm going to use that one. Yeah, I'm stealing that one. I steal a lot.
Good. Words are of the wind, man. Fucking help yourself. I don't own them.
I just make shit up as we go along, anyway.
So what's the current situation right here, Steve?
You know what? I haven't heard from Brett in ages, man. I think he just dropped off the planet. He vanished.
See, good men like Jimmy Hoffa get fucking done away with, and idiots like him get to slouch along for years.
Yeah, he's a very sloppy individual. Yeah.
Well, Gustin and you weren't in the hangout the other day with Nephilim and Tommy when they came into my hangout, were you, Gus? I'm pretty sure that Wolf was there.
I don't think so.
Wolf?
Well, it depends. I mean, it depends on which one.
I know I talked to Neff last night. I don't think.
I mean, you'll know that I've been in a hangout with Nephilim when Nephilim leaves 10 minutes later. I mean, that's when.
Yeah. Same thing with me. I tend to not respect Neff, and I will generally take the piss out of him whenever possible. I mean,
I was actually pretty civil with him. He actually lasted about, I don't know, maybe a little less than an hour, but it was like, move on.
No, he wants to give a long dissertation, and he doesn't want you to question him, and he doesn't. Yeah, but you know the fucking game. He doesn't want, he doesn't want any interruptions or questions, and it's just like, well, wait a minute, fuck, there's 9 other people in the room, man. Like, if this is a sleep disorder clinic, fuck, okay, but this is supposed to be a discussion room.
Yeah, well, I mean,
What's it to be about him?
Well, he's a drunk bitch, man. He comes on there. He knows no one will listen to him in reality, so he comes on here to spot his bowl, and no one wants that. I mean, either have a discussion or get the hell out.
Did he ever finish? Did he ever figure out his nozzle issue? Why that was a really stupid thing?
I hope he doesn't figure it out.
No.
I watched that. Well, I watched the
he's not aware of
DPR
it.
video, and I was stunned that Nephilim. I heard about his theory. I didn't know what the whole nozzle thing was until I actually watched the video. And then I'm like, okay, Nephilim does not understand Bernoulli's equation.
Well, I tell you, as a side note, you haven't lived until you've watched Nephilim and DPR, both of them drunk, trying to have a conversation with each other.
Oh my god!
You haven't fucking
That'd be like
lived.
Division by Zero.
Does Neff still do his own hangouts?
Yes, he certainly does. God help us all.
And like 3 people show. And
Yeah,
they're all
and,
little
and he
fanboys.
talks them to death, and they cry. You can hear them crying.
I just can't take it. To me, he sounds like his dentures are falling out.
He does, and it gets worse when he drinks.
I can't
Okay,
take
sporty.
I just can't, I can't take it.
It gets worse when he drinks. It does. Like when he drinks, he's all like, and that's that plus the fact that he sounds drunk. You're just like, oh man, are you on the sauce? Like, isn't it bad enough you with the fucking sword?
The worst thing is for someone that drinks as much as Neff does, he's not a good drunk.
No, he's a rotten drunk.
I get drunk and I'm having fun. I mean it's actually entertaining me. When he gets drunk, and he makes these weird noises. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I mean I don't.
I guess
I've been in a hangout with I know Gus at least once when I've been drunk. I'm pretty much the same person. I'm just a little bit sillier.
Yeah, but what do you use? What do you use to get drunk on? I mean, yeah.
Depends, but usually, given where I live, it's very good beer.
He uses Foster's Lager.
Oh God, no.
It's Australian for beer.
No offense.
It's Australian
for beer available.
Well, Foster's keeps the Australians sane in the same way that Guinness keeps the Irish sane.
Yeah. I'm not hating. Like when I went to the Edinburgh Festival, I think like 3 years ago now, and I was in a hostel and I was rooming basically with an Australian guy, and we went out drinking. And man, you guys can put it away. It's very rare when I drink with someone and I'm just far and away just like the guy who's not remotely in the area.
Of course, I can put it away.
In Dublin, at the Trinity College in Dublin, they actually prescribe Guinness to the expecting mothers in their maternity wards, which is why it's called mother's milk. It's actually a prescribed product in the hospital.
Yeah, I remember that. It's pretty interesting because there's a tasting room near my place, and they have a beer called Beaver's Milk, and it's a milk stout. So for similar reasons.
That sounds awesome, actually.
It's a really good. They have a peanut butter.
The vision that came to mind was Justin Bieber with a pair of boobs, and I'm thinking, oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, that still kind of works for me, so don't judge. Dude, when you've gone along as I have, basically you take what you can get.
Fucking poor Steve is humping the wall. Fucking, I got it.
My speaking of something somewhat similar, I got for tomorrow. I got actually ditched by one of my friends because he's going to a computer science party. We were supposed to watch the fights at a bar. I've never gotten that angry over being ditched for a computer science party. And like I was explaining this to someone, and they go, "What happens at a computer science party?" I go, "Nothing. There are no girls there."
I hate to break this to you.
Oh yeah, I can't see.
I hate to break this to you, but you can see a fight at any bar anytime you want to. You can.
Yeah, computer science party sounds kind of lame though. I mean, it sounds like a bunch of nerds.
They are because there's no women there.
I just wanted to throw this out there.
Yeah.
I think Fiona's watching. If Fiona wants to get in, have her let me know.
I mean, honestly, I mean, a computer science party sounds like watching baseball. I mean,
No, the UFC. I mean, there's the UFC fights. That's the biggest part of the year tomorrow. That's why I'd like to go to a bar and watch those fights with my friends. But I got ditched by multiple friends to go to. They want to go to a computer science party, which like I can not get laid and drink anywhere. Why would I go to a place where the women?
Yeah, that's like the Big Bang Theory type of scenario. Yeah,
it's sad, but that's actually true.
That's me. I can't get laid anywhere, so anywhere I go doesn't matter.
Well, like if I don't, I mean that's the thing though, is like there's probably a better probability that I actually get laid at the computer science party, but like I don't want to. You know, the odds may be better. You know, the odds may be good, but the goods are definitely odd.
Sam,
as they say.
Sam, listen, one of them cute computer girl fucking nerds, man. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh,
none
dude,
of them exist.
Listen,
I hate to tell you that.
no,
Those are just TV
okay,
shows.
you're wrong. You're fucking wrong, first of all. Second of all,
they're
I'm
very
going to quote,
Asian and very
I am going to
distant.
quote the timeless and ageless movie Revenge of the Nerds. All jocks think about is sports. All nerds think about is sex.
One of them got anal fucked like against their will.
What?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Can I have some shrooms?
Yeah,
Man,
I would have to say that.
What did he say?
I have to say that, Gus, my opinion outweighs yours on this because I've been to these parties before.
What, you think I've never been to a
straddle
fucking
the
computer science party?
continuum,
Fuck
and
you, man.
I would rather
Listen,
be on the
I was a science major in high school, you prick. I've been to computer science parties. I was at a computer science party when we practically had to build your own damn computers. Don't sit there and talk to me about no computer science parties.
So I have a degree in computer science, actually. So there are, if you
Be careful, stop saying the goddamn term computer science.
yeah, so there will be no women there. The
horseshit.
The very few there will be international like exchange type students. There will not be attractive women there. I'm just sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't care what your degree is in. I believe you're misrepresenting reality on this, sir.
No, I will certify that.
Either that or Ottawa's got the only place in the world that's got fucking hot computer nerds, man. I don't even know what you guys are on about.
I live in Southern California, so if it's going to happen anywhere, it should happen here.
That,
And it
sir,
does not.
that, sir, is an arrogance. So that's the fallacy of fucking geography right there. That is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every place I've been, the ratio, the company's been like 90+% men to women, and then the women that they're going to be like in HR and that kind of thing. So
I'm not saying the computer nerds, hot girl computer nerds aren't horrifically outnumbered by men. I'm just saying that they do exist and they will be there.
They're like
I
a
have
unicorn.
not
though.
seen them at any of the
They're like
at any of the
unicorns.
parties at my university, so I will side with Viva Hernando here.
Viva Hernando has a degree, so what the hell does he know?
yeah, I just I went to a state school, but
Seriously.
yeah.
Well, state school has. Well, I mean, I guess I'm technically at a state school.
And me, I'm arguing with a guy who fucking thinks that that it's important for a fuck style to be buck wild. So
it is important for a fuck style to be buck wild. I cannot imagine a more important criteria.
I thought
for
it was
dating.
just the motion of the in the ocean. I thought that's all that mattered.
Well, it's age as well, guys. You're forgetting about that.
Yeah,
I think the most important thing is you gotta look for your ticket.
Did you hear the one about the old hooker? I'll tell you one about the old hooker. Okay, the old hooker one day is looking for a John, and she trolls the older bars, and she finds herself a nice older gentleman, and he says, I don't know, I might have a little bit of trouble. She's, I'll fix you up, don't worry about it. So they go to a hotel room, and they take their clothes off, and then suddenly she does a handstand right in front of him, where she's like literally upside down, spreads her. He's like, what are you doing? He said, well, I know how. She says, well, I know how much trouble you have getting it up sometimes, so I figure I'll just let you drop it in.
Nice.
Kama Sutra.
That's right. Kama Sutra, which is Hindu
That's
for
a very
fuck
accommodating woman right there.
Kama Sutra, which is Hindu for fuck me, I'm bored. But can you imagine? What are we going to do? Let's have sex. Oh, fuck, we have sex all the time. No, we'll do it interesting. You upside down, your friend hanging off of your legs, your other friend whispering into your tits. We'll do it that way. And we'll get a scribe in here to write that shit down, because that's some funny shit right there.
Thank you. Come again.
Right.
Fuck, can you imagine? It's like Deepak Chopra writes a sex manual. You know?
Deepak Chopra. Yes, you
The
must
impact
talk on it.
sex
Talk on it,
will be
baby.
full of lots of random, relevant things about energy and
The
very
first
little
thing,
about
the
actual
first thing you
sex.
have to understand about sex is that 10,000 cosmic neurons are fighting at the same time and jumping up and down like a bitch.
Yeah.
And then fuck Sam Harris. That's what I want him to do.
Yes, Sam Harris. What we do naked is creation. Yes, you
That's right.
fucking
That's right.
fuck it into
I would
creation.
just like to say that what we do naked is the essence of creation. All right, Deepak,
Yes.
put it back in
Yes,
your pants.
Hey, Deepak makes science sexy, okay?
The Deepak makes science incomprehensible is what Deepak does. Fuck if I had
He actually said one time that why should scientists have basically a control of the word quantum? In other words, why do they get to define quantum? I'm like, really, that is your fucking argument that you can use the word quantum.
Somebody should have told him. Somebody should have told him that no, listen, it's not that scientists are the only one that gets to use it, but when an automaker uses the term quantum, nobody thinks he's a scientist. Let's put it that way.
It's not even that. When he talked to Dawkins in one of his Enemies of Reason interviews, he said he uses quantum as a metaphor, Deepak. Metaphor for what? I mean, it's none of what you're saying is related to science. It's just woo-woo mixed with quantum physics.
Yeah, he's using quantum as a metaphor for quantum.
Didn't his son like basically out him a couple of years ago as not believing this bullshit? I want to say his son's like kind of let the cat out about him. Did that happen, or was that somebody else?
It would have been more fun if the son had said he'd cross dresses in the closet Sunday afternoons. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but you just know some people would have some trouble with that.
That shit would be funny.
It's like, not only do I speak about the 10,000 neurons in the collective and the collective unconsciousness, but I like the feeling of smooth silk against my thighs. All of a sudden,
that's gonna be so
that's
worked up right now.
Deepak. That's that Deepak is made better by just how fucking creepy. Like, I was just editing some code right now and I heard that impression. I was like, God damn, I feel dirty for listening to it.
All right, let's all go shower now.
I mean,
community shower.
It reminded me of that one scene from American Dad where Stan and Francine find this this Indian dude like freaking hanging like from the thing. It looked like autoerotic asphyxiation, but he hung himself. Then at that one point he moved and like they just started laughing. That's funny. Hashtag Deepak Chopra cross dresses.
of course, I'm going to take all sorts of shit now from people who like to wear women's clothing and fucking prance.
Yeah. Gus,
I really don't care. It's more along the lines. Honestly, what I'm making fun of is that Deepak Chopra is doing it. That's all.
Well, the thing is, right, is like there's a difference between something like if I see this will come off as a little transphobic, but if I see a guy in a dress, just immediately to me it looks silly. That's an emotional reaction. I'm not saying it is silly. I'm not saying that we should beat the shit out of them for wearing a dress. I'm just saying to me it looks silly.
I think it depends on the guy, right? Like, I think if it's a big old hairy fucking dude, right, and he's just like, what do you want, right? And he's got like, he's barrel chested, and he's like a nared ape, right? Like, I mean, a guy like that, you're just like, dude, what are you doing? But somebody like David Bowie in his early Ziggy Stardust days, where he was really androgynous. It was, you
can pull it off, yeah.
Yeah, you could pull it off,
Well, like I said, it's an emotional reaction. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be allowed to do it. I'm just saying that, like, it looks silly.
I mean, it's funny when
it's an emotional reaction, but you have that purely because it's like societal. It's like because you don't expect to see it.
It's possible. I think part of the problem is that I think that the male form, under certain circumstances, is grotesque is the wrong word. Crude.
Well, it's just not well suited for the way that those clothes are constructed, which is true. But I'm fully willing to admit it's because of the way I was raised that I find it silly. There are certain aspects of humor that are unique to my culture as well. But
I suppose if over the next 25 years, people started slowly wearing, big hairy dudes started slowly wearing dresses, then I suppose, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it'd be something you'd get used to. Like I'm not gonna think to some. Well, you wear a dress, so you're obviously, let's stick him in a cattle car or whatever. But
Now, when you say dress, is this like?
That's sick. That's sick right there at the side chat.
I'm not kidding. I would, man. That would be my my icon.
Thankfully,
that was
there
so
are
bad.
no.
I couldn't even say it on air. I had to put it in the side.
My college.
I would stab. I would stab my eyes with size. Okay, that's disgusting.
So my college has this event. My undergrad, I should say, had this event where it's a cross-dressing dance for the freshmen, like the first or second week.
Oh yeah.
And I went to it, so there is probably a picture out there of me in a dress. So I don't want to find that picture, but for those who want to do some Google foo and try to find it, you're more than welcome.
Does it suit you, Sammy? I mean,
I don't think so. I think my shoulders are a little. I had trouble getting it on because my shoulders are a little too broad.
And I'm pretty sure if I wandered around in a dress, I'd have some trouble getting it on too.
Well, so I was wearing a dress for a play a few weeks ago.
Oh, I see.
Worked on
I
me.
think it'd be kind of comfy in a way.
It was definitely more breezy
the
than male clothing, and having a purse is infinitely better than having pockets. That being
I
said,
disagree
it
with
still
that because I leave my purse behind it all the time.
Was the play The Importance of Being Earnest?
It was not. No.
It's like a man purse. It was like a man purse, like a satchel.
All right, so let's leave this for a bit because I wanted to ask scientist Sam if he had seen the movie The Martian yet.
No.
I've seen it.
I have.
Have you seen it? Who's seen it?
I've seen it.
I saw it. The reason I wanted to ask Sam is because he is, after all, a scientist. So and they're trying to at least be sort of scientific, I guess.
Well, I'd say it's inconsistent.
Unless it's like genetics specifically and like mathematical theory, it's not. It's very hard for me to evaluate. You're
not going to rampantly speculate outside your qualified field. What the fuck is that?
Well, no, I'm saying that if
what
it's
kind of Google Plus member are you, Sam? Damn.
Yeah, god damn it, like random speculation. No, I'm saying I can't comment on it. I can say shit about, things that I'm not qualified to comment on. I just can't say that as a scientist. But I don't really watch movies in general, so.
Well, you're no use to me alive then.
He's no fun. He's no fun. He qualifies his shit rather than just expresses his viewpoint as absolute fact, like the rest of us do.
Yeah.
That's the way it should be.
Well, it's like when people ask me, like, my mom sends me these emails, like, you need to look up what the best treatment plan is for your brother. And I'm like, I'm not a medical doctor. Why are you asking me these things? And, it gets people angry because I'm almost too willing to disqualify myself from.
You could seriously have some fun with that, though.
Opinion.
Well, it's generally assumed if you know one branch of science, you have.
But you could totally have some fun with that, though. Yeah, hi, Mom. I was looking into it, and the repeated beating with a stick method pioneered in Bern, Switzerland, looks like it would really, and just to have your fucking mom just wig. I mean, obviously, you would never consider, whooping your brother, but the whole idea is to make your mom go, what?
Yeah, they recommend testicular castration in these instances.
I hate testicular castration. I totally avoid that shit.
Or just pulling the ball bag like a doorbell.
He cut off all my books.
just pull the ball bag like an old school doorbell. Too much.
He's lost.
You know what? I gotta admit, I did not know what the devil's doorknob was, or the devil's doorbell was until like last year. I never heard of that term.
If it's a devil's doorknob, that's a big girl you're dealing with there.
Ooh, that's a
Put your wetsuit on, get your snorkel, you're going in, boy.
Yeah, but the problem is they're coming back out.
You'd be in there like Jacques Cousteau. Fucking hello, my name is Jacques Cousteau. Today we are searching the south side of France for the bearded clam.
Am I the only one who puts on a scuba suit before sleeping with someone? I thought that's the definition of being
Yes, you are. That's your inner Woody Allen fucking coming through.
I'm a Jew. It makes sense.
Of course, sometimes I just get concerned about people's hygiene. I worry sometimes.
Yeah.
What's this
If
thing here
I was
about him
prudent,
saying Gus,
my
wait,
version
Gus
of
broke
protection
Google?
would be a sidearm.
That's right.
Doesn't that guy and Donald Trump have the same problem?
Who? What? What? Who does what?
Woody Allen and Donald Trump, like, banging their daughters.
Well,
What are
Woody
you
Allen,
talking
to
about?
To be fair, what Donald Trump said was, if I was a single man, like, why wouldn't I go after my dog? Like, it was really
That's nasty.
weirdly
It was
worded. but he
still
was
creepy,
basically
man.
he was
Ivanka's
basically
hot,
just
but it's
saying
creepy, I'm
his
sorry.
daughter would be a catch, but he worded it in the most creepy way possible.
Yeah, I'd love to
And
hit
then
that. Yeah,
versus
if I
Woody
wasn't
Allen
real related.
actually is a creep. Yeah, Woody Allen actually married his, his adopted daughter when she turned 18. Just really messed up.
Man, it's fucking terrible.
And they say Roman Polanski was a bastard.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, he was like, the heart wants what the heart wants. I was like, yeah, because that's what you were thinking with there. Jesus.
G'day, Tom.
That is very, very insightful of you, sir.
Well, didn't when did Elvis? How old was Presley? What's her name? When Elvis met
Priscilla, was
like
it?
16 or 17?
That's
I think she was even worse.
She was like
No,
15 or 14.
you're thinking of Jerry Lee
14.
Lewis. You're thinking of Jerry Lee Lewis.
No, Elvis.
No, Elvis.
I think she was 13 or 14.
Yeah.
According to the story.
14, I think. Yeah.
Well, Jerry Lee Lewis married his 13-year-old cousin.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? Like, Elvis didn't marry Priscilla Presley until she was 18, but he fucked her for 3 years because he, adopted her. Like, it's messed up.
And they made one daughter, and she went to Michael Jackson, and he tapped that.
What is it with you guys in the South, man? Like, fuck, is it the heat? It must be the heat.
It's all the gravy.
Oh, God. I have never given anybody I know biscuits and gravy. Like, I'm just like that. Apparently, in the Kentucky Fried Chickens down there, you can get biscuits and gravy as a side. You can't do that up here.
No, KFC went to shit down here. I don't know what happened. They got rid of their trans fat stuff they were using before because people were bitching, and they basically their crispy chicken is not crispy anymore. It doesn't even taste like the same KFC.
I haven't had KFC in years, so I have no.
You're doing yourself a big favor, Sam. Do not touch the dirty bird, man. Do not touch
Popeye's much better.
I eat a little too. Yeah, I eat a little too clean to be eating that shit.
Actually, you know whose fried chicken I like the best is a lot of grocery stores will sell like faux fried chicken to compete with KFC.
No, Stater Brothers is
I find their version of fried chicken is actually better. It's drier, like it is greasy, but it's not like you don't almost hear the smush when you bite into it. You know what I mean? Like it's drier.
It's not the kind of chicken you can put in your gas tank and it'll actually run.
Yeah. Like it's you know that it's greasy because it's fried chicken, but it's not refried chicken. You know what I mean?
If you're in Chicago, you get Harold's fried chicken.
Do you get Harold's fried chicken? Now is that Harold's idea or what? Like, am I stealing Harold's fried chicken? Is this a thing or?
No, it's a restaurant.
Harold's got a nine.
It's a Chicago thing, like from the south side of Chicago. So it's like this is not to use stereotypes, but this is the chicken that black people actually like.
Oh, okay. Well, I like the chicken that black people actually like.
Well, I like it.
Are you black?
I mean, you are. I don't know how much you like fried chicken. I don't know how stereotypically black you are.
Since when is Wolf King black? Who the fuck said that? Wolf King, you're not black.
No, he's just our chicken tester.
Who cares what color he is?
Actually, what I wish I could do is I wish I could go to Chicago and have one of their deep dish pizzas because New York pizza is a fucking joke. I hate New York style pizza. I don't know. Like it's like okay, let's have less crust, less toppings, less everything, and charge you the same for it. What? Deep dish Chicago style pizza.
Depends if it's done right. Like you get old school. Like if you go to like Brooklyn and get pizza there, that's really good. Like if you get New York pizza in New York, it's generally like from an old school Italian type pizzeria. It's really good.
I like me some Little Caesars. It'll be good.
Oh God.
Okay.
Fuck you. That's awful.
Sam, shut up, you snob piece of shit.
I'm not a snub because I can recognize good pizza. Like, oh, I'll have the gourmet stylings of Domino's.
The gourmet stylings of Domino's.
Like that's the equivalent of what you just said, Wolf.
It's DiGiorno.
It's
Man,
not
you guys
delivery.
are
It's diarrhea.
the whole fucking lot of you.
You got delivery. It's diarrhea.
Guys, can I butt in over here a second? You guys are talking about all this crap that comes out of USA. You guys have never contributed anything great to the gastronomic world. What have you given us? Fucking McDonald's and Kentucky Fried Chicken.
As opposed to the people in New South Wales, what's your contribution to gastronomy?
Nando's chicken. Now there's some that you want to have a go at.
Nando's is very good.
Goat milk pizza.
What? Well, no, the U.S. I mean, the U.S. we have Mexican and Chinese food because those aren't like legit what people in China and Mexico eat.
I know.
I know this because I've been to Mexico and our Mexican food not like actual authentic Mexican food.
No, it's Tex-Mex actually.
Well, I mean, I live in California, so it's
yes. The real Mexicans use much more peppers.
Well, it's not even that. It's less about
no.
that. It's not like Mexican seafood is way more common.
Yeah,
it's not as like overloaded with salt and like Americans like things just overloaded with flavor.
I like a flavor.
That's why most of us are some fat fucks over here.
Also, like
no, the other thing is
people
the
in
actual
Mexico
chicken
don't eat burritos. That's an invention of California. Don't exist in Mexico.
They do
That's
like
just not a
tortillas, though. They do like tortillas.
Yeah, so I guess that means fajitas are on the menu. Although I suspect they're probably different from, because maybe they don't have all the same ingredients or whatever.
Nachos.
Like I guess.
I wouldn't.
Okay, Wolfgang, calm down. I would imagine that like anything else, it depends on where you are in Mexico and what kind of price tag you're looking at too.
Generally, I mean, so there's a difference. If you're going to like some tourist trap, then yeah, price is going to be shitty and it's not going to be authentic. But like, if you're just at some generic restaurant, you know, that's like we went to a Mexican seafood restaurant the last time we went down to Tijuana, and it was like an authentic place that we could go because a couple of us we speak Spanish, and it's not expensive. We got a ton of like really good seafood for like $25 a head, which is like nothing. And beer, we got like a whole bucket of beer. Like price is good.
Is that because of the taxing system? How are you guys taxed over in California?
What kind of seafood do they give you?
We had like
Did you have prawns?
What didn't we have was the question. We didn't have any lobster.
Good, because those are evil creatures.
We had octopus. We had.
Ew.
I don't know if we had any. I feel like we had some tuna. We had just a bunch of different stuff. Shrimp for sure. Various different kinds of shrimp. Mexican seafood is delicious. Might have had scallops. I can't remember, but it was really, really good. And like for the price, I mean, for the amount that we ate and the amount that we drank, we did not pay much money.
Have you noticed how the traditional content of a lot of these inverted commas traditional meals is changing over the last 20, 30 years? What used to be cheap, food stuff that would be only accessible, which only the lower income groups could access. So today, a lot more expensive beyond the reach of the lower income groups. I'm speaking specifically of an experience I had. We went to Europe about 20 years ago, and driving out of Lisbon in Portugal, you drive up north on the highway that had all these beautiful codfish. Nice, great big codfish, busy, whiting in the sun, baking with all the salt on it. And that is a dish which they call in Portuguese bacalhau, which used to be a dish which only the poor people would eat. And you go to Lisbon now, you hardly see any of them on the roads. And of course, asking for a plate of this particular food, it costs more than caviar just about at the moment in Portugal. And so the whole tasting changes. We used to be able to buy bacalhau by the bloody plate loads for $2-3 a pop. Now you're looking $70, $80 a kilo.
Cocaine.
Well, it's probably because they overfished it.
They have overfished it. And the other thing, of course, is certain types of beans, what they call the Alentejo bean. A lot of the bean dishes over there, only the really poor people would eat them. Now, of course, you've got all the better restaurants in the tourist areas that are flogging these bean dishes for big money. The Norwegians, the Germans love them, and they pay big money for them. So the whole food culture has changed in the last 10, 20 years significantly.
Wouldn't be surprised. I can't believe the reactions over everyone against GM's fucking salmon.
From us, I mean, the issue I think is not a health issue. It's like it's an economics issue, which is, you know, I think genetically modified organisms tend to favor, you know, bigger, more corporate entities because they're explicitly made so they don't reproduce, and you have to buy new seed stocks every year. And so, you know, I tend to not buy them when I reasonably can because I like supporting smaller farmers. And but that's more of that's an ethical, you know, economic choice rather than a, you know, a health choice.
At the same time, it depends on the trait that it is. Like, there's no traits out there that are GM that stop them from reproducing. Like the Terminator seed myth, that one doesn't exist. So, I see what you mean, though. You want to support more local farms and that kind of thing, but with the salmon,
How do you know the Terminator seed doesn't exist?
go to Monsanto's website. They wouldn't. They said that they don't even want to make the product.
It comes from Monsanto's website.
Yeah, they don't have a Terminator seed. I was looking into it. I'm like, oh, what a few years ago? Why is everyone talking about the seed? I'm like, okay, well, I'll look into it. I'll go into their product page and see what I can find out.
Wouldn't the yeah, okay. It just seems to me that
if you're buying something they want to admit to.
Yeah, if you've got a company that's doing this, you know, it's not.
It's their product. It's their product. Like they're fine to label what their products do and what traits they have. They don't sell a product that's Terminator. They've even got a letter to the EPA, I think it is, and how they're saying that they don't want to do that kind of trait. They're against that kind of trait themselves.
Enzo, look, this is globalization. A lot of these things are becoming reasonably complicated and complex, and there's a few things we don't look at. Monsanto in the United States would obviously not get into anything that's going to be controversial from the legal perspective, but they would have offices, for example, in Namibia, in Zimbabwe, where the laws do not prohibit them from doing certain research and from producing certain products. So they can, in fact, deny in any of the Western countries that they have any of these particular products or in possession of any of these technologies. Because
that's not a conspiracy. I mean, companies want.
No, it's not a conspiracy theory at all. We're well connected with South African, Mozambican, Zimbabwean, Botswana, and Namibian companies, and we see this all the time. I mean, for example, just let me give you another example, which you'll probably identify with a little easier. We have privacy laws, for example, all over the world today: Canada, United States, England, Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, and so on. And these privacy laws are very, very similar because of our cooperation within the OECD. And in Australia, very recently, we had an issue. There were 3 or 4 Australians that were arrested by the federal police for suspicion of involvement in a murder in the Middle East, a politically motivated murder conducted by, for some people, their favorite Middle Eastern country, murdered certain Arab people. And of course, these passports were used. And when they finally discovered how these passports ended up in the hands of this foreign government, what actually happened, and here's the punchline. These guys had given all their information to the telecommunications company called Telstra. And Telstra employs offshore staff and personnel. Indonesia is one of the big companies that they use, as well as India. Now, these privacy laws do not apply in Indonesia. So when Telstra, when you pick up a phone and you phone Telstra about a certain problem, they'll say, well, look, sir, for privacy reasons, we need to identify you, we need to know, get all your data and all your details, and so on and so forth. And so you provide all this information. You're thinking that you are protected by Australia's privacy laws, but in fact you're not, because the person receiving the information is outside of the legal zone. And people are only beginning to realize the implications of these cross-border laws now. So, you know, I'm not saying that there is a Terminator seed produced by Monsanto, but what I am able to say to you is that if they are producing such a seed, plausible deniability is something that they can quite easily present to the public. And secondly, we know for a fact that they use and sponsor in certain Southern African universities, quite advanced ones as well, but Witwatersrand University, Stellenbosch, these are great universities. And they sponsor the, you know, these students in the various sciences that they're involved with. And whatever evolves from that doesn't necessarily have to be introduced into the United States. So they can, in fact, deny it within the United States that they possess this technology.
Yeah, but no, there is no product from Monsanto that is a Terminator seed.
Well,
like,
I would agree with you. If you were to say commercially available, probably not.
Well, even then, you can't say that there's a product if you can't show me there's a product of Terminator
Nor would I
seed.
tell you that, because I wouldn't have any evidence myself. But the
Yeah,
fact
exactly. You'd have to yeah. Here's the a letter that they made. If you can see my screen share. I don't want to talk about Monsanto, but well, I was going to go with the salmon and how that's helping relieve the fisheries of the pressures there. Yeah, even in 1999, they said that they wouldn't want to do a sterile seed kind of thing, and so
Monsanto wouldn't want to do a sterile seed?
Yeah, they consulted with some international leaders and such. Let's have a look at the letter. Loads.
What are you telling me that Monsanto does not produce sterile seeds?
No, they don't. Again, they don't have any products of these seeds. This is in October 4, 1999. You can see this letter here saying that they're blatantly against sterile seeds. And that was all the way in 1999, and ever since then, not one product has come forth of sterile seeds. So that whole Terminator thing. The only infertile products they don't have, sorry, infertile I should be saying, is when you crossbreed those traits, say for like a seedless watermelon.
Or seedless grapes, or seedless mango.
Yeah. Those aren't GM, those are crossbred. So far there hasn't been any GM, like direct GM. But yeah, Monsanto's against
the first to do that anyway, were they? I mean, it's been known to farmers for millennia.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
Enzo, but does Monsanto have those types of seeds though? Not that they sell them, but
no,
they do exist, right? It's fact. I mean that.
I'm still trying to figure out where this whole myth has come from, because people were telling me about it. I'm like, okay, I'll look into it. The first thing you naturally do when people are talking about a product from a company is you have to go to their company's website, right? Because it's a product that people are claiming about. So naturally, you're going to go to their website. But then you go to their website, it's like, myth. Monsanto sells Terminators. They don't have them. They're against them. So that to me is.
But Enzo, they have the technology, and they have the
technology.
They've had to do experimentation, so the seeds do exist. They're just not commercially available. But those types of seeds they did work on, correct?
Yeah, because they have the technology to do it, but they're not doing it. That's what I'm saying. So they know the genes that are responsible, definitely, but they're not selling them. They're not putting them out into farms or anything.
Well, of course not. A bit like blinking selling nuclear devices, wouldn't it? I mean, it's hardly as though you can get on the site and say nucleardeviceforyou.com. It's not going to be commercially available, at least not now.
At the same time, we're talking about just a simple seed company. There's no reason for them to lie about that if they had such a product.
Enzyme
Well,
not
if they had a
only
product, I
uses-
think that'd be easy to trace, wouldn't it? I mean, if that product did exist, it would not be that difficult to validate that product was for sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the whole myth there that I was disturbed about. But I was going to say with the whole fisheries thing that you were talking about there, yeah, like the GM salmon they're grown inland, and over time, hopefully, it could ease the salmon fisheries in that regard. So there are alternatives that are coming for in that regard. Obviously, it's a complex issue that needs multiple fronts to be dealt with.
Well, like I
hell,
said,
even
I'm interested in I'm interested in hearing what the case is. This is why I've shut up while you've explained the other stuff, is because oh, that's really interesting. I was wrong
you're
about
gone.
that.
Yeah, that's all right.
No, I mean.
Well, okay. Let's keep it in perspective. Monsanto denies it, and we don't have specific proof to counter Monsanto's denial.
Exactly.
I think, and so we can't make the accusation stick. But that accusation didn't come out of thin air. It came out of someplace. Now, does that mean the accusation's true? No, it doesn't.
Well,
but what I would like to do, if I could figure out where the accusation came from, is find the people who first made the accusation, say, now how do you guys know? And then compare what they say to what Monsanto says and go from there.
It's the same with that recent bullshit about the trial against humanities that was up against Monsanto. I mean, these anti-GMO people are staunch liars. I mean, for fuck's sake, they keep...
And it has life-threatening consequences. Things like, for example, because of the anti-GMO, sort of the right wing of it, the very religious people that believe, oh, it's God's creation, et cetera, because of those people, in Africa, in Uganda, they get most of their carbohydrates from bananas in Uganda. And what happens is, well, if you're only using bananas, you're going to develop a beta-carotene deficiency. So you have people who get, blindness as a result of their diet, and they could genetically modify banana. They have genetically modified bananas so that they carry beta-carotene, but getting that to stick, it has been incredibly difficult because of this type of fear-mongering.
Yeah, it's the same with golden rice, which also has the same trait. And I haven't heard of the banana, but I know golden rice.
Well, Joe Rogan had a plant geneticist on his podcast a while ago, and if I can find it, I'll link it to you. But this guy was describing, and he goes, "Yeah, it's really frustrating because we have labs in Uganda that." And I might be messing up the African country, but I'm like 90% sure it was Uganda. And it was like, we have labs that are set up to generate these crops, but they just don't because, people are afraid of GM foods irrationally.
Yeah, and it's the same with, I think it was in Spain somewhere, or Mexico, where a bunch of GM activists destroyed a crop research facility, the crops there. And so at the same time, it's like, well, you guys are calling for more research, but you fucking destroy the goddamn crops that they're researching. So I was like, well, what the fuck? So I find that incredibly ironic.
Well, that's part of that is because the GMO movement is not one single movement, and so you've probably got some people who go about it one way and some people who go about another, and nobody's talking to each other, right? So
yeah.
Broadly speaking, it's a movement that is for the most part anti-scientific.
Yeah.
It's one of those odd things. There's
these people have seen one too many episodes of the fucking Outer Limits, and now they're afraid of anything that's like,
well, do you think it'll be something like like back when they first started developing the microwave? Obviously, there was the fear came out because people didn't understand microwave. They thought it was being irradiated with radiation.
Well, part of the problem with early microwaves is that they weren't necessarily the safest things on Earth. But
no, but that's for different reasons.
Like I hate to break it. I hate to break it to human beings, but the road to scientific discovery is paved in blood, bone, and muscle. Like I hate to say that, but you look at Marie Curie and what she had to go through to give to give us the modern X-ray. I mean, that's just one example. I mean, you know, I mean, what would have happened to the? I don't know. It just at the end of the day.
Well, I think what was it? William Röntgen. He was. I don't know if I'm pronouncing with the umlaut correctly, or Wilhelm. I think was his given name. Not anglicized. He was the one who discovered the X-ray. Curie did radium and polonium, I want to say.
Wasn't
Like
she
she
the one where
discovered
they?
radioactive isotopes, if I recall.
Okay, well,
correctly.
she did important work. The important work killed her. Imagine if she hadn't
Yeah,
done
she
that.
she rated her.
That's
She literally
exactly
rated
right.
herself to death. Yes, I mean, she
That's
died.
it's a dilemma, isn't it? If you're looking at science, I mean, on the one hand, you can look at Curie and you can say, well, look, she died because of ignorance, but she because of her brilliance and because of the lack of ignorance, she gave us so much and made such a great contribution to science. Where do you balance it out? Human beings are, in fact, ignorant. I mean, you've got to admit that. And it's striving for discovery of those things we don't know about yet. And that requires a hell of a lot of humility, really. And this is what we lack in the right wing. They suffer delusions. You know.
Well, you just look at it compared to, I mean, I can say this, from personal experience. Now, they didn't have this back in the day. Now we have, you're required to get an ethics training as a scientist so that you know how to minimize risks to yourself and others. We didn't have that, until, that's a recent invention, maybe 40, 50 years.
Well, ethics at that stage, they relied on the religious right up until then. I mean, we hopefully have gotten past that and into a new, more modern era where we can leave that sort of morality behind.
I mean, you would hope so, like that like sensible ethics, training, I think it makes sense. Like that's something that should happen. But, people, the odd thing is like you point out, people who are on the right wing, who are anti-science, will point to that as somehow being a weakness, that people need ethical training as to how to do these things properly, but that's a strength,
So excuse my interjection, Sam. Sorry about that, mate. But I think one of the modern arguments is where do we source? What is our source for ethics? Is it a democratic process? How do we know or determine what an ethical standard is, and who controls that?
So we look at the science for like say animal testing or the slaughter of animals for food, right? And we say, well, how much unnecessary pain do they go through? And so you develop ways in which to minimize pain or completely null it out, because it's in a sense of empathy we share with other animals and such, if we want to go down that path, for example, where I'm an animal lover, right, as I'm sure some of you guys are, or all of you, and so when we were doing animal testing and such, we share that kind of connection with the animals, and we feel sorry for them. So while animal testing is really important, we want to minimize their pain because we have that kind of
Sure.
We see a fucking a cute rat or mouse. I'm like, oh, the poor fucker.
Well, it's really interesting because actually the amount of mice you're allowed to use, you have to statistically justify why you need exactly this many mice for your experiment.
It's
not
heavily
ethically.
regulated.
It's interesting that you use the concept statistically justify. How do you justify it?
But basically, what is the minimum, what is, given, assumptions about the effectiveness of the experiment, how many mice would you need to get statistical power for the type of test that you're...
So the ethics is built into the stats. You wouldn't...
No, I'm just saying that's part of the process. You can't get ethics...
It's a body of different things, like you're saying that you don't want to inflict animals through a numerous amount of animals, like 1,000, for example, when you only need like 200. Yeah, exactly. Unnecessary.
So these are guidelines then that scientists over a period of time have kind of collectively came together and say these are things we all kind of agree upon from an ethical consideration.
So a lot of ethics panels have moral philosophers on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if people say that moral philosophy is useless thing to study, it actually isn't, because you might be a philosopher on these on these boards. And so it's a combination of people that are on ethics boards. So it's not just scientists policing themselves.
Right.
So why would people get upset by saying, there are obviously moral and ethical implications in science? Why would people take that?
Because it's any stick with which to beat the opponent. It's any stick with which to beat the opponent. These are the type of people where if there's any sort of gray area, any sort of honest discussion, it somehow is represented as being negative, when in reality, the fact that there's an honest discussion is, in my opinion, an extremely important and great thing, that we can have these discussions sensibly.
Exactly, Sam. But you see, this is the whole thing. Elements of politics enter into it. So you'd have a specific view, and then you'd want to marginalize the opposition. And you would use whatever tool or weapon available to you in order to marginalize those who disagree with your view. And this is why I specifically was wondering, what is the actual source of these ethics or morality, whichever way we want to categorize them? Is there a source, or do we make it up as we go along? Do we use peer review, where we have, and then if we do use peer review, is there an authority which is capable of enforcing the findings of this peer review? These are the difficulties, I think, and I think this is what exposes us quite dangerously to the Bible belters, because they start to make sense, and they shouldn't be making any sense.
I think a lot of it, the authority for any of these panels tends to come from, it comes from the regulatory bodies. And so in some ways it's meant to represent, a pluralistic ethic that, you, in an ideal ethics board, you want, people who represent a various amount of different views and to roughly mirror our society. So it almost is like a cultural relativistic sort of ethic that is more or less preached, but a lot of it is just agreed upon standards in our society. So it does seem like, I don't think that they come at it, where it necessarily needs to be objectively justified, and that just makes religious people squirm. The idea that we can make moral decisions and have sensible moral discussions, even if there's no objective morality.
But you see, Sam, unfortunately, and this is where I find that there's a flaw. I don't suppose to have a solution to the flaw, but I do recognize the flaw, and you speak of objectivity. When you're deciding whether somebody has transgressed or not transgressed, you're applying an objective principle subjectively to the person that you're examining or whose behavior you're examining. So there is both subjectivity as well as objectivity involved in the analysis.
Well, I think you're conflating the two things there, Rigger, though.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying...
You can be objective and not have objective morality.
Yeah, you can have objective...
Say, for example,
it would just mean that in philosophical terms you have that all norms are, like in this scenario, in a philosophical sense, all norms are hypothetical versus all norms would be categorical.
I agree.
Hypothetical means that under a certain situation, like you would say, if X is your goal, then action Y is moral or action Y is immoral. And I think that's the nature. You can find objective standard in that way.
I think this is where we internationally have different views. And if you have a look at the countries that still follow some of the old Roman systems, the concept was called contras bonus mores, which is against the good morals. And those morals of society change as the culture changes. And so what was previously immoral now becomes moral. And the danger is the gray areas between the shift in cultural views and cultural acceptance or reaction of certain behavior. For example, sex before marriage was considered contra bonus mores, and that is an objective test. And so a person who is now found to have engaged in sex before marriage now becomes judged as the individual, the person, and of course consequences of that particular action is based not on actual legislative law, but common law based on the morals of the day. How do we apply that, for example, to science? We would, for example, a scientist gets caught, I don't know, finding a whole bunch of kids in the middle of Africa that have no parents, no hope, no chance of survival, and starts conducting these scientific tests on these kids, which leads to their death. Clearly, that's against international norms. We don't accept that sort of thing. The question then arises, will we ever, inverted commas, evolve, or will our culture ever evolve to the point that it becomes morally or ethically justified to do these tests on actual living human beings, for example. And the reason I ask the question isn't so that it can be answered. The reason I ask the question is there a source, is there a stable, static source of ethics and morals that we're never going to breach? Or are we continuously evolving to that point where anything goes?
I think that that's a non-sec. I mean, those are not mutually exclusive. I don't think, being a moral anti-realist, which would be the formal name, someone who doesn't believe that there are objective answers to moral questions, that suddenly means that anything will go. I think we have very good reasons to suspect that will never happen.
However, Sam, if there's like a rogue nation that doesn't adhere to any kind of ethical or moral standards, they might do experiments that the rest of the world would consider to be unethical. Correct?
Yep.
I mean, even from an anti-moralistic standpoint, I think Gregor was asking, will these experiments ever be maybe done in any situation?
I don't think so. I think that there's good evidence to suggest that with the way that society is progressing, that it seems incredibly unlikely because society doesn't tend to move backwards morally. But I mean, anything is theoretically possible, but I don't see it happening.
We actually
to the contrary.
Apologies for going Godwin. I mean, that's what happened in the concentration camps in World War II.
Exactly, and the first ones were in the
and I don't see why that wouldn't happen again. Given if we get thrown into the Stone Age for whatever reason, I mean, if there's a collapse of society in somewhere, even a technologically advanced culture, they might, in some distant future, do things that we would consider to be highly unethical. I mean, especially with embryonic research. I don't see why that is that far-fetched.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's incredibly far-fetched. Like I said, I can imagine a variety of hypothetical scenarios, but this is the problem when you get into.
Oh, you wouldn't need this. Look at the 20th century. We had, for example, South Africa. This might not be a particularly good example, but I'm hoping it will at least illustrate what Steve as well was trying to point out. South Africa loses the Boer War. The Boer War was the first concentration camps on record implemented by the Brits, where they murdered 80% of the population in concentration camps. The Brits then implement what they considered to be the great democracy in Southern Africa. They implement the parliamentary system, and of course the country is then returned to what they called a civilized rule. The black population were then recognized and acknowledged as having their own traditional laws. So the British then deployed a law called the Repugnancy Act. This is democratically passed through the legislature. The Repugnancy Act says that the black population of South Africa are permitted to rule themselves according to their own traditional laws, only insofar as it is not repugnant to British or European laws, therefore morals and ethics. Now, as a result of this democratic process, everyone celebrates the fact that you've got this wonderful new country. It was called the Union of South Africa back then. Suddenly, you had this minority that appeared to have had a greater political advantage to everyone else, but they still used and deployed the democratic process to bring about what was essentially an incredibly undemocratic outcome, which is apartheid. Now, so you already start seeing this regression of a system back into something that one can only describe as being Stone Age. Apartheid, let's face it, is very, very Stone Age. And so, of course, we know what the rest of the history was. It took them another 50 years to undo that system. Now, what is to stop humanity, mankind in general, from deploying these processes where you have one small group marginalizing another and supplanting their version of morality and ethics with their own, which results, for example, in an political economic structure that says everyone over the age of 65 can no longer contribute to the economy and should therefore be euthanized. What's to stop us from doing that, given our current political systems?
Logan's Run.
There you go.
I mean, I would say that it's unlikely to happen just because the globalized world tends to, prevent, sort of isolated transgressions as, it tends to happen. But I mean, again, it's always a possibility out there. And that's just something we got to live with as humans.
I think that the best explanation is, is just we do have to have obviously moral and ethical training for scientists, and as leaders, as America and Europe and all these technological countries, they need to abide by these things. I mean, I think that's all we can do and hope for the best.
I mean, we just have to be willing to have sensible moral discussions.
Agreed.
I mean, that's like I said,
because as you pointed out, though, Sam, a lot of religious people will come in to these hangouts and they'll start preaching objective morality. They won't even consider any kind of anti-moralistic viewpoint. They're moral realists, and to them, that is all that it can exist.
May I have to say that I have to say sometimes ethics can get in the way. There was an international conference on genomic editing with embryos and such, and I was a bit disappointed because I've done a bit of genomic editing, and I understand the ethics where it can provide superior traits, whatever traits those may be. But from like a cosmetic perspective, where you get to choose your child's hair color and things like that, I don't see why that's an ethical issue, because I could eventually have a child normally with the traits I want somewhat, but this time I get to choose what traits those are. I'm not making the child superior in any other way. It's a cosmetic approach. So this summit was pretty much talking about governance. It was talking about ethics. I'll link it.
Well, I mean, but you can
I think it's a way more complex issue, because you get to the point where, with CRISPR-Cas9, and I work with one of the guys I work very closely with one of the guys who invented the technique. You get into ethical gray areas because, at what point do we consider something basically being eugenics? Who determines what exactly we can edit for? It just starts to,
right.
It starts to get
what's a benign
really
phenotypical trait and what's not?
And what are, is it sensible to engineer? You could basically engineer a population that, has neural structure such that they believe all the same thing, and so you can, engineer an ideological empire. So I think it's far from straightforward what the right choice is there. I think it's an ethical landmine, and just moving forward with just engineering embryos.
Well,
this isn't even to address the fact that the efficiency of CRISPR-Cas9 is not 100%. Like, it's not even near 100%. It's just the easiest and the most efficient method that we have.
So if you're a parent and you want a blonde hair, blue-eyed child, and then you have another parent that wants a blonde hair, blue-eyed child, and then you have a group of parents living in a community that want blonde hair, blue-eyed children, aren't you creating an Aryan race? I mean, there is some concern to be that you allow those kind of freedoms.
Well, basically, the issue is we don't have, our traditional methods of what we determine, what determines a phenotype, the Mendelian methods, are wrong. Like, Mendelian genetics is wrong. If we're going to be strictly speaking, it's good for some traits. Some traits are one gene, one phenotype, but a lot of traits, a lot of genes affect multiple things, and the way in which those things come together, you can get unexpected effects. And so what would be the off-target effects? Something like eye color, for example, doesn't matter as much. But, what happens when you get, someone who you select for hyper-rationality? There's evidence to suggest that perhaps that might be linked to autism or depression or, things like that. These traits are multifaceted, especially things that affect different parts of the body and different, even just different sections of the brain differently.
Yeah, but Sam, we're not going to know until we advance the science.
I would have to say that in terms of cosmetics, like hair color and that kind of thing, we know the genes and what they're coding for. I think that how I would have it personally, I would say that cosmetic kind of options, they could be engineered, but I'd have things where it's like it could affect the development in the sense of any kind of superior trait physically or mentally. I would have those off limited for only academic purposes, but where it's hair color, skin tone, that kind of thing, I would have, be more relaxed because a parent can, in a sense, create the child how they want them to look in that kind of sense. It sounds a bit off, but at the same time, it's like, well,
Well, let's keep something in mind. Let's keep something in mind. Let's keep something in mind. The eugenics that you and I are afraid of are Nazi-style eugenics where post-utero, full-grown populations are being culled because they don't possess the traits. What you and I are now talking about now is, I don't know who's breathing heavy in their mic, but it's getting annoying. What you and I are talking about now is essentially fine-tuning children. And so while that's technically eugenics, it's not the eugenics we're scared of. Because it can't be. It can't be.
Well, I mean, it's a different. The fear is different, though. I'm not scared of it in the sense that I'd be scared of Nazis. I'm scared of it as to how do you. I agree. Something like, what hair color. I don't find that as problematic, but it's where do you. I think there's a genuine question to be asked: is where do you draw the line as to what is a sensible. In the same way that we don't. Most people would say that sort of blind indoctrination into ideologies that can't be justified
is it right, for instance, for a government to select a certain number of women and tamper with their unborn children so that they emerge as math geniuses, but they're so fucking tuned up on the autism spectrum that they're literally tortured creatures? Like that's something we need to worry. That's the new eugenics that we need to worry about.
Sam mentioned something I thought was interesting. I think he was talking about pleiotropy. Basically, how do we know that a single solitary gene doesn't have just more than an effect on then?
But I mean, yes, that's a very good point. But I think going back to discussing it, where everyone can eat the cookies. I think that this is the problem. The problem is we're not worried about genetic engineering. We're worried about what can happen because of it and what it can be used for. And I think that's a lot of people fail to make that separation. Like for instance, if we found we could safely eliminate disease X, okay, we could safely do it, no problem. The same way you could select a hair color. Then, as far as I'm concerned, it should be done. I can't see.
I mean, I agree, but that's not the whole scope of the.
No, it's not. But everybody here is drawing their lines, right? Like everyone here is drawing their lines.
I didn't draw a line. I said that they're.
I understand. I understand.
I don't have a. I mean, I don't appreciate. That's not what I said. What I said was I think that there are legitimate open questions as to. There are multiple questions on multiple areas, like from
I understand
side.
that, but I'm just trying to put, you've put that forth that's what you're bringing to the conversation. What I'm bringing to the conversation is that I personally, like you're saying, these are questions we have to think of. Well, I'm answering part of that question. So, I mean...
Well, I mean, in the same sense, like, we would agree that it's, it's immoral to, force your beliefs onto someone. That in most forms, indoctrination is a bad thing. Now, of course, everyone is indoctrinated into a society, and so how do we mitigate the bad things is really the real conversation. But for the sake of, simplicity, senseless indoctrination is not a good thing to do to children.
Yes. In other words, what you're saying really is that the questions themselves, the ethical questions themselves change, but the mechanics, the methods with which we resolve these questions appears to be the same. So 100 years back, there was a complete rejection in society of accepting homosexuality. But the mechanics used to bring us from there to where we are today is no different to the mechanics that will bring us new moralities in 50 years' time. So it's the mechanics themselves. The questions change, but the mechanics appears to be the same. And that's where we need to examine how we deploy these mechanics in order to achieve something that isn't going to be amoral, immoral, or unethical. That's all I have to say.
In a sense that where today we've governed genome engineering quite strictly, especially on humans. And so I'd say that we can, just like that flat out is a no-no right now, I think that we could develop guidelines on an international level, as there already are, and say, well, you can only, because your average parent, they would have to go to a clinic to get this kind of thing done, which would be regulated and so forth. I don't think this would ever be a commercially available kind of thing because of the implications we're talking about here, where people could theoretically,
Will it
if
be
they
widespread one day?
Well, I
So you
don't think
think?
it'll become a
I think it
commercially
will be.
available thing.
Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, it's gonna. My prediction is that it'll become along the lines of in vitro fertilization, where you need it has to be a very technically guided thing.
But it won't be uncommon.
With that, on that, that's where you can regulate. So instead of saying we can have our children resist certain, diseases and become superior in that kind of sense, or like a fucking Spartan from Halo kind of thing, where we can have it where it's only, in a sense, cosmetic. After, obviously that kind of thing would require a lot of trials to figure out what genes do what. Hence why looking at the embryos now should be a bit more relaxed, because then we can figure out that for later on. But so we can have it where it's just on that cosmetic kind of thing, and not on,
Well, the difficulty comes in is, where does, a cosmetic change stop? And again, like,
well, I mean, come on, where does cosmetic change stop? Like.
Well, why the same?
Attached
like
earlobes, not attached. Can you curl your
yeah,
tongue?
the same. I mean, the same ethics that says I can choose the same line of reasoning that says I can choose my child's hair color, also says I can choose, which mental faculties are upregulated and downregulated. And I think having ethics boards have these legitimate discussions, is what needs to happen. Because
would that be a phenotype though, Sam? I mean, if you're talking about cognitive
a
functions,
mental trait is a phenotype.
Is it?
Granted, mental traits do, have different amount of heritability. But for instance, currently IQ has a heritability and heritabilities change given environments. That's a whole other thing that people need to.
Yeah, you're getting into epigenetics about then.
By the way, I want everybody to say hi to Fiona, because we totally ignored her when she came in. So everybody say hi to Miss Fiona, because we love her.
Hello, Fiona. Long time no visit.
Real quick, I don't want to get sidetracked, but how are you feeling, Fiona? Are you feeling better?
I mean, yeah, a wee bit, yeah. Got a pounding headache after last night.
G'day, Fiona. How you going?
Not bad, not bad.
Last night?
Yeah, last night when I had my discussion with Arcane and Neffy, I got a pounding headache.
Oh, I totally missed it. With Arcane Logos?
Yeah, I had a short discussion with Arcane last night. Neffy was there. It was interesting to say the least.
Well, I had to leave for a little while, and Arcane was going at it, and then I guess he rage quit and left. So I don't know.
I'm not surprised that he rage quit.
Well,
where's the lost power source?
Oh, I think didn't he put Isiah on ignore before he rage quit tonight?
Yeah, I'm sure he did. That wouldn't surprise me.
I was there on that one. Yeah, he did.
Because last night he was sitting muting me, even when I was answering Nephilim's question. Arcane just kept muting me.
Well, I had something similar happen where Tommy would ask me a question and then he'd talk over me the second I started answering it.
Yeah.
Which, like,
Tommy would never do that, Sam. Stop that.
Everybody does it.
That's what was happening last night. Nephew would ask a question but wouldn't let me answer it, and if I tried to, Arcane would mute me. It was quite funny. And then you get the, I see you can't answer. Well, no, not when you're muting me. But I don't think Arcane's very pleased with me. because I took him to task on his Raiders of the Lost Ancient Power Source.
Lost Ancient. Wait. You're gonna have to clue me in on that one. I missed
Yeah,
that.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about. No, I do.
Okay.
Old school.
Put the link in the side chat. It's only five minutes at the most.
Real short.
Yeah, I am
Anyone
so
seen
lost
Raiders
on
of
that
the
one.
Lost Ark? Has anyone seen Raiders of the Lost Ark?
Yes, been there, done that.
Okay. Imagine that, but Arcane thinks it's real.
Oh gods, no.
Yeah. I'm not.
Wait, that wasn't based on a true story? I thought that was
No.
a documentary.
No, it's what it is right. Here's a theory. This is a theory put forth, and there is a video. It was in a live hangout, and there is a video clip of it, about 5 minutes long, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. But what he's trying to claim, and he states it at the very beginning, that he specifies he's talking about the Ark of the Covenant. Now, if you check with the Bible, it tells you that the Ark of the Covenant was built during the Exodus from Egypt, after Moses had been given the Ten Commandments, and that the Ark of the Covenant was built to house the stone tablets. And so we know exactly what we're talking about, and also it gives the dimensions that the Ark is to be built to. So Arcane's idea is this: the sarcophagus inside the Great Pyramid in Egypt is the same size. Well, it could hold the Ark of the Covenant, because we have the dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant. So therefore, that's where the Ark of the Covenant was, and that Moses stole it when he was leaving Egypt with the slaves.
What?
And he used it to part the Red Sea. All of this a year before the instructions on how to build it were given.
So it's chronologically out of order from the sequence.
Yeah.
Of the actual
So what he's trying to now claim is that he was talking only about what was in the Ark of the Covenant, which means that the Ark of the Covenant was left behind in Egypt when Moses took the contents of it.
Okay.
But he also still has the claim that they used the Ark of the Covenant that they left behind in Egypt to part the Red Sea, but they didn't have it because it was in Egypt. But it wasn't even built then either. I've got a video on my channel about this. It's very difficult to get your head around. But he thinks that the Ark of the Covenant, he specifies it as the Ark of the Covenant, contained a lost ancient power source.
Kryptonite.
And it's
kryptonite.
You know what?
Well, somebody yes, it did. It contained God.
Put it in the side chat right there. There you go.
This entire statement, this entire thing should have come with a warning to grab one's oven mitt. I now have a great big red mark on my face from all the face bomb.
I mean, you should. Wolf King's put the link in the side chat.
I just got it.
And it's 4 minutes something long.
4 minutes 29.
And it's brilliant.
I'm going to download this here.
He's claiming that last night he claimed I was lying about it, that he'd not said this.
Eh?
But the video was there. And he said that I hadn't watched it all, but yet he quits. So I'd watched it right up until the point where he quits. And he says, you didn't watch it all because you didn't hear me arguing it, blah, blah, blah. But I did. I watched it right up until he left the hangout. But apparently I'm a liar. But you really need to watch that and decide for yourselves if I'm lying about what he's claiming.
Well, I have it queued up. It appears only it's 4.5 minutes long, so it's not like it's a long video.
It's not, and it's brilliant.
You guys, I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab a copy of this. I'm going to chew it to shit. Expect a video, and I've been looking for an excuse to make a video, and this looks as good as anything else.
I've got another good one for you. He's recently been hawking this guy called Dr. Sebi.
I've heard of him.
A South American quack, and he'd post a link, and I'd just post like 5 different links saying he's a quack, and with evidence, and he'd naturally delete them. So I finally posted it on my own channel, just shared it, and so that's when he decided to block me yesterday.
Yeah,
If he
last
goes through a
night,
period where he
Arcane
blocks a
also.
bunch of people, then he unblocks them because you can't get into the Hangouts. Because obviously, if you have a large percentage of people you blocked, the odds are pretty damn good that somebody's going to be in that Hangout that you have blocked and you won't be able to join. So I mean, I think you just
The, the other
binge and
thing he
purge.
claimed last night was that no one knew the speed of light. And I asked him where he got that information from, and he said it's in the Bible. So I asked him where in the
What did he
Bible it
claim?
was.
What did he claim, Fiona?
He claimed it was that no one knew the speed of light.
Which is bullshit.
And it was in the Bible.
What?
And Wolf King was in the Hangout, so he'll remember all this. And so I asked him whereabouts in the Bible does it say this?
But he can't come up with.
He said because because Noah had lived a certain longevity that he had the speed of light. The one thing is that he's taking that on as an assumption. The speed of light isn't even mentioned in the biblical text. So he's taking that from his bunghole. That's basically where he got that from.
Yeah, but what he was saying was that Noah must have known the speed of light because he was able to build an ark.
What?
Where does one have anything to do with the other?
Yeah, I did ask him before.
Okay, you can't build a boat without knowing what the speed of light is.
Two simple words. Pot helps.
Yeah, no. I have two better words. Citation needed.
Yeah.
That
was the thing.
I asked him citations earlier, and he just refuses to provide any citation. But I mean, is he really? I mean, he basically is saying that Moses understood like what Maxwell's equations, understood radiation, and I mean, did he understand wave mechanics and he knew the speed of light? I'm not following this line of reasoning here.
Well, he said
no line of reasoning here.
If you're able to do something as complex as building that great big ark, then you're obviously able to measure the speed of light.
I will agree with him on that. If the ark was real, it would be basically as supernatural as them knowing the speed of light. I would put them on both as equal as being completely impossible.
Yeah, but that is when he said it tells you that in the Bible. When I asked for the citation, what he's claiming that is saying this in the Bible is just the fact that Noah built an ark. And therefore, if he could do that, he must have been able to measure the speed of light. So when Arcane says that the Bible says it, what it means is this is what I am squeezing from the text that the text doesn't say.
I call shenanigans.
Yeah. Bullshit.
Shenanigans has been called. We need a referee on the play, please. We need a call.
And also, apparently, the speed of light is incorporated in the Great Pyramid.
Right.
It's obvious, isn't it?
Logical foul assumes facts, not in evidence.
But I don't get it.
Well, because Fiona, you also have to realize that, you're trying to, and I admire you for this, but sometimes you tend to assume that these people have like a reason, like there's a thinking process and not, that's the same as yours. And this was something that I have trouble with a lot, is just realizing that there are a lot of dumb motherfuckers out there and you can't account for them.
Yeah,
but it's about those dumb motherfuckers. They actually do quite well as for that.
It's very difficult to, you see, when I get into discussion like that and I try to point out the flaws in the argument that they're making, then it just goes straight to, the ad homs and you're not a Christian and all the rest of it. But it doesn't matter whether you're a Christian or an atheist or a Martian. A dumb argument's a dumb argument.
Right, but Arcane goes from A, B, therefore Z.
I don't think he stopped at Z.
But they're unwilling to recognize
Seattle, and he's in red fucking China.
He goes A, B, potato.
Yeah. Well, I was having this.
Well, you don't know. We don't know that the potato exists outside your mind.
Yeah.
My discussion with Tommy, was a prime example of this last night, where I ended up by going, so Tommy, why do you think the Earth is 10,000 years old? And we start talking about radiometric dating, and he's arguing with me about radiometric dating, and I go, okay, Tommy, do you know how they date things? And he just goes, no. And
goody.
If your instinct
Wow,
about something,
he was a bit explained carbon dating to him. Well, Arcane posted something earlier today, and Isiah had posted. He posted it, and it's old, the Velichach thing, mammoth that was dated 2 different dates, and of course, we have the actual radiometric journal. It's nowhere in there. You can present this to Arcane Logos and say, look, here's the claim, here's the citation, here's where the journal's found, so you can go read it for yourself. It is not in there, and yet he still would come up with a reason for why. It's not in the journal, or whatever. I don't even know how you're going to get around that one. It's not. Of course,
well, no, but the point that I'm making isn't that that you can point to this person being wrong. It's that they're willing to spout off about things. One of the things that I've really taken to heart as a lesson, that I've learned is that if I don't know something, I try to shut the fuck up about it and listen to someone who does.
There are such things as dumb questions. I'm sorry, it sounds mean, but there really are.
Hurt to ask a question of somebody that does know, if you could figure out how to ask the question, and a little bit of research is concrete,
right?
How to answer.
Just a comment real quick on what Steve said. It's not that there are dumb questions. It's only a dumb question if you're unwilling to learn about the same person.
Yes, that's the way I would find it as well. Anybody who wants to learn something, who asks a legit question with honest inquiry, that's great.
The way that I approach it is I say that there's no shame. It's to quote Pericles from the funeral oration, there's no shame in poverty. There's only shame in not taking steps to alleviate something. So there's no shame in ignorance, but there is shame in not trying to improve that ignorance.
Well, that's why I think that the clip of that video is so interesting, not just for the giggles that it gives, but because it involved completely discarding the biblical timeline as well. That fascinated me, because here we have someone who's a biblical literalist who will castigate me for not being a biblical literalist, completely throwing away the Exodus timeline.
Yeah, what's up with that?
It's a really interesting phenomenon that in your defense of your literal interpretation of the Bible, or literal reading of the Bible, you throw out what the Bible says.
But you can't do that.
Ask Arcane what a monolithic plate is. Just ask him.
Sorry?
Ask Arcane what a monolithic plate is, because I asked him earlier.
Is that you can't ask these people about terminology.
Echo. Come on, guys. Police it up.
Brian, you got a little echo going.
I would suggest, actually, it may be worthwhile if you feel up to 4 minutes and something of it, playing the video back in the Hangout.
Yeah, because I don't mind playing the video in the Hangout if everybody wants to watch it. But I just want to say one thing real quick about getting into technical details with some of these people. But Sam, when Tommy talks about when he says something like, okay, why don't we carbon date dinosaur fossils? I mean, that's a level of incompetence that I don't even know how to work around that. Maybe it's a limitation I have.
Boy, there's no carbon in there.
Yeah, but he can't grasp this simple, basic concept. And I don't know how else do you explain it to somebody when you're at that level of incompetence.
The issue that comes up,
I have an answer to that.
how you need on the one hand, at some level you're not actually, the way that I see it is I realize I'm not actually addressing the person. And so I'll try to explain it as much as I can, but ultimately what happens is that there's a base level of literacy and knowledge that you need to have sensible conversations about, let's say the age of a rock layer. And these people, if they're unwilling to learn, then I can't say, I don't harbor the delusion that I'm ever going to be able to convince Tommy of something, because I've corrected him on the same thing multiple times and he doesn't change his opinion. And there are very few creationists, I can really only name one that I've interacted with, where when you explain something to them and you get them to admit, okay, I don't know what I'm talking about, and then you explain, they go, oh, that makes a lot more sense. I only know of one person who has done that, in my personal experience. So a lot of it is you're explaining to other people how this works.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's why
It is
I'm
very far
interested.
in between.
Hey guys, I actually have an answer for that if you want to hear it.
Sure.
Go on.
Okay. Now, a half-life of carbon, last I checked, was 5,260 years, or carbon-14.
5730 plus or minus.
5730, plus or yeah, I was within 10%. It doesn't. It's not really. It's not really that.
I'm a
the
stickler
exact
on
number.
this. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's fine. 5730. I will. Is a perfectly acceptable number. I will take it. Now, if the Earth were about 6,000 years old, 6 to 10,000 years old, that they claim, then everything could be easily carbon dated. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The carbon dating is good to at most 30 to 40,000 years. Beyond that, there's not even really enough carbon to kind of even float at that point. So everything should be perfectly datable within the age of the Earth if using carbon dating, except that it's not for some stupid reason. I wonder why that might be. Oh, because some of these things are actually older.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: is I try you.
In the side chat,
I tried to explain that to people. That's a complete reason behind it. I've tried to something along those lines, and it didn't work at all.
I think it works very often.
There's a thought what's going on in there, because
Steve,
I
thank you.
Basically, what that formula is saying is that I wrote to Dr. Jonathan Sarfati about his carbon dating from the rates thing a while back, and I used a very similar argument, but I didn't do the calculations. But basically, at 0.1%, that equals 57,103 years, and that's so basically you change that 0.1 to the percentage you want to have out of 100. So the ratio is obviously 0.1 out of 100, so it's 0.1%. By changing that in that formula, it'll give you how much carbon you will have left, basically. So in other words, if I have the way I calculated for the Young Earth Creationist claims, with 40% of the carbon in there, it came out to get 7,554 years that we see, or sorry, 7,057 years. It's a factor of 400 off. So carbon dating would have to be off by a factor of 400.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. By the way, thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. That's going to go right into a text document over here because that will come in damned handy later.
Just change that 0.1 to x and then put x equals 0.1 so that you know that that's the variable you want to change in that formula.
Okay.
And Ln2 is obviously a constant. I mean, that's going to be like 0.69. What is it? 0.693 negative. I'm trying to remember.
Well, yeah, because what is it? E equals I want to say like it's 2.7 something, right?
I'm trying to remember what the natural logarithm of 2 is. It's like it's negative 0.693 or something, if I remember correctly.
Well, let me see. I mean, if you do what is it? ln of 1? No. God damn it.
It's negative. Yeah, I got it right here. It's negative 0.693. But
come on,
trying to get it because obviously it's a transcendental, but.
Oh yeah.
But still, but still, 0.1% would be barely detectable.
Right. That's the whole point of that. So at 0.1%, that's about our effective limit of 57,000 years. Now they can go higher with AMS and a few other procedures.
But at that point, but even then, even when you get that far out, you're still looking at what's your range of error there. It's got to be pretty extreme. It would be better off using a different carbon dating method.
Well, if somebody wanted to do that, if you want to take a differential
or a
of
different
that,
radiometric dating
I never tried to do that, but if you did have your error margin and you took the error margin as plus or minus 30 as a differential, if you derivated that formula and you came up with the error propagation and the differential, if someone wants to do that, I'd be interested.
I don't have the math skills to do that, but I grasped what you have there fairly quickly. Now, that being said, there would be no need for other radiometric dating methods if you had. And the Mammoth thing, they did. I think, if I remember correctly, there was an explanation for that had to do greatly with preservation methods that were used.
Well, there was two mammoth claims, and one of them the collection was off. It had glycerol contamination.
Yeah, that was it. And we had newer source material on top of the old stuff. They surface scraped it and radio it and carbonated that, and that obviously didn't come up with the right number. The other one came up with a much more accurate number because it was a different sample.
Yeah, well, the claim of the mammoth, there's one that Hovind has. The flesh and the skin measured at one date, and then the leg was measured at another. The problem with that is that it was two different mammoths, and they were injured actually 8 years apart. And speaking of math wizards, Conga Pip here, I actually for about a year tried to explain that 0.99 repeating is equal to 1, and he still doesn't grasp it. So if anybody's a math expert, that
you can do
basics.
You can do a reduction that proves it. What's it? You said
I can do it 10 different ways, but maybe you know a way I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can basically say, well, 1/9 is 0.1. Assumption 1 is 1/9 is 0.1 repeating. Then 9 times 0.1 repeating is 0.9 repeating. 9 times 1 is 9. So 9/9 equals 0.9 repeating. 9/9 also equals 1. Therefore, 0.9 repeating equals 1.
That'd be an inductive argument, not a mathematical induction, obviously, but it's inductive reasoning. I would use
that's from just several normal. No, that's a completely deductive argument.
Well, you're not really deducing. You're inductively coming up with that.
I mean, this was something that I proved in an introduction to number theory.
Well, it doesn't really matter. It's close enough. It makes no difference. 0.999 repeating is near as anybody is ever going to match.
Well, it's not near. No, that's the whole point of the thing. They are exactly equivalent. There is no near. It's not like dealing with neighborhoods.
No, that's the whole point. I mean, my proof is just a very standard.
It's a very correct proof. But I was trying to explain to him in more detailed terms, like a limit of a sequence, infinite, convergence of a infinite convergence of summation.
You don't even
get it. He still thinks it's less. I don't know why. I can't convince him.
I mean,
it's basic math.
Yeah, I mean, you're also talking to some. When you talk to these people, I mean, like, I had to explain to someone what statistical significance meant, and it can get very frustrating because you're laying out fairly reasonable assumptions, and they just that's what math is. You reason from assumptions, and based on the axioms of number theory, it is true that the axioms and definitions of number theory that 0.9 repeating equals 1, and it's not hard to argue from.
Right. I mean, and the fact that people are, people may discuss like Young Earth Creationist. Pip is a, Conga Pip is a, I think aren't you a Young Earth Creationist, Kong? I don't remember.
I don't know. I don't know who. I've never.
Well, this is something for like 3 years ago that Conga Pip would argue that he's a technical writer. I guess he would like review engineering things, and in his world of math, 0.99 repeating is always less than 1 in real analytics. So I'm like, no, you've had mathematicians explain to you why that is wrong, and I don't know how you can do technical manuals and not understand something that's fundamental as they have to be equal in real analysis. We're not talking about
Then how do you define zero? That's been something that's always bugged me.
Well, that's
zero.
There are multiple ways of defining zero. From set theory, you would say it's the cardinality of an empty set. How many members are in an empty set?
How many elements are in the set? Right?
Yeah.
Zero is the sum of all positive and negative integers.
Yes, that is true, but
that would be that would follow.
Yeah.
That would be a.
Well, if you were an accountant,
that operation. But I don't like the thing with number theory is that it's very hard to do things that are operations that affect like an infinite set of numbers, because sometimes you get a countable infinity and an uncountable infinity. And this is why infinity is like a very hard concept to get your head around mathematically, because there are different types of infinity.
That I see now. I've learned something new today.
Yeah, it was a little side chat. I mean, obviously, you know, it's Friday free for all, and some of us do like math, even though it's been a lot of years. And I thought I'd just bring that up because Kong and I have gone back. How many years on that, Kong?
Oh,
long time.
Long time.
But I got to
talking
admit,
about
Kong,
zero. Can somebody explain if it's a zero, what the hell is a singularity? Is it equal to zero, or does it tend to zero?
No.
So the thing with the singularity is that we don't actually know what that entails. Because what happens is that when you compress something to zero space, the curvature of the universe becomes infinite.
Yeah.
And so gravity just doesn't work. Relativity
Well, it depends
breaks
on the
that.
singularity you're talking about.
Well, I think he's talking about the primordial.
I always think of it as a limeless.
Sorry.
I always try and think of it as a line with no length. That's the only way my brain can get around the idea of a singularity, because you have no width, no height, no breadth.
Well, I mean,
And
the
I
truth
remember
is it's something that we label that we don't really have a mathematical or a physical understanding of it beyond that point.
Right, shit just don't work at that point.
Like, our physics works up to a Planck time after the singularity, but before then we have no clue what it means.
Yeah.
Well, from what I understand of M theory, I understand very little of it. It's a matter of just adding additional dimensions, and it's something that's beyond our ability to perceive or understand, but that it works in maths and physics.
You know what the fun part of it is? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that we don't know. It matters that we're looking for the answer. Hello, hey there, Isiah.
But there is something called dark flow that supposedly we can detect these possible other worlds out there in M theory. So I really think it's much more than adding dimensions, because if we can see these dark flow at the far extreme of our observable event horizon, then maybe there might be more to it than just adding dimensions.
It's very, I mean, it's exciting because we don't really know what's going on. But, like, again, that's a real, I mean, that's cool. Like, it's far above my pay grade to comment on even what the possibilities are. It's just, I don't possess
talk about.
It's a unicorn jacking off.
Yeah, perhaps it is.
Come on, this is Google Plus. We're all experts on everything. Remember
Exactly.
Not knowing is okay. Assuming
I want
making
to
people
get
think
another
know is
topic
a
real
problem.
quick. I want to get another topic in here.
You're pretty good at not knowing.
What happened to
JoJo?
Think about this.
He's gone.
JoJo? He probably ran away. I don't know who he's talking about.
Yeah, he was.
He dropped out.
Okay, so there's a billboard out there now. It's put forth by the American Atheist, and it's for the season because it's topical. It's on season, and it's a picture of Santa Claus, and he says, "Go ahead and skip church. Just be good for goodness sake. Happy holidays." Now, there are some people out there that says, quote, and these are people that were interviewed on this news thing. I think this is awful. After all, we do have Christmas because it's Jesus' birthday. Another person said, it's beyond disrespectful to my community and disrespectful to my beliefs. Now, I would like to ask, like a theist, like Fiona, I mean, why is that disrespectful to somebody's belief when they're not saying anything about somebody's belief? They're actually just promoting a message, not even a belief. They're just promoting a message. So what is disrespectful towards somebody's belief by saying, go ahead and skip church? Just be good for goodness sake. Happy holidays.
There's nothing disrespectful about it at all.
Yeah, but it's provocative, Sam. I mean, what is free speech? A lot of people think free speech is all about saying whatever the bloody hell you want to say and you got no consequences. Generally, people would consider freedom of speech as being people who are tolerant of others and who are tolerant of what other people's beliefs are. And so you tend to want to avoid that which is provocative for the sake of peace.
I would say the opposite. I would say free speech is what's supposed to be provocative. And
sure.
Free speech is only...
No, hang on a second. Hang on a second. The objective of free speech isn't to provoke. The objective of free speech is, in fact, about tolerance, but not to withhold simply because it's provocative. I would agree with you. You're not going to withhold your right to say something purely because it's going to be provocative. But you're going to be careful of what you say because you don't want to be provocative, really.
I disagree with you.
But you do want to get a message across. That you should be able to. Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
I think the greatest thing about free speech is that you can be provocative.
Yes. Yes,
And
but
in
not
fact,
should
to some degree, you should be.
It depends what your aim is in the conversation.
Right, and I'm not talking about insulting. If the
and
message is that go ahead and skip
honestly,
church, God sucks, Christianity sucks.
Yeah,
That would be a far different thing. That's not what.
Oh
the
yeah. Well, I was gonna say, as far as the American atheists go, yay for them not putting out a completely retarded like ad, because they have a tendency to do that quite frequently.
Yeah, and
I agree with that,
I agree with it, and that's why I thought this message was fine. It didn't say anything like, go ahead and skip church because we all know Christ didn't exist, or anything, avert, or to say Catholicism is the devil. It wasn't anything like that. It was just basically a message. It wasn't a condemnation of beliefs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's just a line from a song. That's it. It's a line from a well-known song.
But you could take the argument a step further and say the atheists have the courage of their convictions to say something and not feel offended when what they say is criticized. Can you say the same about the theists who feel offended? Would you be able to say, well, look, you don't have the courage of your convictions if you feel that offended by a challenge of that nature? I mean, let's face it, it's not all that provocative.
Yeah. The only thing I'd possibly say with this is that I can see this more of a secular humanist type organization. As Sam says, the atheist.org can get kind of out there sometimes. This is more of a secular humanist message to me than it would be an atheist message. Anybody else agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the bigger thing here, and this is just my personal opinion, is that like a billboard is never going to convince someone, but it's kind of nice when you have a billboard that's just kind of non-controversial, like just be good for goodness sake, because they've said things that are just like you're never going to convince someone with a controversial billboard. I hate to say it, but I mean,
and yet people take offense to this, and I find that to be
I don't know why it's
disturbing aspect
offensive.
of this
That's
article.
the thing that is beyond me. Like, if someone, like personally, I don't find a billboard that would say, let's say, Merry Christmas, like that doesn't offend me.
Or even Jesus is the season. That's a billboard that somebody wants to put up. Why would an atheist be offended by that?
I would have a problem with if the government is specifically supporting these things to the exclusion of other religions, but that's
or a private organization. Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about something completely different, and so I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like I don't find it like, I think billboards are kind of a stupid vector for getting your message across, but I mean that's a choice in funding an organization that is kind of stupid in my opinion, but that's different from being offensive,
Yeah,
being stupid is not the same.
I certainly don't find it offensive.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to somebody who actually finds it offensive. I'd like to find, if anybody's listening, we have a lot of people actually listening right now.
Well, I mean, if you don't mind, I'd like to give my reasons.
I can play Josiah.
Nobody minds.
Josiah is offensive. Okay.
How many people are watching?
We have 8 now.
Got it.
We were up to like 12 before. And then we dropped down to 0, and so I decided to do a topic change.
Can I explain to you why I don't find that offensive?
I'd like to hear, Fiona.
Right. I've asked myself this question many times. Okay. And we'll get into the big fight with evangelists about works versus faith. But I'll just refer people to the judging of nations in Matthew 25, I think. And also, somewhere in James it says that faith without works is dead. But anyway, here's the point. When you do something like you feed the poor, you feed the hungry, you clothe the naked, right? You give comfort to the poor. Are you doing it to get brownie points? Or are you doing it to actually help that individual? And it was something that occurred to me when there was a big long discussion about volunteering at the Salvation Army Christmas kitchen on Christmas Day, feeding Christmas dinner to homeless people. And I thought to myself, so if I go along there and I do that, am I doing it actually for a selfish reason? Am I doing it because it's brownie points? Because you see, I actually do get quite a kick out of helping people. But then that means I have to ask the question, am I doing it just because I get a kick out of it? Am I doing it for my own benefit rather than their benefit?
Are you acting as an individual, or are you acting as part of a group? Because if you're acting
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Nothing to do with that.
Well, it's actually which is more charitable? Somebody who does it because they want to, or somebody feels obligated because they're commanded because their belief system tells them that's what they should do.
You see, that's
more charitable.
Here's the bit that gets really confusing. What if you decide to do something that you really do not want to do, but it will help others? Is that more virtuous than doing something to help others that you enjoy?
I wouldn't call it virtue. I don't think that's virtuous. I mean,
no, I'm struggling to get the words, but do you understand what I'm saying? If you are there serving up Christmas dinner to the homeless because you actually enjoy doing it and you're getting a kick out of doing it, is it not more of a sacrifice?
Yeah, I find it to be more charitable. That's what you're asking, Fiona.
Is it not more of a sacrifice if you do that but don't want to do it?
I think
but you do it anyway. And I know it sounds like a silly question, but that's where it then brings you back to this: be good for goodness sake. Being good just for being good rather than being good to get brownie points.
Right. Honestly, it's a little bit more immaterial than that. I think that what we should be caring about is if people do good or not, because ultimately motivations are motivations. But it's when I think about what when I think about an action that someone else does, motivation matters, but more importantly, the outcome of that action matters. When it comes to my own morality, I tend to care more about my whether I'm living up to the virtues which I'm espousing when I take an action, because I believe that if I live up to those virtues, then I'm going to actually have a moral action. But that's, I'm also a
the reason I asked that question, it actually comes from a work of fiction. It set me off on years of considering this problem. And it's The Exorcist by William Peter Blatty. Yeah, I know. But in it, the old exorcist describes an instance where he struggled with his faith. And he had a problem with real, down and outs. He despised them. His stomach was turned by them. He couldn't love them. But he knew God told him that he should love everybody. And his faith teetered on the brink. And then he realised that God would never ask him to do something that was impossible. And that what he should do is act with love towards them, despite his own feelings. That spoke volumes to me, because it's very easy to act with love towards someone that you love. It's very hard to act with love towards someone you can't stand.
Absolutely, I think it's far more difficult to love somebody you actually don't like. But let me ask you, I don't know if this would be a meta context of the actual billboard, because it says obviously skip church. But if you take it as a meta contextual thing, to me it's basically saying that you don't need theology just to be good to people.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I do agree with that. Going to church doesn't mean that you're being good to other people. It means you're going to church. That's it.
It's almost like going to church to be. A lot of people, I think of it as more of a duty that they're called to do, rather than like an obligatory thing, because they are a certain religion.
No, it's not even that. It's just.
By the way, welcome, Seth.
Going to church is nothing more than going to church. That's all it does. It doesn't say going to church doesn't the downtrodden doesn't feed the hungry. Me going to church on a Sunday doesn't feed the hungry. The act of me attending. Now, yes, there may be a special collection on a given day, but no acts of going to church
Okay, Fiona, but let me ask you this. You have two different
does not in and of
I
itself feed the hungry.
because I miss my Seth. I love when Seth talks. Let me ask you this, Fiona. If you got two different groups, okay, and one group, both groups are feeding the hungry, okay? One group is doing it just because they're completely charitable. That's what they want to do. There's no obligation by any reasoning. It's just that they want to help the poor. The other group wants to also help the poor, but they also want to convert people and pass out Bibles. They have an additional message, a contingent, contingent that if you want the food, you got to listen to the message. Both of them do have the same consequentialism that they do feed the hungry. So I'm not saying both of them do not do that. But objectively, which would you say is more charitable without any other conditions, just by being for the sake of being charitable? Does that make sense?
The one that feeds the people regardless.
And
the Bible tells you that, because even
he agreed with that, and that's I think.
Can I finish it, please?
Yes, of course. Sorry.
Yeah. Can I say that when the Good Samaritan came across the road Jew in the ditch, he didn't say, right, I will have you looked after if you accept me as a Samaritan and stop calling me a heretic. Because remember, there was a big fight between the Jews and the Samaritans at the time, and the Samaritans were considered to be absolutely heretical. There's a huge religious divide between those two groups. And yet the Samaritan saw the Jew in the ditch, and religion went out the window. He helped someone in need, regardless. He didn't make a condition of helping him to be what I believe. And that's, Jesus taught that. So if you go to people and you say, we've got food here, and we'll give it to you if you convert to Christianity. See, that goes, to me, the parable of the Good Samaritan's got so many levels on it. It's not just about, well, this is who your neighbour is. When you go into it and you look at what was going on at the time, it's telling you the religious differences don't matter. Help is help. Aid is aid. Nursing is nursing.
There's a big difference.
And that's what you have to do.
I agree with you, Fiona. If you take a look, and I have no particular point of view either way, but from what I've noticed, observation and experiences that I've had in the many years that I've been in and out of Africa, for example, what I've seen, and it's quite obvious once you get to know the continent, what you find is obvious. You've got these international aid groups, many of them secular, that go in there and they do fantastic work, and they're there to help the local population, and many people are reliant on these organizations. But where you can draw the line is where life itself is at risk, where you've got to go that extra step and actually put your life on the line in order to help a community that's out in the middle of a war zone. And there you find that there's a distinction. The secular groups tend, and this is only a tendency, they tend not to go that extra mile, where you'll find that the religious organizations and structures do, or rather the individuals in those organizations do, not so much the religious structures themselves, but the individuals involved in those organizations who are themselves theists tend to go that extra mile, and that I found quite compelling by way of actual observation.
You got the Red Cross?
Well, look at Doctors Without Borders, they're secular. And they were the ones at the front of the...
I had heard in the Salvation Army you had to be Christian to actually...
They were the ones at the front of the fight against Ebola. They did put their lives on the line. They're a secular organisation.
Yeah, they are, but the people involved, the individuals involved, you found that the ones that were theists tended to want to go that extra mile, and did go that extra mile. I was in the Angolan War for some years. This was one of the few hot wars of the Cold War, way back in the 80s. I spent some time out there, and you know, that was a terrible war. And the activities that went on, we had the Red Cross, we had Médecins Sans Frontières, we had a number of organizations going in there assisting and helping wherever these miseries blew up. We had, you know, I'm sure a lot of you people are aware of what occurred during the Angolan War. But I was out there, I actually served in 101 Battalion, the Zulu Battalion for the Southern Africans, for 2 years, and I was exposed to this war. And the people that we saw going out into these areas that were, you know, minefield ridden, that were full of rogue troops that would just shoot at anyone, you know, that walked anything living. These were mainly theists that went out there. The rest of them said, "No, bloody hell, you know, we're not going." In fact, these organisations, for their own legitimacy, wouldn't permit their staff to go into certain areas that risked their lives. And it was policy. You don't go here, you don't go there, etc., etc. But where it was necessary to breach those rules, you found that most of them are theists. I'm not saying this is an exclusivity, but you did find, you know, that the greater proportion tended to be the theists, and that was compelling for me. This is actually something I've seen for myself, so I can't give you citation. I've seen this for myself.
It doesn't really speak anything about the religion, though.
No, it doesn't. No. And I'm not trying to promote the religion. No, I'm not trying to promote religion.
But it's...
Yeah, like, that's what I'm trying to... That's what I was addressing, though.
In a sense, it's like, well, say... it's like, say, for example, if they were all white, it's like that kind of thing. It's like, well, they just happened to be white people that were volunteering for that.
Well, what I would say is that to make an equivalence, every Mormon that I've ever met, pretty much, is a really good person, personally. Like, they're just really pleasant to be around. They're very nice. You know, I've never had them, and I've met quite a few, and I've never had them push their religion on me. And it's one of those things where the question that we should be asking isn't, you know, why are Mormons nice, but rather, you know, what is it about, you know, or let me rephrase that. The question we should be asking is, you know, is Mormonism the right choice for that reason, or is Mormonism true for that reason? But rather, what is it about the way that Mormon culture seems to work that
can I answer
so
that?
many
Because I'm
people
Mormon.
are not?
I'm Mormon, so I can actually answer that question. I actually am baptized Mormon. But I have to. What you said, I have to agree with as far as the people. When I look at claims of theology, I find flaws with all of them. Okay, so it doesn't matter to me whether Joseph Smith was a prophet or not, or the Book of Mormon is true or not. I've read it 3 or 4 times. I went to the church because I liked the people. It was a social thing. I thought the Mormons were some of the greatest people I've known. I still to this day have at least 3, 4, 5 very dear friends I've known since I was 6 or 7 years old. That are active in the church, and some kind of fell away, but not all. But I think there's a social aspect there, and it doesn't really matter to me whether the truth was of the church is not, because I can't demonstrate that the Book of Mormon is wrong as easily as I can that Young Earth Creation is wrong. There's apologetics there, obviously, but it's not. I don't dismiss it outright as much as I do the science involved with that Young Earth Creationism. Does that make sense to you, Sam?
Yeah.
No, I agree. I mean, the point that I would say is that, you know, I don't think that it's the religion itself, but rather some of the social aspects of the religion that promotes these things. Because I think Mormonism,
absolutely,
is nonsense. But that being said, you know, I think that we should still promote pro-social things. And they don't necessarily have to be religious. I don't think that there's a one-to-one connection between a nice religious person and their religion. I think that it's a little bit more convoluted of a relationship, is what I would say.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be an unfair assessment.
That's all I mean to say, is I think that a lot of these discussions ultimately come down to sort of this sociological dick measuring. Like, oh, my people are more moral than you. But, like, that's not the right question to ask. It's, you know, what promotes moral behavior is the right question to ask. Because otherwise, you know, you can point to all of the statistics that overwhelmingly show that more religious places in the United States have, like, there's a negative correlation between things like positive social indicators and religiosity, but that's not the point. The point should be is how do we make a better society? At least that's my opinion.
Exactly.
There's two people that want to come in here. I don't know if anybody wants to free up a spot. I'm trying to get Wayne in here, who's a Young Creationist, and also there's a person who is trying to talk about carbon dating and objective morality on the link. If he wants to come in here, if somebody wants, if there's just peanut packing, Mike Figueroa, you're welcome to join us. If Kong, do you want to make?
One thing I want to say.
Wait, I'm sorry. If Kong, do you want to make room for one of these people? Because I know this is not really your topic, Kong, because you were more of a math guy. But is that cool?
Wayne just used the C14 and Diamond's argument. Son of a bitch.
I know. I just saw it. Which I obviously that's.
Oh no!
I mean, I've got that all down because I mean that's something I sent to Safadi himself. So I mean, if he wants to come in and argue that's fine. But we have room for simple things like that.
I'll leave that to you because
I'm sick of hearing that.
My qualifications and my education would not qualify me to have a terribly more than general discussion as to why radiometric dating works.
Well, his argument is he's talking about these illusions. Go ahead, Sriyo. Go ahead.
I was going to say that this brings up the radiometric dating thing that actually forced me into that last night. When Nephilim was explaining about how isotopes could get washed away, and he was completely ignoring the fact that if you do a dating method on a rock and you're looking at ratios of different isotopes of the same element, how is the water going to wash away only one of the isotopes? Intelligent dissolving. How is it going to change the ratio?
Intelligent dissolving.
Right.
Well, what was it?
Well,
how many times has Ronnie said that DNA can't be dissolved?
What? Oh, don't even go there. He mixes up degradation with dissolving. But anyway, the important point I wanted to make was that as Nephilim was going on about this, he screen shared this rock bed.
What a slut.
And he's drawn wee white lines all over it about how the water flows, because this rock formation is near him. It was sedimentary rock. We don't use radiometric dating on sedimentary rock.
But isn't he also the one that thinks that sedimentary rock laid down like perfect layers of like gypsum and perfect layers of feldspar, perfect layer of whatever the material is that is sediment? That's somehow this turbulent flow.
Yeah, that was intelligent.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works.
Yeah, it's intelligent precipitation.
Intelligent hydrologic sorting.
And hydrologic sorting is intelligent floating.
Please don't tell me that's a real thing they believe.
Yeah, that's really annoyed me because he was holding forth to this entire room about how the water runs on this rock that he's showing. Well, yeah, because the way the water percolates down through the layers of the sedimentary rock is not going to be the way water behaves on top of an igneous rock. And it was that, and the thing is, he's been pulled up on that photograph before. That you cannot use this diagram of sedimentary rock to then try and diss the radiometric dating methods of sedimentary rock. But he's still using it. And he also repeated last night, nobody knows how granite forms.
I'm sorry, I was talking away. Nobody knows what, Fiona?
Nobody knows how granite forms?
How granite forms.
Oh, well, he's the one that doesn't believe in metamorphic rock anymore, right?
In 8th grade. What the fuck?
Are they now saying that there's no metamorphic rock and there's still granite or marble basically isn't a type of metamorphic rock or anything? I remember
Oh,
something
I,
like that.
I have no idea. I mean, seriously, these are the arguments that Nephilim's been using for. He's been using these arguments for years. They've been debunked ad nauseum, and he's still using them. Even although he's been shown the Google search results of granite formation, shown radiometric dating methods for rock aren't used on sedimentary rock, because sedimentary rock is made up of tiny particles of igneous rocks, and they formed at a different time from the sediment actually being laid down. He doesn't get that.
If
He
you
doesn't understand that if you want to date a sedimentary rock, he doesn't understand that if you want to date a sedimentary rock, you date the igneous layers above it and below it. That's the only way you're going to get a radiometric date of a sedimentary layer. Date the igneous above it and below it, and you know that the sediment was laid down between those two times.
Right. Whatever happened to his
But it doesn't matter how many times you tell me, he will still come back with it.
Has he given up on that? That he did something?
Steve,
What's that? You're breaking up, or I am.
Hello?
Is she
Steve,
frozen?
you keep muting yourself.
Well, I think we're getting a lag here because you're freezing on us. So let me try again. What happened to his nozzle belief when he's not understanding that there's no net positive suction head, there's no volumetric flow rate, there's no pressure going through the system. So when he's adding a nozzle, it's not going to do a damn thing if it's just a constant pressure. If it's not some kind of pumping system. Did he ever get a chance? I mean, did Thunderfoot or DPR or all these other people that understand basic fluid theory and Bernoulli's equation, did he ever give up on that? Did he ever admit that he finally realized that just by adding a nozzle, that would not change anything? What's that?
He used to be a geocentrist.
Oh, for fuck.
Was he?
Like you're dealing with a fractal. Like I don't know what he still believes and doesn't. I think he still believes that geocentrism is concordant with the data.
Oh, I did not know that actually.
Oh.
That
I mean,
adds a
you're
whole
talking
other
about
level of
someone
stupidity.
who is fundamentally that stupid.
That does add a whole new layer to things.
Well, you're talking about somebody who can read a biblical passage saying that 42 children were killed and call that half a dozen. I've never seen 14 before. Are we all still here, or have I frozen?
I am.
We are still here.
Did we want, like I said, Isiah? Did Wayne want to jump in here? Because we can make room if Kong wants to.
I don't know. I'll ask him. Right now, I'm just fucking around.
I was talking about proteins with some cunt, so 1 sec.
Oh.
Well, I'm trying to make room here, and Kong's not engaged, so.
If
Kong,
not,
is that cool?
if he
Oh,
didn't
no, I don't know. I do not want you to leave, man.
Okay.
I just know Kong doesn't really have an interest.
I'm still here, but I'm going to go and get some painkiller for my head.
So Kong, you can still listen to the feed. It's just if you want to make room for somebody. Or not.
I'm just explaining what a casein protein is. So, a meme's been going around on Facebook that's pissed me off beyond belief about the casein protein somehow transporting quote-unquote happiness, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, that's not what.
I saw it and then I lost it. I replied, I think it was Unilad that shared it. I'm like, no, that's not how it works or what it is. And then I lost it again. I want to further elaborate on that. And then my mate shared it again. So I'm like, fuck yes. Found the fucker again. But
Yeah, I don't really know what that would mean. Like, this is the frustrating thing. It's like, if I talk to someone and they bring up something complex and I go, that's just completely wrong. And they're like, why is it wrong? I go, there's this, you're assuming this, and you don't understand the basic mechanisms of how this works.
yeah, it's just they take science words and they blow it out. I'm like, fuck, god damn it.
Your new
The
tutor.
hangout is it's full. Wayne can't get in.
I just don't talk to an annoying person, so I let you guys see how annoying he is.
He is. Yeah. He goes off on this one little thing earlier today. I don't know if you read it. Where the Big Bang is just the latest theory that's supplanted the nebular and fission theory. Nebular being stellar genesis and fission being the formation of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, Wayne can't get in.
Some people are so stupid they can't fart and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah.
What?
Did anyone see the conversation I had with Arcane Logos earlier?
I'm gonna boot Kong here. Sorry, Kong. Because I'm gonna make room for somebody here. Is that cool, Kong? I don't think he's there anyways.
We could chicken.
Had I known about it, Isiah, I would have listened in. I couldn't have joined because he's got me blocked. But I would have listened.
Oh my god, I had to.
Didn't Arcane block you, Isiah?
At a point he did, but he had to unblock me. But I had to cuss this bitch out earlier.
Was he being extremely disingenuous? Because I had to leave.
No, he wasn't being disingenuous. He was just being a piece of shit.
Well, that's one of the problems with him, is he is an absolute.
I've never really engaged with him that many times.
He's not. Honestly, he's not quite at the level of being a piece of shit, but he's pretty close.
I would put him above Nephilim.
Nah, he's just below his balls. Like, that's where he licks them and stuff. Oh, no. Like, just ball washing him. Like, you know, he's like Beavis' brother with that. Beavis, your balls are filthy. Put them in my ball washer now.
Okay,
I had to
Hello?
talk. Oh, that
Hello.
Wayne? Okay.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yes, that is Wayne.
See, some creationists like Wayne can be respectful, but Arcane Logos.
I love talking to Wayne.
Arcane's he's just a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's putting it mildly.
Wayne can have a conversation. He can do, interlocutory dialogue. He doesn't get, pissed off. We have a disagreement. We try to resolve it. He doesn't go off on some freaking tangent. I mean, that's how you're supposed to kind of discuss these types of things.
Yeah. Logos, on the other hand, will just strip comments as he sees fit.
Yeah, he does it. I mean, that's what he was doing to me until he finally blocked me because I started sharing instead of commenting.
Yeah, he'll call you a faggot like a little bitch.
And then expect not to be told to fuck himself.
I just think that's ironic given the. I think it's ironic given the fangirling he does, but whatever.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, like, why?
It creates into a locale match. It's not my scene. I don't get into that. I mean,
what were you saying, Sam?
Get Pillbox in here.
I'm not homophobic, so I don't know why, like, someone calling me, like, I had this happen last night. Someone's like, well, you're just a faggot, and I was like, well, I mean, like, I'm not gay, so that's just factually incorrect.
That's a really bad word, and I'm straight and I don't like that word.
Anyway,
I'm quoting someone saying that to me. I'm not.
Yeah, it's just meant to be derogatory to incite a response. But like Sam said, if somebody calls me a faggot, I'll be like, I'm a cigarette? I don't get it. I mean, it doesn't have any effect on me whatsoever.
When did I turn into a bundle of sticks?
Yeah. Well, if someone accuses me of being gay, I'm like, well, I
don't really consider that an insult.
Wrong. That's
I
like
don't think I'm gay, but it would have been an insult to me if somebody thinks I'm gay.
Everyone who's talking is a fag right now.
Well,
Okay,
what I would say
whatever.
is that it's like accusing me of being 6'2". I'm not 6'2". That it's not an insult that I'm not 6'2". You know.
Anyway, Isaiah, I don't know if you were keeping track of your comments there, but I left you one on your video 3 yesterday.
Oh yeah.
MMA, what am I looking at here with these isomorphic drawings here of these like tetrahedral things? I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at.
It's an excerpt from a periodic version of what do you call it? Periodic timetable for proteins, pretty much.
You think I actually
I'm skeptical, but I'll read the article because this is very related to a lot of research that I do. So.
Yes, please. I want to see that.
Yes, because I have no idea what I'm looking at.
Wayne, did you watch those? Did you watch the 3 videos I sent you?
I watched
worked
them.
hard on that
I
shit.
watched them. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Hold on 1 minute. My cats are fighting.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm interested to see, you know, what. All
right, I'm back. I saw a little bit.
What they're saying, but it's you know, I'm just saying I'm not convinced out of the box because all genetic and I mean the problem is there's always explicit limits to what genetic you know what genetic how we interpret genetic interaction data. So I'm very curious because I mean immediately that jumps out at me as if someone doesn't do the research that I'm thinking of, that it would be very, very complementary to some stuff that I'm working on.
Are you talking to me?
I can't go more into depth because obviously I don't want people scooping me. So.
Wayne.
Sam?
Give me 1 minute. I just messaged you guys. I'm about to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right.
What was the question that you were going to ask, Enzo?
Oh no, I just asked him did he watch that video I made because there was an argument I put in it that I seem to like that argument. I'm going to start using it more often. And what he knows Kent Hovind, so I wanted him, Kent Hovind, Super Christian Tim, and the Vigilant Christians to just criticize my video. I want to see them fail.
You know, every time we have a discussion with Super Christian Tim, I don't.
He's silent.
He doesn't even know anything about what we're talking about. Do you notice that? I'm not trying to back up the guy because he seems pretty nice, but literally, he has zero. I mean, I'm talking less than Nephilim understanding of science.
How do you get less than Nephilim free? I want to know.
He's like the negative numbers.
unless you are spirit science.
I introduced this to last night.
Is the minimum baseline.
Fuck spirit science.
What?
Well, I mean, a lot of people do know these arguments, but
shared, Enzo.
Sorry? Huh?
What's the question about the link that you shared?
Oh yeah. Well, were you addressing me when you're talking about your research or something that's?
No, I think that the paper that you linked is probably very relevant to my research. So I'm very curious and also skeptical because genetic interaction data looks cool, but whether it means something is oftentimes entirely different.
I just saw it like. I just saw that on his feed from Embo. Was it Embo? Yeah.
What I would do is I would check the science.
Scientist.
I would check the article in Science that was linked.
I'm just interested in it. Like I don't. That doesn't mean that I reject it. Like I don't think I'm probably not going to reject it. I'm just curious as to what, it entails because I'm curious.
Oh yeah, I just shared it because. Yeah, I just shared it because fucking YOLO. And I know some people here had some background, so I thought I'd share it. I just saw it from EMBL on my Facebook, so I thought I'd.
Yeah, this is way out of my level there, Enzo. I mean, obviously some kind of what I'm looking at is the periodic table of protein complexes. Obviously, some kind of topological diagrams and relationships to it. You know, is it protein folding? Is that what this is like showing us?
No, it's pathways. So interactions. So like the idea is that you know you have a set of proteins that controls repairing DNA. for instance. Like they would all be in, sort of a series of proteins that do this thing and work together to do this thing. It would be more akin to that.
Okay, so it has to do with the specificity of various types of proteins and grouping them together.
I haven't read the paper yet, but that
I suppose you can click on them.
it's just basically grouping them by function that they do the same thing. So
Wayne,
or they're
that's only
involved in the same biological process. So I'm very interested. It's very relevant to my research. So
cool beans.
When I get the chance, I will be reading it.
All right. Well, Wayne had said.
Is Wayne? Oh, Wayne.
Wayne's back.
I would love to have you, Moving, and Tim and Mario just criticize my latest video. I especially want to see you.
Your robotic voice has got to go, Isiah. I can't get past your robotic voice you use.
Yeah, that was kind of annoying. But I think I made it like 15 minutes through.
Right, but I especially want you to go after my shared mutations argument. I think that's strong evidence in favor of common descent.
I would agree with that. I did actually look and took a little bit of poking around. That actually is a very good argument, or at least as near as I can figure. But at the same time, yeah, that I can help you with your with the voices. Drop me a line at some point, or we'll sit down in Skype or whatever and discuss how best to not use Windows Narrator for this purpose. I realize Windows Narrator is free, but it has I learned the hard way.
It's hard on the ears.
Can we talk about what exactly is being said rather than criticizing his video making? Because I haven't seen the video.
You talk about the mutation rate.
You should talk about things that I don't care about. I'm just saying I don't want to listen to them.
Welcome back.
My shared mutations argument, for example, the urate oxidase gene. I brought that up. I really love using that argument.
Isiah, why don't you briefly explain what you mean by the UOX?
UOX.
For uric acid. I'm assuming that's going to be very similar to the Gulop argument, right?
Yep.
Okay, so why don't you explain the argument real quick, and then go from there if you can. I've read what you wrote on it, by the way, so I know what you're talking about. Just want to make sure.
Off the top of my head, I cannot recall. Hold on, I got this in my notes.
While he's doing that, I got a fun thing for you guys. Check this out. My wife just passed it to me from her Flakebook page.
Let's have a look at it. What is this?
I remember now. Hold on.
I like that.
I thought some of you might get a kick out of it.
I'll fucking want it.
Well, apparently it was my sister that found it.
That is cute. Chemistry. That's creative.
I'll fucking want that so bad.
Yeah, it's fun. It's nice.
I'm just gonna save a copy of this picture here and use it for later, because I actually have to. Eventually I'm gonna have to make another video for this year, but I just haven't got to it yet. Someone handed me something fun to play with a little while ago, and I think I might actually just do it.
So I didn't know this.
Hold on. I'm sorry.
I'm in the middle of a sentence, Wolf, and you just start talking.
I just got to say that didn't sound right what Kaji said. It sounded like innuendo or something.
What?
Yes.
No, shut up. Sorry about that.
God damn it.
I'm Wolf King.
Yeah. Okay. No, I was looking. I've been poking at that video that was at the video segment that was posted earlier from Dumbass.
All right. Sam, you can go now.
Wayne,
sorry, Professor.
So Wayne,
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Thank you, Wolf.
You're welcome.
It was interesting, but he decided to talk over me.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You'll get back to it.
Not your
you know.
fault. It was Wolf King. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait,
Yeah.
what am I apologizing for?
I don't know. I don't know.
Not a damn thing.
I think I thought he was going to talk about your uric oxidase.
He's nuts.
UX gene. Did you
Nadia?
No.
Like, what did she?
Well, she ain't got those nuts.
Make a what was the point?
Uric oxidase.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. There's a nonsense mutation on exon 2, which is a premature stop codon of the 33rd amino acid position. And this is a mutation shared by humans, chimpanzees, and gorillas, the closest relatives according to us evolutionists. Now, how would you tackle this in the creationist world?
It's nonsense because you said it was a nonsense gene. Therefore, it's nonsense.
Yeah,
Well,
that was.
just because it doesn't work doesn't mean it didn't used to work or have a function.
Yes, it did have a function at a point.
Well, yeah, then you know
Ancestor
because
of chimpanzees, humans, and gorillas.
right. Well, I mean, if that's the case, even if we do share, we share certain genes with rats or mice or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, that's not surprising because we share a common ancestor. There are genes that are shared across all organisms that are eukaryotes, for example. That's not surprising. It's the specific pattern of inheritance that can't be explained.
Yeah, the mutations especially. The pattern
What can be explained any other way?
The missing exons can only be explained by evolutionary processes, by vertical gene transmission, basically. There's no other explanation. Even if you claim design, that doesn't make any sense to explain how these things came to be that way.
Well, I just say, there was a common designer, and maybe he used some of the same parts for different.
But why would he? Why would he make it so that it looks exactly like it was evolved?
And if we're talking about a designer, why the hell would he give men nipples? I want to know this.
Why would he give nipples? From my understanding of it, I did ask one of my science teachers this. He said we have nipples for like stocking in food or something like that, so food won't pour out or something like that. He said. I don't remember.
That is.
Hold on. Could you repeat that? Yeah, could you repeat that? So food don't pour out.
What? I mean, that's the answer he gave me. So I mean,
can I quote you on that, Wayne?
Please.
That's not my quote. I'm not a science teacher, but.
Well, no. Could you repeat that? I didn't quite hear you.
Oh,
or at least I hope I didn't.
So we can store.
Did anybody used to watch The Most Extreme? Does anybody remember that show?
I love that show.
Oh yes, but
that's great. But it's great that you love that show. I want to hear what Wayne just said.
Hang on, Isiah. Wayne, repeat what you said, Wayne.
Well, from what my science teacher had told me, he said the reason that we like any human being has nipples is to store food, so food won't pour out or something like that. So when we adjust our food doesn't.
That is awesome.
So Wayne,
I love that. Sorry, come on, guys. That is awesome.
Wayne, explain this. Do you accept that explanation?
I don't know. I just asked him, and that's the answer he gave me. I don't know.
No, but I'm not saying. I understand that your science teacher's a moron, but I'm asking you if you accept the explanation. Don't just say
it seems so
my
legit.
Science teacher said.
Well, why? Well, I mean, I don't know anything about anatomy or anything like that. So until somebody proves it wrong, I wouldn't know.
So if you poke a hole in your nipple, does food come out?
Food. That's the evidence. Like, why? My question is why do you accept the explanation of a science teacher, whereas, like, I have more qualifications? Like, I can virtually guarantee that I have more qualifications in this subject matter than your science teacher, and I accept evolution.
Well, I mean, you had to take that up with him,
I want to know who.
He's just giving somebody else. He's not advocating it himself, I don't think.
Okay, then what do you do? I don't really care what some idiot thinks, to be honest.
But it's funny.
Is there anyone alive that doesn't accept evolution?
Yeah, there are lots of people alive that don't accept evolution. Kent Hovind is theoretically alive, albeit brain dead, but he still doesn't accept evolution. Neither does Ken Ham, and he's equally brain dead.
Have you ever been to America?
Who, me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, I'm not interested in shit talking creationism. That's a bit like kicking a cripple. I'm more interested in, like, Wayne, what do you actually believe about why men have nipples?
I honestly don't know. I can't tell you. I have no idea.
Actually,
Okay, then
Isaiah does.
say I don't know.
Isaiah in one of his videos does explain why men have nipples.
All right, let's hear it.
I've actually heard that said symmetry.
I don't believe I've mentioned that before.
Well, actually, you didn't mention it directly, but you did state the reason. It's because embryos are embryos at the time of conception, and that's pretty much the end of it. We become male or female based on what we get as far as additional inputs.
Right, things are differentiated as
The X and Y.
and the differentiation is breast, but the homology is still there for both male and female.
Bingo.
Yeah.
See, you did say, you just didn't say it directly.
Oh.
Because you had a whole chunk of video on that exact subject. I did go through and watch all 3 videos.
Gee.
Oh, yeah.
You'd have to be a nerd to wonder about things like that. I mean, for fuck's sake, who would go out and say, "Geez, I wonder why men have got fucking nipples"? You know, for fuck's sake, what happened to the night out on a Friday?
It's self-evident, but I mean, I want to go back.
Well, no, I asked that question myself at the age of 5, and I got and I got knocked on the floor for it because I asked my aunt, and she was not pleased that I was even remotely interested in the concept.
I would like to ask Wayne a question though. When you get,
I have another question for him. He commented on.
I got to follow up.
Well,
You
I've also heard this. I've heard that before a baby is conceived out the womb, that it's a female before it's a male. I don't know if that's true. That's what I've heard.
It is actually not true. You actually have the parts for both genders, and it's a hormonal switch that goes on.
The testosterone.
If you're coding correctly for male, then there's a hormone there's a hormone switch that turns on.
The X and Y.
Flooded with the hormones, and you become male. If you don't get those hormones, you're female.
Yeah, it's the X and Y chromosome.
I mean, yes and no, X and Y chromosome, because the issue is not only do you produce testosterone, but also like only men have the proper receptors for the development of male genitalia. So a lot of like pseudo hermaphrodites that are biologically men, but they look exactly like women. They're called like pseudo hermaphrodites. The reason is they have a defective receptor for the testosterone, so they just can't respond to male hormones.
Well, that's not a hell of a lot different from animals like oysters that are, hermaphrodites up until a certain age, and only after that do they acquire their actual sexual life. In fact, they're a lot more tasty when they're pre-nubile. I don't know what they call them in the gastronomic world, but oysters before they've actually taken on their sex are hell of a nice. Just before that, they've got that lovely salty flavor. Really, really nice. I hope that adds to the conversation, boys and girls. Otherwise, I'll step out.
Yeah,
fucking shift right there.
My question for Wayne is why would a designer why would an all-loving God make it so that it was so easy to deny that he designed life? Because everything looks like it evolved.
Well, I mean, that's all from like somebody's perspective. Like somebody could say, like if you ask a Muslim, like when you look at the world, what do you see? And they'll be like, oh, well, I feel like Allah designed it, but they're wrong too. So.
No, but it's not about perspective though. Like it's the pattern of inheritance, we can objectively measure that, and all patterns of inheritance suggest that are consistent with the hypothesis and the mechanisms of evolution. So like I I mean, that objection doesn't work. We're not talking about something that is subjective. We're talking about something that's objective.
I know.
Can I give an example of that? Maybe this will.
Well, then, if you ask a Muslim, salt and fresh water don't even interchange. You can safely drink seawater. No.
Yeah, this thing is brackish water. But let me ask you, Wayne. Okay, let's say you're looking at something from two different perspectives. We're going to have Sam as perspective 1. We're going to have you as perspective 2. Okay. So let's use the example that you do your genomic sequencing of your genome. So we know what your genome's like, and we also look at your cousin's genome. Okay. Position 1 from Sam says, hey, you are related to your cousin because you can look at all these different mutations that are very similar. You can say there's with a surety that there was a grandparent somewhere that exists that had common ancestry that both you two are related to. That would be his way of looking at this information. Okay? Your information, if you had to present it as a case, would be you guys are not related to your grandparents, but it is just because a design. It looks like it's designed, but there's no obvious evidence there that you're related to each other. Which one do you think is more parsimonious?
Well, I'm not saying that we're not related to our grandparents. We certainly are, but
no, Wayne. I mean, that's a very specific question. Which one is more parsimonious? Because this is exactly what the argument is. You're saying that all the common descent that we see is basically that's the way it looks like. When we're saying no, we can show you evidence that you were related to your cousin to a grandparent because you had to have come by him. You had to have vertical gene transmission, had to have a lineage using that same evidence. That is what they use for common descent. So which one to you, if you had to go for a judge, which one to you is more parsimonious and would be more reasonable to you that all these different things out there are not really related to each other? You're not related to your cousin. It's just that it looks like you are? That's what I would like you to answer that.
But I'm saying I am related to my cousin. That's what I am related to my cousin, but I'm not related to like an animal.
Then you're picking and choosing.
But I know the argument for evolution is we're all animals, so we always were animals. We're not really.
What do you think an animal means when I say you're an animal? What do you think that?
That's purely based off of just people's classification system nowadays. I'm
asking you, what do you think I mean when I say that all humans are animals? I'm not saying like you don't need to provide this sociological. Like you have this tendency, Wayne, to kind of ramble about things that are completely orthogonal to what we're talking about. So I'm asking you to be a little bit concise here. What do you think I mean if I say that humans are animals?
Well, when I hear somebody say that humans are animals, what you guys are basically saying to me is that we're not humans. We're animals.
No. So what do you think that I mean? I don't mean. No. Wayne, I'm asking you a very specific question. Like, what do you think that I mean? Because you're saying, well, that's what it sounds like to me. I'm asking you, what definition do you think I'm using for animal?
From a scientific point of view, is what he's asking. What does Sam mean by that when he says you're an animal, scientifically speaking?
Well, it's two ways to look at it because
No, there's one way to look at it.
You're orthogonal again here.
Stop obfuscating, Wayne, and give me a legitimate answer because I'm trying to get where the misinterpretation is. So how are you interpreting my words?
Well, like I'm saying, there's two ways to look at this. I mean,
there's one way to look at it. Your perspective.
Well, it's one way to.
I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Wait, there's only one scientific way of looking at what it means to be an animal from a scientific point of view. So he is asking you, in reference to science, not your point of view, but in reference to how he's using the word, what do you think it means to him from a scientific viewpoint? What does it mean to be an animal?
Well, I wouldn't know because I mean scientifically, I'm just vague there. And what it means to be an animal. I'm more like into like biblical theology and
What's
stuff.
the difference?
Right. I would take it to mean that we don't have chlorophyll, we don't have photosynthesis.
Isaiah, you gave a great one yesterday.
For Arcane logo?
Well, yes. No. What is? I mean, what fundamentally when I say so I mean you're objecting, and so Wayne, there's two things here. Is first off, I'll explain what I mean when I say animal, and then also. What you've admitted here is that you don't know what definition we're operating from, and so you're just mocking us because you don't understand it. That's the first thing. The second thing is that when I say an animal, I mean something that is multicellular, something that there are other characteristics, but something that is a eukaryotic multicellular organism and it's something that feeds off of the dead matter of other organisms.
Not all animals are multicellular.
Heterotroph.
Yeah.
All animals have to be multicellular. What animals not?
And they also have to be able to move too.
Would fall under
Amoeba is an animal.
Sam, you've got to admit,
animals.
Sam, you've got to admit that there are certain human endeavors that does distinguish, or that do distinguish, between the concept of animal and human. And nobody, by doing so,
okay, so it's not multicellular, but it feeds off of the remains of something else, which just means that they're heterotrophic, and
an amoeba is an animal.
I just said that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just said scratch, single. Like, are you listening at all to what I'm saying? Or
you said it first, and I just corrected you, and now I missed it. Sorry.
Yeah, I just corrected myself. So jumping down my throat after I've corrected myself is childish.
There's been a lot of talk. We weren't all able to hear everything.
Okay, but I'm talking about something that it feeds off of other things. It's eukaryotic. I'm talking basically about a list of characteristics that are biologically true, and that humans fall under that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought amoebas were protozoa.
Yeah, they're not.
Protozoa are a type of animal. I was just double checking.
There's amoebic cells that could be animals, but how was an amoeba an animal? I thought they were protistas. Something like that.
Protist is
Protist is a type of animal.
Plant and animal characteristics.
That is correct.
But does it fall into the kingdom of animal?
No, it does not.
So
it's a member of Kingdom Protista.
Okay, so it's not a member of
if you need a reference, I'll get you one.
So it's not.
Why would that be important? I mean, it still doesn't detract from the original idea that Sam's trying to get across to us all.
Right. I mean, I thought that all animals had to be multicellular. I thought that was a prerequisite. That's why when you said amoeba, I was like, wait a minute. Amoeba is not an animal. It's a protein.
Oh, and hi, by the way, Steve. Nice to talk to you in person for once.
Oh yeah.
Who is that?
T-Rex, apparently.
Yeah, T-Rex and I go way back on many videos. He never was able to get into one of our hangouts, but we've sided with each other on multiple occasions to do battle against
so they're
uneducated masses.
They're not technically. So it looks like, at least for the amoeba Proteus, it doesn't look like it falls into Animalia.
Okay.
So.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just saying. My background is I'm a molecular biologist. This is kind of my area, but you guys start working.
It's also my area too.
Oh, all right. Well, then you know.
Come on.
Then you know they're animals. That's all.
I'll tell you right now, both of you guys are very knowledgeable in your respective fields. I mean, trust me.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to jump down each other's throats.
Can we move
on? From Wikipedia in general. So
we're getting a little pedantic. The point being made earlier basically is saying the point of it being an animal. It's just that we're not photosynthesis. We have to eat organic matter. We have certain things that biologically we are an animal that doesn't make us a plant or anything else. I think that's where Sam's kind of going with this. There's a lot of background noise.
All right, so now we know what the definition of animal is. Is there a definition?
I like where he's sorry. Okay.
Is there a definition?
So there's a way to understand that, though.
Well, yeah, we share certain characteristics with animals, so then you guys classify us as animals because we share the same, characteristics and certain things in the genome and stuff like that.
So why is that offensive?
It's more than that. Like, under the classification biologically, we are animals. Like, that's all that's being said. It has nothing to do with behavioral traits or anything else than that. Does that make sense?
Sure. So what
we're animals in the same way that we are. In the same way that we are vertebrates or we are humans. You're as much a human as you are an animal, because all it is just a label for things that contain these characteristics specifically.
Who's got Tommy Hall blocked?
He has me blocked.
He has me blocked as well.
But I mean, Tommy may have somebody blocked. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't have anybody blocked. I cleared out my list. It was nobody.
Don't look at me. I don't even know who he is.
I don't have
I'm trying to get him. So. I want to spend this hangout, but at the same time, I want to talk about vaccines. So it's like, fuck, what do I?
Oh, get your kids vaccinated. Boring topic. I want to stick with this one.
Yeah.
I want Wayne to really understand that. All we're saying when we're an animal is that we're eukaryotic. We're not a prokaryote. I mean,
I like where Sam was going. I was behind you all the way there, Sam.
Well, I mean, basically, it's things that are, things roughly that are motile, things that can move independently, things that have, a fixed body plan as they develop, and things that feed off of dead things for food. That's what an animal is, roughly speaking.
That's pretty rough, but it should be fairly good. Speaking of, I'm putting a link in the side chat here for classification for the amoeba. It is listed as a protist.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the person who came up with the term animalia, wasn't that Linnaeus? And he's a Christian?
Linnaeus was a creationist. The funny thing is, Linnaeus tried to come up with all of these different ways to say humans don't fall under the pattern of descent of apes, and he
then failed miserably.
Yeah, he basically had to concede that humans were apes.
Right. I mean, he couldn't. He looked at the evidence and said, "There's no possible other way that we're not in the same clade as apes." I mean, he didn't call it a clade, obviously.
Yeah, that's where I thought you were going with the whole animal thing. I thought you were going to start asking him what the difference between an animal and a human was.
I wanted to see what he meant by animal, because he's just out of hand ridiculing it without knowing what I'm saying. I mean, this is one of the fundamental problems in a lot of these conversations, is that, like, if you have no idea, and I don't mean this as offense, Wayne, but if you don't know what the other person's talking about, it's hard to pretend that you have an actual intellectual objection to what they're saying. Like, I'm not going to out of hand reject like specific details of theology. I happily don't know anything about theology.
Okay.
Oh, do you think that would you agree that humans are animals then, after that definition?
I'm not sure I would.
I agree. They share some of the same things with animals, but I'm not looking at this as a purely scientific argument. I'm looking at this like theologically. So no matter what, I mean, I have a friend who's an old Earth evolutionist creationist. And the only thing I can see, because he definitely did speak about this with me earlier, if humans are animals, that means that God, because God made people in the image of man, that means God in some way or form looks a little bit like an animal too. So.
Well,
wait,
no,
why
can't you?
Hold on. Does that mean
it's not that we are? I mean, we are animals, right? We do have all of those characteristics.
How
It's
about
not
this?
that we look like animals. We don't.
I have a solution to this.
Like vertebrates.
Why can't we just agree that there is two different ways of using the terminology? There's a theological way that I would agree the Bible uses the term animal differently, and there's a biological way. So if we're going to have these kind of discussions, though, when we talk about man being animals, we're talking scientifically right now. So Wayne, can you agree that from a scientific point of view, man is not an animal? And I'll be happy to concede, according to the Bible, that there's a differentiation between man and animal.
Well, from
different context. If we were having a theological context, that's a whole different framework that we're dealing with.
Okay. Well, none of you broke it down that way. I mean, scientifically, biologically, as long as it doesn't, do anything theologically, sure, I could agree with that.
Okay. Good. Yeah, we're not talking about. We're not saying that you have to accept it theologically speaking. Right.
Okay, I could agree with that.
I could totally see how, from your perspective, that according to the Bible, humans cannot be the same as animals the way He created things in Genesis, correct?
Yeah, but it's not just the Bible. It's also our laws. Where do you find animals walking into a court and asking for civil rights?
That's a good point too. I mean, we
actually,
do differentiate
all
between
the time
two
because
socially
humans
as well.
are animals.
When we say animal rights, we don't mean human rights. I mean, we're not saying like free the slaves kind of thing. Back then, we were talking about animal rights. We do distinguish between the two, so we have to understand what the framework we're talking in. And that's all we're trying to say here. And we're talking biology, then that we're an animal. If you're talking civil rights, we're not an animal. If you're talking about theology, we're not an animal. But in the biology, we are an animal. And I don't see the issue that people make of that when you're contextually talking about something in a specific framework to have a dialogue. Is that cool?
That makes sense.
Sure, but we tend to grey the areas instead of keeping the lines distinguished. We tend to grey those areas.
Not really, because we don't assign rights at the level of what a biological definition of an animal.
Yeah, I disagree with him as well. We don't assign it by a taxon. We are a human species, and that's where we assign rights by.
Yeah.
It's well.
Now, what is the distinguishing feature? How do we distinguish them?
Actually, in India, they've given dolphins human rights. Side
Who's they? Now, who's they? Did
It
you
has to
vote
do.
for them?
It has to do with their brain capacity in a sense, like
I just thought I'd throw that in there.
yeah, like monkeys and such are starting to get more rights, and so that's starting to go against animal research. And NIH in America stupidly fucking got rid of their reserves of chimps for animal research. Fuck, that was stupid. But yeah,
well, that's because we have Ingrid. That's because we have Ingrid Newkirk. I will apologize now for her for the fact that she was allowed to keep breathing after birth, or that she ever was, or that she was born in the first place. But you guys have, you Aussie people have to accept Ken Ham. You can have him back now. We'd like.
So where do you
really like that.
categorize her biologically?
What? Your sound is horrible. I can't understand what you're saying.
Sorry.
What were you saying?
No, nothing really. Forget I said anything. It was flippant anyway.
Oh, but it was funny. I caught it.
Well, we're actually making progress here, so I want Sam to continue with his dialogue with Wayne here, because Wayne's making progress. I'm so proud of him. He's come such a long way.
But my question basically is when you look at the pattern of what what things we can be classified in and what other things can be classified in, that pattern is a family tree.
Mm-hmm.
Why would God make it? Why would an all-loving God make it such that I would not be able to detect that it was His creation? That seems to be mutually exclusive with the idea, that someone with honest inquiry can't be, I guess.
God, why hide?
Mm-hmm.
If you're God, why are you hiding?
Yeah.
Because that's the only.
Because it's the greatest game of hide and seek ever.
Yeah, well, he sucks at it. He either really sucks at it, or he's the greatest stealth operative ever to. He's the greatest stealth operative ever to have been conceived.
Or we suck at finding it.
Well, Bin Laden came
well,
pretty close.
I think the real question is, let's go back to like the specifics here. Wayne, you would agree with us? One of the primary things in science is to find an explanation to observe things we observe.
Right.
Okay. So, and we want to understand that, and we want to model that, and we want to say, you know what, we really want to explain why this shit is the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
You agree that's one of the things that science does. I mean, that's actually its primary, and I would even arguably say only brilliant thing that science does is explain. But when we look at evolutionary biology, would you say that according to evolutionary biology, does it match that criteria? Does it explain observation? Because if you take umbrage to that, then and I'm going to mute Gregor here real quick because it's getting a lot of side noise. Now, if you take umbrage to that, though, you have to demonstrate that where does it fall in that? Where does it lack the ability to describe observation?
Well,
can we everybody mute their mics because we're getting a lot of feedback here.
Hello.
Yep.
Go ahead. I'm muting people because we're getting a lot of.
Well, somebody with kids.
Wayne, you were in a comment section of mine where I was correcting Kent Hovind as I usually do.
Wait! You're not changing the subject on me, Isiah. I asked him a question.
No, I'm asking a question.
Wait, let me.
I wasn't here. What was the question?
My question was, what umbrage does he have with the evolutionary model that describes observation? Where does it fail to describe what we observe?
Well, here's the thing, and I've been saying this for probably like a week now, because you guys have given me a lot to think about, And so I've thought about this, and I said, you know what? From both perspectives, it doesn't matter what it is. Evolution definitely does, it makes a good model, and creation makes a good model. So it's not the fact that that one can be right and the other can be wrong, which we know is true, but it's it's more than a scientific answer. It's a little bit more philosophical. It's
Well,
like
that depends, though. Which creationist model are you referring to? If you purport a model, like a creationist model, to describe observation, don't you think that's open to the same falsification and objective review of any other model that's been put forth?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Okay. So when we do that, and I'm sure Sam could do it pretty trivial at this point, when we falsify like the genetic diversity of two people from the creationist model, your only recourse, literally at that point, is to invoke some kind of supernatural causation, which just falls outside the purview of science. Would you agree with that? Or do you actually maintain that science can independently show the narrative of the creationist model from like either Noah or from Adam and Eve, either or, because the genetic diversity problem
from
still
like a
exists on
physical
both.
perspective, right? I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, are you done, Steve?
Oh, sure. Go for it, man.
Wayne, you were in a comment section of mine where I'm correcting Kent Hovind on Lucy, and you said she was a fraud, which I wanted to know, what evidence did you have for that?
Well, you can go in like a simple Google search to show you it was a 3 foot like monkey like creature or bones.
Well, it was a monkey, because apes are monkeys, but it was very human. Like, I would call it a proto-human.
Mm-hmm.
When you say fraud, though, explain. When you say fraud, can you please elaborate what you mean by fraud?
Well, the guy who went out and found it, he had a couple days to get back to like his lab or whatever, because he was working off of grant money, and so it just so happens that he finds Lucy in the sky with diamonds, and then he brings back his evidence, and he's like, yeah, look at what I found on like my last 2 or 3 days out there when my grant money was about to run out.
So
That's
what
a
if
main
he?
shit.
But by that same token, couldn't you make the same criticism that if he found it on the first day, that you would just say, oh, see, it's just an overeager scientist? I mean, that's fundamentally you're ascribing motives to something that you can't demonstrate.
Well, also with that being
the fraud, I'm still not understanding the allegation is fraud.
Yeah.
Okay, do you mean like he put a bunch of bones together? That he said there's 100%, a complete skeleton, whether
Well,
I think it was like 40%? Lucy was 40%.
He
Right?
definitely did find like a monkey like bones or whatever, but it wasn't a human. He saw this is like the transition.
Well, humans are monkeys according to the biology.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Again, we're talking about biology. Just like you accepted animal in the biological terms, it's no different than accepting the term monkey or ape as biological terms. Let's stay in context here. Stay in the framework we're working with here.
Well,
there's one other thing to say is Lucy's not the only Australopithecus afarensis we've found.
Yeah,
Correct.
and members of her species aren't only 3 feet tall. I mean, Big Man is 5 feet tall. He's as big as me.
Here, I put a link in the side. That's the specimens we've found.
Yeah,
Just
she's not a
the
unique.
wiki.
She's not a unique specimen of her species, Wayne. You do realize that, right? It's not like there's only one, Australopithecus afarensis. How do you pronounce the last one?
Afarensis.
Afarensis. God, I always have a hard time with that for some reason. She's not the only member of that.
Well, I think that's the only one I've heard of. Let me click the link. Give me like 2 minutes to look at this.
We found more, and we found much better skeletons.
Wayne, can you look up Big Man? Because he's a 5 foot tall. He's a 5 foot tall male species.
All right, give me 1 minute. I'm looking.
Lucy's like the poster child for that species.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, why is it that we found so? I mean, even if we disregard Lucy, what about all of the other transitional fossils in the human lineage that we've found?
From what I know,
Which are hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands, Wayne. I mean, this is not like single, isolated instances. We found so many different fossils, and we have a pretty good complete picture.
Have you heard of Artie?
Go ahead.
Have you heard of Artie?
No, I haven't heard it already, but I think I did tell you guys if I mean from also I mean just because everything can be drawn back to theology because the things that the observations that we can see they come from like theories that we can observe. So like uh even a creation account, a creation says that we all came from a common designer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then if you go back far enough, there's going to be something in that historical story that you can't observe. Like we can't observe God in the Garden of Eden making Adam and Eve or God making the world. But from the evidence that we do have, that's strong evidence for the evidence that we don't have.
Wayne, my question is, on what day did God create human-like apes?
Well, that's the thing. You're assuming that God made them. If they did exist, the only thing I could even because I'm thinking about this from like a theological perspective, and I know a lot of Christians will send me to hell for this, but from what the Book of Enoch says, it says that people were mixing DNA and stuff like that back like a couple years ago. People were doing stuff with DNA, so I mean that could be another thing where maybe all the evidence for natural selection is evidence for artificial evolution.
But here's the thing. I have a question here for Wayne. Wayne, why do you try to evaluate these issues from a biblical point of view?
Well, I'm a Christian, so anytime I look at any observation, I see if it can fit into my worldview.
But shouldn't isn't that a little bit backwards though? Shouldn't you adjust your worldview with new evidence?
Well, if the evidence like contradicts the Bible or whatever like that, sure.
But you don't
not
seem
so
to
much
be
the
doing
Bible.
that. We're talking about something that may potentially contradict the Bible, and you're rejecting it out of hand. That seems to be a little bit inconsistent with what we were just discussing.
Well, all I can even say is I guess I'll do some more research tonight. But you guys are a little bit changing my mind a little bit on this. So.
It's good you're
Well,
open-minded.
my goal is not to change your mind so much, Wayne, but my goal is to say, I mean, you keep saying everything from a biblical perspective or from a theological perspective, and it seems like you rule out any other perspective. You don't seem to incorporate new facts into your perspective.
I would say, Sam, from a young Earth creationist perspective, there are other creationist models that would be able to fit this in easily. I mean, because
Fiona just isn't a biblical literalist. You don't need to be a biblical literalist.
Right. Or he said he had a friend that's a theistic evolutionist. So there are models. I mean, there are belief systems out there that could incorporate it. The Young Earth model cannot. There's just no possible way that. And when I had asked for like a simple evidence of what the science indicates for Young Earth, of course it's always these things that just do not exist. They're basically falsified claims. And so the Young Earth model systematically is what I'm just trying to destroy because it cannot be.
It's not viable at all. Yeah.
Because if somebody says, you know what, I get the science, I agree with it, but I believe that God did it from the very beginning. You can't falsify that. You can't argue with that. I'm fine with that position. I really am. I really don't take umbrage to that at all.
Wayne, since you watched my video, were there any arguments I used that you had a problem with?
Well, I watched like the first 13 minutes, and the thing with the population, I remember that other video I showed you. I'll look over it tonight, and what I'll do is, if it's okay with you, because I'm not like all with like the video and stuff like that, I'll make a PowerPoint, and I'll break it down like point by point and talk about the things I don't agree on your video.
No, I wasn't talking about population. I was talking about mitochondrial ease.
Mhm.
Yeah. Did you disagree with the calculations I did?
What I'll do is when I'm doing the video, I'll have the video playing like side by side or something like that, or is it okay if I take like snippets of your video just so like and put it in my video so like I don't forget or whatever?
Sure.
All right.
I wish we could do response videos like in the old days on YouTube. If anyone remembers those times, you could actually do a response video, and it would be underneath the video, the main video that you were doing a response to. Fuck, that made things so much easier.
Yeah, just put like a link in the description or something.
Well, I mean, my question for Wayne would be is, Wayne, it seems like a lot of your resistance to us talking about evolution comes from, your theological perspective. Could you explain why you have that perspective?
Well, biblically from the Bible, I can't see how evolution from like.
Well, I'm not asking that, Wayne. I'm asking why do you accept the Bible?
Oh, why do I accept the Bible? Well, from what I observe, like basically like in nature, like whatever made nature had to be supernatural, it had to be outside of nature because nature couldn't have made itself. So and then the Bible, it's one of the only creation stories that actually have that account right because a lot of other creation stories they have this creator that's inside of his creation and he's making stuff already. But if that's the case, he didn't create anything; he was already a part of the creation. So I mean that's one. But from what we know or from what we observe today, it backs up what the Bible teaches as far as I know. Now for the stuff that you guys are bringing up to me, I'll definitely look it up tonight or even when we get off this call, or even right now. And
so I have another question that's connected to that. Was it this line of reasoning that convinced you to have this view on theology, or was it because or did you already have this view on theology?
Well, you're
using the reasoning.
I didn't come from a Christian family, but what happened was
that's basically what I'm asking.
I became a Christian in 2009. Then I started getting into like the Young Earth Creationist stuff like 3 years ago. But if what you guys are telling me is true, then that means that it's false. But I'll definitely do my research tonight. I wouldn't have a problem with changing my view.
Exactly, that's what it's all about.
What else could you ask for from somebody? That to me is like the greatest sign of intellectual honesty that I could ever ask for from somebody.
Well, here's the thing too. I talked with Kent Hovind a couple of days ago, and I was trying to explain to him, like, I think that from what you guys are telling me, that the whole, change of kinds arguments against evolution, that's one of those arguments that creationists shouldn't use because you guys aren't saying there was a change of kind. I'm correct, right?
Yeah.
What is
the way he's saying it. Yeah, I mean, put it in a nutshell. Yeah, we've had this discussion with him, and I know what he's referring to. Yeah, things do not change kinds because it always has to have the same taxonomy that it had prior. So that's why when he says when dogs have populations of non-dogs, that goes against the law of monophyly because dogs have populations. Right.
And tell Hovind, when you call him next time, tell him to stop asking to see an ape turn into a human again.
That's another absurdity.
This is what I'll do. The next time I talk to Kent or whatever, I guess.
Yeah, there's an echo. Someone needs to mute.
Testing.
The next time when I talk to him, I guess I'll try and get him like on a panel where like it's because maybe I'll ask him to debate some of you guys because he's better at it than me or whatever.
Well, not interested in debate.
No, I'm not either. I mean, he's talked
about another question is why do you trust Kent Hovind as a source on science?
When you guys from what you guys are telling me about like the whole change of kinds argument, it's not that I trust him. It's just that he was the first person I heard the arguments from. But like I said, if you guys can disprove his arguments, then he needs to change his arguments, and that's what I was trying to say. Where the whole change of kinds arguments coming from Young Earth Creationists, if what you guys are telling me about the theory is true, they should drop it. They should stop using it. Just like when you guys told me, that the 70% model, whatever, is wrong. I'm like, oh, well, I should stop using it. It's not right.
Well, there's one other thing. This isn't answering my question. I'm wondering, why do you trust Kent Hovind? Because this is a guy who doesn't have any credentials in science. He's a convicted fraud. He hasn't gone through any of the training that would be necessary, and he's been corrected on a lot of things. There are hours and hours of footage of actual, either scientists or lay people pointing out, oh look, he's making this error.
He actually recently said cyanide wasn't poisonous. He's actually been arguing for a while. Yeah. Dude, I mean, he freaking for his kid's business, for his son's business, Eric Hovind, he basically endorsed these pills, vitamin B17,
B17.
apricot seeds. Yeah, apricot seeds, and they actually contain cyanide that are tantamount to basically
technically they
suicide.
don't contain cyanide.
They don't contain cyanide. They contain amygdalin.
They contain an element. They contain a chemical that converts to cyanide in your digestive system.
Yeah. And then
the key thing is that the places he recommends to go buy it at $60 a bottle, if you look at the website, Ken Hovind's son, Eric Hovind, is the webmaster.
Yeah, he owns the website.
So they're con artists. They don't give a damn.
Wow.
And what's funny is the first time when he after he got out of prison, when he starts talking about this, he basically, if you watch the video, he says, "Look, I just ran across this really amazing stuff called B17." It's like he never heard of it before. It was so disingenuous because of course he had, because his son freaking owns the damn company.
Yeah. Anyway, the important thing there is that you think for yourself, and you test what you discover. You observe, you look for yourself, buddy, man. I mean, otherwise you are basically just a sucker for accepting whatever comes your way because it sounds good or because it's popular.
Right, and if you're going to use science to refute science, that's fine. But if you use some kind of really straw man version of science, then you're not really doing anybody any justice.
Well, yeah, I
can
agree
with the actual arguments.
I can agree with that, and from what I'm hearing now, because here's the thing, like from what you guys are saying, he's a con artist, he's this and that. A lot of people, like because like the guy, what's the guy's name? Bernie Madoff or all these other famous con artists. A lot of people didn't know they were con artists until it was too late or whatever, and people were trying to tell them. And you got to remember, like they're good at what they do. So that's all I can even say.
Hovind is very good at what he does.
Yeah, that's a shitty argument, because every single bloody tank on the planet Earth is a freaking bunch of con artists. The only reason they're not in jail is because they're too big to fail.
But you got to do this. You got to do like the Socratic method or something. You got to do something like for example, when I had asked you, give me one good evidence for Young Earth Creationism. And do you remember what you said in the side chat?
Yeah, I said like soft dino tissues,
right,
protein and diamonds.
And what is the first question I asked you about that? What you think in science says that soft tissue, and it was heme, by the way, could not have existed for 65 million years? That has to be backed by a study that says that. That cannot be just opinion. What would be the science that says, you know what? We've demonstrated that this is not possible to have this material around for 65 million years, when her paper did demonstrate how exactly it was possible. She did a very good job explaining how it was possible. That's how science is done.
Yeah, it had to be remineralized as well. It wasn't exactly,
Yeah, it was soaked for like in acid for like what day?
Yeah.
But I mean, to falsify that, you have to be able to say, well, we can't. It's according to science, we cannot have soft tissue because, and then cite the paper that has demonstrated why we can't have soft tissue last that long. There are things that have to do with degradation, but they're not in relationship to what she's found in her studies. They're talking about how long DNA would be like in a solution, because obviously it's water. DNA would be water soluble. It'll break down in certain things. There's a solubility factor. I think what's water soluble, right? It's also for alcohol too, right? Doesn't it break down?
Yeah, DNA is it's polar, so it'll be dissolved by a polar solvent.
Yeah, because it's going to have a negative on one end and a positive on the other end. So,
yeah.
I mean, so that's the kind of thing I want Wayne to do. I want him to analyze each claim he runs across and says, okay, from a scientific standpoint, does this make sense? And how do I argue this? Either way, how would I argue that scientifically for it? How do you argue scientifically against it? And I think that's one of the best methodologies you can use against Young Earth Creationists to demonstrate that every single one of his claims is demonstrably false when it comes to science. I can't address the historical, the biblical.
Well, here's the thing too. It seems like because of it seems like every time you guys bring because the whole thing when I was talking about like changing kinds or whatever like that with Hovind, it seems like people aren't for changing their opinion based off the evidence, and so I'm like, wow, like if this is true, no matter what anybody says to a lot of these people, they won't change their mind. I'm definitely willing to change minds, but these people have been doing this for like the last 40 years or whatever. So
Well,
Right,
Camp
but
Hovind
you-
income depends upon it. You got to think
Yeah.
about that too.
Hovind was told back in the 90s Lucy's knee was not found miles
Right.
away from her body, and he used that argument in 2005.
And that's a well-known mistake that he made. Based
Here's
upon
the thing.
misunderstanding.
If I can make a recommendation to Wayne, is to not go on the internet to learn these things. There are a lot of really good books out there that explain both the theory of evolution and explain evidence for it. Like, there were a couple of books that have come out recently that I really personally like, and I can send you the Amazon links to those books. But the point being is that you have to be very careful of not only that you're learning to make sure that you're learning, but how you're learning, and if you're learning from legitimate sources. So I can recommend a few books, because honestly, that's going to be a lot more useful. Also, I can recommend you like 3 or 4 books that I really like that I think would be very useful, even some of them written by Christians.
I don't know if I had the money to buy 3 or 4 books, but if you recommend,
No, you can read these books online. You can go to Google Books and, like, for example, like your inner fish. There's actually an online version, and there's also a condensed version that just basically has the highlights of it in a slide. So
I mean, it's fundamentally it's being willing to. It's being willing to spare. If you're willing to spend the money on 1 or 2 books, I mean, that'll probably be like $20, $30 at the most.
Oh, that's not bad.
You don't even need to buy books, really. I mean, Howard Hughes' medical dude.
I like hard copy, but I can understand. You can Google Books
We
has
got
a
some
lot of
massive
books,
thing
man.
going on somewhere.
Okay, everyone, plug in headphones.
Let's try testing.
It's not my echo.
Testing.
You don't really need to even buy books. Like,
Coursera, yes, Coursera.
NIH, you can find a lot of things on biology just by the little book section, full access as well. And then, like the link I provided there, they've got a lot of teaching and student material, but also like videos. The videos for some of us in this hangout are a bit too basic, but for people just starting out, Himi's Bio Interactive is really good. So you don't even really need to buy books, but if it also depends on like your learning type. I forgot what the word's called, but some people are visual learners, some people like to read things, so it also depends on that kind of thing. But
It depends on what autodidact you are. If you're autodidactic,
that one.
then
That's
yeah. And I think that everybody here is probably partly autodidactic in some ways. This is a pretty, obviously, intellectual group. Nobody here I would be a moron, except for people that have echo. But other than that,
Yeah, who the fuck has echo?
it's Isiah. I'm gonna call you out, man. But I mean, we're actually having a civil conversation. But anyways, that's the way I look at it. That I think everybody has kind of an ability to learn things if they have a honest inquiry to do so.
Yeah.
So I've linked 4 books here. In total, with shipping, it can't be more than $50 or $60. It's not, and all of those are good because they're written for the general public.
Yeah, and I recommend the one by Jerry Coyne too. Coyne. Why Evolution is Coyne. Yeah, Jerry Coyne. Why Evolution is True. I have read that book before. I actually have a hard copy actually here somewhere. It's actually my roomie's version. But yeah, that's a really good book. I have not read The Greatest Show on Earth, but I'm familiar with it enough to know that it's Richard Dawkins but.
I mean, the fundamental thing that I'm getting at is that there are good ways of learning this stuff, even if you're not in a university. And like a great starting place is any of these books. Like I would recommend that almost over going into like YouTube videos or anything. Like because
I like Aaron Ra.
Aaron Ra's videos are only about arguing over they're only about arguing about creationism. Like they're phrased in terms of arguing.
Look at his he has a second series of videos.
I like his phylogeny challenge. I think that's a great place to start if you want to
like I said,
understand cladistics.
But the thing is he's coming at it from trying to argue against creationism versus starting with trying to learn about evolution and biology.
I would agree.
To learn the best biological viewpoint. It's not to argue against someone else.
He has a second set of movies, and videos that are pure classroom instruction videos, where he tones down the rhetoric, or the aggression, I should say, and just goes into the science of it, and tries to break it down into simple concepts.
Like, he did one recently on photosynthesis that I found enjoyable, even though it's old news to me. Like, if you're inclined to learn about fucking photosynthesis, it's more about, educational kind of stuff. But it's recent content. I think the past few months he's been doing it.
Yeah.
Just FYI, there's if anybody plans to leave anytime soon, there Alexia Richardson says she likes to join us. So I'm not asking anybody to leave.
Oh yeah, the dog guy.
That he is. Sorry. But just FYI, if somebody just wants to make room for somebody to come in and ask questions, I'm just throwing that out there. Okay. Thank you. As you were.
I mean, my point would be is that you should spend time learning. There's a reason why you learn the basics before you learn the complex stuff. And all of those books that I linked are basic enough that if you have a degree in biology, you don't need to read those books because a lot of the evidence is a lot of the ideas are stuff that you've already learned, but it's great if you don't have that educational background. That's the reason. I think too many people on YouTube are like, look, I dive into all of this, and then you ask them a basic question about some study they cite, and they don't understand it, and it's because, fundamentally, you got to walk before you run.
Would you say that they're pretty good as primers? If you want to get a primer to somebody on basic biology, the books you listed would probably be the best source
for evolution. Yeah, for evolution, yeah. For stuff like molecular biology and just intro biology, I think you kind of got to get a textbook, but textbooks can be very dry.
Guys, just briefly, Steve, you said there was somebody who was trying to get in.
Yes, Alexia Richardson would like to join us.
Do you want me to drop off? I don't mind dropping out, Steve, if you want.
Completely up to you.
All right, I'll give her a go. If I can get in later on, guys, until then, see you guys.
Yeah, I'm keeping this open for 8 hours today. It's just going to run until it ends 8 hours. So
no problem. I'll drop out. I'll drop out and give her a go, guys. Thanks a lot for having me anyway, mate.
Yes, always a pleasure.
See you, bud.
Nice to meet you.
And you, mate.
Alexia, if you're listening still, because you only posted this a few minutes ago, we have made room for you. It's just like a 30-second delay, so.
Actually, this is my first time doing this. I'm like a virgin.
No shit, dude. Yeah, you know how many times I've tried to get you in these freaking hangouts?
I never. Well, so I'm across the pond here, man. I don't get a chance to.
Well, that's one of the reasons I liked having this one earlier today than normally what I do, because I have them usually late at night, and you're always complaining. I'm 8 hours ahead or whatever. But I've been trying to get you in these things forever, because I know you have. You've watched some of the hangouts we've had. You've had, I'm sure, lost your mind on a few of them.
I'm just waiting for me to. But
did Sam accidentally leave, or he just had to go, or?
I don't know.
But anyway, Sam makes some very good points. I mean, I like I said, I have read that book a long time ago, and I still have it here, which is the what was it? Why Evolution is True. But I mean, yeah, for a primer, those things are going to be the best way to go. I mean, start from the very basics.
Steve, I thought you were British for some reason.
No, I live in California, man.
Oh, you're. Oh.
Yeah.
All right. And welcome, Seth, back again. We were making room for Alexia. FM took his spot. But I'm fine with it for right now because I don't know if he still wants to get in. So we're just going to go as is. I don't mind having Neff here, only for the fact that Wayne is the only Young Earth Evolutionist or Young Earth Creationist here. So maybe
no one wants
Neff here.
No one wants Neff here. He's a piece of shit. Fuck Neff.
Is even Neff free?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Whoops.
Is who here?
I looked at the name, then I looked at the fucking photo thing. I'm like, wait,
but
what?
I mean, I want Wayne to hear what Nephilim has to say from a very uneducated point of view to what Sam would say and what T-Rex would say, because it's apples and oranges here. I mean, it's really different.
Here's the thing, guys. From like the last couple of weeks since we've been talking, you guys gave me a lot of new information. And here's the thing, I didn't know about it. Nobody told me about it. So if that's the case, like, why are these guys still using these old arguments or whatever? Like, because I definitely understand now, like the change of cons argument. That's not what you guys are saying. So
I've asked that question a billion times. I have no idea. That's the question I want to ask Hovind, because he has said he will not use these arguments anymore, because he said he got them from ICR or CRI. He said he didn't validate them, he didn't research them, he found them online and he took and ran with them. And he basically has been shown that these arguments are invalid, but he still uses them, and that's a question I wanted to have asked.
But he shouldn't. It's like I don't use the 70% argument, and I'm going to stop using the change of cons argument, because if that's not what you guys are saying, and that's just basically it's a straw man.
I can actually tell you exactly why he still uses those arguments.
They work for him.
He's dishonest.
Yeah. They work. Because he'll get people that don't understand, like you said, Wayne. Why didn't anybody explain these things to us? That's what you basically said. These people they don't have the basics to explain to understand. Some of us go back many years. I'm not in the field of biology.
One second.
I go back shit ton of years.
Who's dishonest? Who are we talking about?
Hovind.
Ah, yeah.
Just unanimous.
People ask that. Why didn't anybody explain the basics to us? Because once we explain the basics to somebody, they're like, holy shit, you can see right through his arguments. Nephilims are a little more complicated, I will admit that, but they're no less trivial to debunk.
I tell you what, Wayne, you're on the right track, if that means anything.
Thank you. It's just weird, because you gotta understand, like, I've been listening to, like, not just Hovind, but just the whole Young Earth thing for years and years and years, I haven't been listening to your arguments from the right perspective, because the way that like Ken Ham or what's another guy, Jason Law or somebody like that, the way they present your arguments, they make it seem like, oh, well, they believe in a change of kind. We haven't observed the change of kind, therefore it's not science. But then when I talk to you guys say, no, we don't believe in a change of kind. We know that's not science. We're just saying we're different species. And I'm like, oh, okay, so they should stop using the argument.
And Wayne, would you also have been surprised to have learned, a while back, that speciation, which is a very fundamental thing in biological evolution, is required for the creationist model. A lot of people that even are creationists don't recognize that unless you go to a creationist webpage, and then they explain to you have to have speciation in both models. Because I've had people argue, we've never witnessed speciation. I'm like, then you don't accept evolutionary biology, and you also don't accept creationism, because they both have to have speciation.
This is wild.
A little bit, but
creation actually calls for some pretty extreme speciation. I mean, depending on the creationist model, you have an elephant on the ark, and then how many years after the ark you have to have woolly mammoths, elephants, and something else?
Mastodons.
That's some wild speciation.
Right, and if you figure 4 generations per 100 years, then basically they're saying in 100, 200 years, you've had 4 different types of speciation events and migrated from all the way from one part of the world to Canada and North America, and it's impossible. You cannot have hyperspeciation like that. Like, for example, Wayne, have you ever heard Ken Hovind ask, why don't we ever see a monkey today, and I'm not talking about a human, I'm talking about a non-human monkey, give birth to a human?
Right.
I think a better question
because that would be utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, I think a better question would be like, did he taste Bubba's ass in the shower?
It's basically a ridiculous argument because that's not how it works, and that's not what any evolutionists on the planet or biologists would ever say. That's how it happens. None of them, zero.
But then you also have to understand that Kent seems to think that evolution covers all of science.
Right. Yeah, with
the six kinds of evolution.
Yeah.
Nonsense.
Nonsense?
This can't all
qualify
be
as
chalked up.
nonsense.
This can't all be chalked up to ignorance either, because if you watch some of his earlier videos and you see him quote mine, he'll put ellipses in important parts where he's specifically leaving out. He's got to read the whole thing, cut this out to make it sound like something else, and that's clearly what he does.
He doesn't do that so much anymore, but his early days he did do that. Yes.
Dude, he was like the pioneer. Hold on, Pinhole was like the pioneer of that. So where do you think they all get that from?
Oh no, there were people. There were many people before him. I mean, look at Henry Morris. Look at Dwayne.
Kent just popularized it.
Yeah.
Kent is a very
I
effective
would say this. Kent made it bite-size. He made these little slides where he did exactly what Seth would say. He quoted. He put ... that eliminated the very contingent thing that had to do with the relevancy, and then goes on to another conclusion. So it was a disjunction between this and that he put together because of the ellipses in a little bite-sized morsel for people to digest and go, oh shit.
And he got everybody to call him doctor.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
When you look at the actual text, he left out critical information.
Well, he is known in the phone book, so you know.
Okay. MMA. I'd like a link to that channel if you wouldn't mind.
Oh yeah. I thought I was just about to say was that to me. YouTube.
Hold on one moment, guys.
Because I'm way behind on the conversation because I don't grasp all of it. I am not a geneticist or even necessarily a biologist. I've got some college level coursework into biology, but not to the degree that you guys have.
That's all good. Yeah, so it's made by professors and such, but they talk to other members in other fields, and it's very basic, but it's very well made.
Hey guys.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Honestly,
okay.
I will take. You know what? I'll take it. It doesn't matter.
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
That's what she said.
I'll be right back. I'm about to explain to my friend basically what you guys have just been telling me about how we should stop using that argument, and I'm trying to break it down to my friend. He's like, "Oh my God, you're an evolutionist now," and I'm like, "No, but you guys are making good arguments." So I'll be back.
A bad argument is a bad argument. I mean, if say you take some random atheist and you have a bad argument against Christianity, I mean, wouldn't you want to call them out and say, "Don't you?" For example, let's say they use the argument. The Bible says that Christ is actually an incarnation of Mephistopheles. Okay, I mean that would be a bad argument because there's nothing to support that in the Bible, correct?
Right. Well,
so if that was an argument, you would want
like if they because it's one thing to not know, but it's a whole other thing to know and then tell somebody, oh well, this is what the other people believe. It's like how well, I guess Mormonism isn't even misinterpreted. It's just crazy. But what's another religion that's misinterpreted? I guess.
Well, it doesn't matter any religion. If any religion that you have a misinterpretation of, I'm gonna take it and correct it. If somebody says, well, Christians believe this when I know they don't, I will correct the person and say, no, there's no Christian on the planet that has that belief system.
It's like a lot of people who try to get onto Baptists about thinking that the wafer is going to turn into Christ's flesh in their mouth.
That's stupid.
What part of the flesh?
I have a theory about that. No.
So we know it couldn't be 100% from the nether region because Jesus was circumcised, wasn't he, as a Jew?
Yeah. Where do you think that flesh came from?
That can't turn into
the wafer represents the foreskin, doesn't it?
I don't think I'd be able to eat that fucking stuff again. God damn. Imagine Jesus' fucking penis and foreskin.
Well, I mean, you know, that's the whole.
And that's the one. The one would be the blood from the snip.
Actually,
you hold on. You gotta drink that snip. You gotta drink it.
If you're a turmoil, yeah.
I've got to
The
look.
old school-
I've got to look this up. I got to see what some church's doctrine is on whether or not. I mean, some church might have a doctrine that Jesus was born circumcised, being perfect.
Actually, the Bible. Actually, the Bible gives it. The Bible actually makes the citation, and I forget exactly where it was. Mary removed his foreskin herself.
Wow.
I may be remembering that incorrectly, but I do remember a reference to Jesus being circumcised.
Fucked up.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna look that up.
I had a friend when I was growing up. I guess he became Jewish. I mean, just like when I was in high school. He got circumcised at a much later age. Can I just recommend everybody don't bother, because he was not a happy camper for a very long time.
Okay.
According to Luke,
it's Luke 2:21. 8 days after his birth, he was in fact circumcised.
That's interesting. Wouldn't it have been interesting if he was born circumcised? I mean,
without a belly button would be cool too.
Yeah.
Without an anus would be better.
And nipples.
Kim Jong-il right there.
I started something with the nipple thing, I think. Okay.
Dude, come on, that was the greatest thing I've ever heard. The males have nipples to prevent food from spilling out.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, that was good.
I love that though. That's great. I'm so going to use that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that came up earlier.
No, say it again. I'm not sure I heard that.
The reason
Men
we
have-
have nipples is to help hold in the food.
Men have nipples to help hold in the food so it doesn't spill out.
Did somebody say that seriously, or
a
Yes.
science teacher?
A science teacher told him this.
Yes.
Probably Kent Hovind.
Well, he's not a science teacher.
Yeah, true.
I'm
That'd be
not,
the
I'm not
problem.
drunk enough for this. This is ridiculous.
Well, it's the same thing like, Josiah when he comes in here and says his physics teacher told him that evolution violates the second law of thermodynamics. I'm like, well, no, how come your physics teacher doesn't have a Nobel Prize? That's riddle me that there, sporty.
Yeah, somebody explained that one to me.
Oh no, I had explained this to Neff the other day. Neff thinks that entropy is a decrease in information and complexity.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. Neff has the brain power of a diseased amoeba that's already been cut in half. Okay.
That is an understatement.
I would love for Neff to take a course in thermodynamics. I would pay him. I would actually probably pay for him to take a course.
I know the very
in
basics of thermodynamics, and it's very obvious just knowing what it is, what entropy is. It's an increase in complexity.
You know what? I wouldn't even say that though. I mean, when you're talking about entropy, you're talking about different things. As far as if you want to use it for information, you're talking about what's a comparison of microstates to macrostates. Okay, it's the amount of information required to describe a system if you're going to be using it that way.
Right. In an ordered system, you have like a box with two different gases, one on each side, and then a more complex system would be any mixing of the two because there's more ways to describe the system.
Correct. But let me ask you this. Okay, suppose I have I have like I don't know. I'm taking books and I have two cells, one on one side and one on another side. And on one side I orderly put the books in and I lay them down nicely in order, and the other one I just toss the books in. Is there really that much change of entropy between the two sides? The answer is no. They're actually almost identical as far as entropy.
And in fact, there is no change in information involved in that.
There's still, well, the bigger factor is the fact that thermal equilibrium to each other. That's the bigger factor. So even if the information itself is not a primary thing for entropy, because you're talking about the delta S. So I may have two states of a system where I'm just randomly tossing in books, and one of them I'm laying them nice and neat, but the entropy between the two systems are not that different. It's insignificant if you go by the information, because they are still at the thermal equilibrium point. Does that make sense? So you got to take a lot of these things to account. It's not just one size fits all when you're talking about entropy.
I know, right?
I don't know that much about thermodynamics. I just
let's put it this way.
Neff said that it seemed to suggest that there was entropy decreases complexity or information. I knew that wasn't correct.
Yeah, that's if I have Seth, if I have a deck of cards that I just pull out of a deck, okay, and it's nice and ordered, okay, you would say that there's pretty, low entropy in that deck, right? If I have the same deck that's disordered, okay, but I didn't shuffle, okay, that's a key thing. I didn't shuffle it. It's just disordered. Those two decks are basically at the same entropic level. Now, if I actually did the shuffling, then the entropy is being induced from the work of my muscles to actually produce the shuffle to cause these things to be mixed up. That's where the entropy comes in. Now it's at a higher state of disorder because of a process from work done on the system, which is a thermodynamic system. That's why it's at a higher entropy. But if I just have two card decks, and one's ordered and one's not ordered, at the same temperature with no work done on either one, they are, for all practical purposes, at the same entropic level.
Nah, you're full of shit. God damn it, Steve.
Prove me wrong. No, I'm just kidding. No, but that's a lot of things. It's hard to get your head around that.
I mean, it's simple. It's simple. I mean, like that. Like the second law applies to closed systems. The Earth's not. It's an open system. Basically, genetic changes occur and can be passed down and stuff like that. Life's anti-entropic, so it can self-replicate without breaking down like in a closed system. The energy can come from the sun. So yeah.
Yes. Yeah, a biological system. You can have a local decrease in entropy and have a high net, higher state of entropy into the universe. So yeah, biology has energy coming in. Obviously, it's not an isolated system. So I don't know where they get that second law crap from, which is an isolated system. That's what it talks about. An isolated system will tend to entropic decay or heat death.
Herpaderp.
Of course, they're not going to suggest that this is even a thing. They're going to demand that because I can apply one to physics, that I must be able to apply the same thing to any other concept, including information, which I might note they refuse to define. They can't define information in the context they're trying to use it. And that's my problem with that argument.
It's nonsense to say there's other definitions for information when we're talking about, the evolution theory or whatnot, if that's what you mind in abstracts.
Then define it.
Sure. Yeah, knowledge conveyed from a sender to a receiver using a language agreed upon by both parties.
Okay.
Now, if it doesn't meet all those criteria, it's not going to be information. Let me give you an example. Okay.
Before you give that,
two people that are stargazing, and one of them looks at a star and he sees that the star is particularly blue, and now he's gained knowledge about that star. His knowledge is by observation that the star is particularly blue. But there's no information yet, because no information has been created. There's only mind in the sender's mind, knowledge in the mind of the sender. Now he turns to the other stargazer and says, "Do you see that star? It's particularly blue." The other person hears the knowledge conveyed from the sender. He's the receiver, and now information has been created. Informing has taken place. So until the information knowledge is conveyed, there's no information.
That's
wow,
incredibly simplistic.
That's incredibly accurate, is what that is.
No, that's very oversimplified.
So you guys are complete reality denialists, right? Complete reality.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the case. No.
Distance of information and its transmission are two different things.
So if information does not require an informer, how is it informing? How is it information?
Well, for one, when you're talking about, like, let's say, genetics or anything in general, but let's just limit it to genetics, right? We're talking about the genes and stuff like this, and how this information is usually invoking, like, the traits and functions of living organisms, and that's usually subject to natural selection, genetic mutation, gene flow, and genetic drift.
Yada yada. You didn't explain that thing. You never do, Wolf.
Don't you talk over me. Hey, don't make me discipline you, boy.
That's not an explanation, right? So tell me again. Let me
ask you a question. If we have a population where there's genetic variations happening,
No,
and that they're being selected for by natural selection. Is that not focusing on different source of information? Is that not a change at all?
I would like an example of information that doesn't require an informer. Somewhere where we know that the manifestation of information. Okay,
That might be the etymology of the word. However, that's not what the word means now.
So,
I don't. We're talking. Hang on, you guys. Everybody's talking about different meanings. Okay.
There is only one.
He's talking about one. Etymology of the word information, and I'm not going to even disagree with him on the way he's actually stating it. But in modern vernacular, I don't think that's exactly how the term information is used.
Right. I have a better definition that I think might pass muster here is facts provided or learned about something or someone.
Now, I would accept
And you don't have to have an informer to learn something.
That's right. I would accept that. I would accept that definition because you have to have information before it can be transmitted.
Well, let's see if genetic information complies with that limited definition of information.
Well, wait, no, hang on, Nephilim. If I look at something, can I?
Yeah, let's do that because that's the claim.
No. Can I visibly observe information? If I can look at the sun and I see the sun is 10 degrees off the horizon,
that's not.
Do I need somebody? That's information that's being conveyed to me. I'm getting information.
Who's conveying it?
That's the whole point. There isn't any conveyance. It's still I'm getting information. My brain is processing what you would call information.
Then there's no informing, right?
Well, that's irrelevant.
It's completely irrelevant.
So
let's
see if genetic information passes your criteria for
genetic information. Well, let's get a definition.
Why did you skip my question?
Genetic.
Yeah, he had a really good question. If he has a sextant pointing at the horizon, and
I addressed your question.
No, you didn't.
No, you haven't.
No,
you didn't even touch it, Neffy.
Okay, so
Try
this is
again.
Let's say you use a tool. Let's say I look a bit more specific. We use a sextant.
Why don't you guys come to a Christian hangout where you don't have the chance to talk over endless?
Neff, you're not answering the question. You said 5 people will tell you you're not answering the question.
Debate somebody and people will listen.
Would you like to answer the question? I'll give you plenty of time to answer it.
He failed.
God, bitch.
That was a coward. We all know this.
Boys and girls, you've just witnessed when Evan gets called out on a bad argument.
Yeah, Neff's a coward. We all know this.
Why are you talking about me?
Responsibility here for Neffy running away with his tail.
That was my argument that took him down. Thank you very much.
Yes, it was Tyrannosaurus.
Help
but I was the one that started the call out.
This was a group effort.
I'll split it with you.
Thank you.
I was in there.
I'll split it with everybody.
I got at least one punch in.
Well, that's the whole thing. When you have an argument, you dissect the argument, and if he's going to go one way, then he has to be consistent on it, and he was very inconsistent.
He doesn't know what consistency is.
Welcome back.
Oh, yay!
No, listen, I want to make a suggestion, okay?
Go for it, dude.
Okay.
By all means.
Here's my suggestion is, did you guys learn how to have cordial discussions with people instead of talking over and endlessly somebody with an opposing? See, you're doing it now. You're doing it now.
No,
you do the same
you're doing it now.
You clearly can't complain.
See, so so you can have a cordial discussion where people, because people just don't believe that somebody who refuses to allow their opposition to have a say has anything worth listening to. You guys aren't going to win any.
You mean the way creationists like to
wait, guys,
like to kill the comments on their boards?
Wow, so I can't even finish my comment.
Nothing of that. Let's have Nephilim answer the question. That's
so,
all.
Okay.
Go ahead, Nephilim, answer the question.
See, there it goes. So my suggestion is you guys either graduate from grade school or
wow, this comes from an ex-photographer. Why don't you fuck up this hangout?
Because then you'll have somebody to debate.
So Nephilim,
go run away like a little bit.
So basically, he refused to answer the question, and that was obvious to everybody.
So my suggestion is for you guys to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, he got burned, and it's not unusual. He's trivial.
Did he fail again?
Yeah,
again.
Hey guys.
Did I not give him many opportunities to answer that very simple question?
You did.
He wasn't going to answer the question. It actually made sense.
Guys.
Two people with a brain in their heads. He just went straight for the ad hom.
Hello, everybody.
Screw me left. What's up, Alexia?
Let me say something real quick. Wolf, Isaiah, Seth.
Hi.
What up?
I finally got a camera.
Cool.
Hey.
Well, and we got you in, by the way. Neff kind of took your spot, but he's always. I'm fine with Neffley as long as he answers questions. But
Well, the one problem I have, honestly, the one problem I have with Nephilim is the monologuing.
Right, and I have to tone that down too with him. He can't talk for 20 minutes. And say, "Oh, I never got a chance to respond."
Well, and that's another thing. He really truly does go, and then he tends to gallop. He does the Gish gallop. He doesn't go one point at a time. If he'd go one point at a time, keep it pithy. Don't go on the monologue, and then let someone respond. He would get.
I would say keep it laconic. Let him go full laconic. Let him just kind of get it out there really quick.
No way. I mean, see, here's the problem with that. See, if you go on for like 5 minutes about 1 point, well, it's not even about 1 point, it's about multiple points. It's going to be even harder for the person responding to focus on everything you've freaking said. So if you can't keep it short and simple, then
you need to back out.
Oh my God!
Hey, Fiona's back.
Oh, an actual scientist. That's nice.
Hey,
Fiona, did you listen to that with Neffy? Fiona?
No, I missed it. I missed it happening. I was out of the room. What was he wittering on about?
He basically
y'all are assholes.
Hi, Fiona. I just want to say I love you.
Back off.
His basic point was y'all are assholes.
Did he make any arguments at all? Science.
Well, he did, but his argument got crushed.
He really got tripped up on the word information. He's.
Oh no.
You've heard his definition of information before, right?
Oh yeah.
It's very poor. I mean, you have to have an informer in order for him. And while that is the etymology of the word, that is the history of the word, that's not how it's used today.
I know. I know.
I mean, apparently words don't evolve either.
Yeah, I can tell you that's wrong.
Last night he was trying to say that metric means range.
What?
Metric means range. So radiometric datings obviously by definition only give you a really wide range of dates because metric means range.
Actually, means parameter.
Yeah.
That's what basically a metric is a type of parameter.
Somebody owes me a new monitor.
It's yeah. You can describe it even as a unit. I mean.
Yeah, or unit analysis is metrics.
What is the metric of distance? There are a number of metrics you can use to measure distance.
Sure. Yep.
As in units. So you can use inches, miles, light
Right.
years.
Those are your parameters. I'm using inch. I'm going to use an inch. That's the metrics I want to use.
Exactly. It doesn't mean range at all.
Right. I mean, if you look at it, if anybody's ever been in business, when you get a report, those are called your business metrics. Those are your numbers. That's your information.
Yeah, but he's saying that it's the part of the word radiometric. And in there, that means range.
Okay, serious question. What metric will we discuss the size of Fiona's balls? Or how big?
we don't have a scale that large.
Oh, listen, I'm
She's
a little
Scottish.
I'm a timid little thing.
I love
we mentioned them. It was called gargantuans.
I was I'm sorry I missed Nephilim. I really am.
Well,
You're actually pretty lucky.
His argument got destroyed.
I would have enjoyed round two.
It was the quickest takedown I've seen of Nephilim in ages. Usually he rolls on forever. This time he was just so butthurt and so blown out of the water right off the gate that it was just like he was done.
Yeah, you have to have information before it can be transmitted. That's just all there is to it.
It seems to
I just love his. I love his. Real quick, I love his comments about like talking over people in passing grade school when that's one of his biggest.
That was fucked up.
I mean, it's ironic. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking here. I'm thinking hot kettle. Hi.
Yeah, no. We all been in this hangout for a long time today. Most of us have done hangouts for quite some time. Most of the like Fiona, everybody. I mean, at least a few months. MMA artists, a few months. We've been doing these things. Some people were a lot longer. We were doing just fine, but then you have an agitator that comes in, and all of a sudden things get a little discombobulated, and it is the pot calling the kettle black. because they're not interlocutors. They're not good oratory people to come in and have a conversation. They cannot do it, and he's infamous for that, which is the most ironic thing in the world because he is the worst.
Yes.
So
yesterday he rage quit on me the first time because he said something that was really, really wrong. I think it was a granite bit. And I just went, whoa, whoa, I need to stop you there. That's not actually true. Because he's going to go off on a big long thing. And he whinged that he'd been interrupted. And I said, but look, you're so wrong in that. And they still whinged. I said, okay, on you go, make your case. And because I said that, he rage quit because I'd interrupted him.
Fucking coward.
Well, the best thing I've ever heard. The absolute best thing.
He was saying he couldn't remain in the room with that woman there because I wouldn't let him get a word out. No, I just don't put up with his bullshit.
You're a woman? I thought you were a god.
The absolute best thing I've ever heard, and I forget exactly.
I'm going to put in the side chat exactly what I mean, apart from the fact that Neffy filibusters all the time. Because he thinks whoever speaks the longest wins the conversation. He doesn't understand that people don't win conversations. But he thinks the time is ticking.
But he's being stupid, Fiona. It's been how many years has he been around? He's got to be the dumbest fucking person on the planet.
That's okay. I got one of his.
Better man.
That's okay. I got one of his videos.
This was with Fiona.
In the side chat, there it is. There's the fallacy that Neffy uses. Every single time.
And in chat, it's argumentum ad TLDR.
Yeah, well, I prefer mine.
No, that's
the absolute this one's great. The absolute best one that Neffy's ever been caught in was with Fiona, where he's talking about the amino acids in DNA.
RNA it was RNA.
RNA. And no. The RNA is not made of amino acids. Wait, but I'm not finished. The amino acids in RNA.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. He was talking about. We were talking about self-replicating molecules, and he said that RNA can't get past about 10 amino acids. And I pointed out.
Are you sure he didn't mean protein?
Sorry.
Are you sure he didn't mean protein?
No, we were talking about self-replicating molecules.
How the fuck are amino acids in RNA?
Was that
What
RNA.
the fuck? I don't even. How can you get that confused?
Well, the argument I was making was that he was going on about DNA and protein and the chicken and the egg. You need the proteins to make the DNA, you need the DNA to make the proteins. And I was pointing out that RNA molecules can be self-replicating. They can catalyse their own replication. And I gave him a paper from Lincoln and Joyce 2009. And then he started off, but RNA can't get past 10 amino acids. And I interrupted him and said, there's no amino acids in RNA. And he whinged but been interrupted and then went off again. RNA can't get past 10 amino acids.
Because RNA, even today, still in a ribosome, it still does the catalyzation for the peptide bonds between the amino acids.
That's right. That's the most famous ribozyme we have. But a lot of people, when I say ribozyme, they're thinking ribosome. No, it's different. It's an RNA molecule that can act as a biological catalyst, but it is not protein-based.
It's RNA.
That fallacy that I've put in the side chat, that's one that I invented myself to describe, basically.
So I just thought the argumentum adds sterco. I've never heard of this before.
Argumentum ad stercoro tauri. That's Latin for an argument to the
bullshit.
Yeah, that's it. The droppings of the bulls.
Ma'am,
I get it. Sorry. Argument for bullshit.
Ma'am,
I looked at that and said, is that what I think? Does that mean what I think it means?
Yep.
Quick check. Yep, it does.
ma'am, you are just spitting out big words from your Irish Catholic cult. That's trying to confuse
Excuse you.
He's asking for another hangout.
Hey, she is Scottish. Get it right, okay? They sound different and stuff.
Yeah. If Neffy can come in.
I'm stealing that, by the way, Fiona.
Sorry?
I'm taking that from you, just FYI. So once it's out there, it's community property.
Oh, I've been using that for quite some time. I think I've been
love
using
that.
that
That's
for
freaking
about
awesome.
10 years.
He's trying to kidnap Wayne. He's like, come to my. Oh, sorry, go on.
Is nephew want to come back in?
No, he says, come to my hangout and we'll discuss it. It's impossible to have discussion in a room.
Hell no.
Wait, we talked to Wayne how long and we hadn't have a problem? Obviously,
I'm not walking into that. Forget it.
Guys, Fiona.
No, Wayne. He's talking to Wayne.
Yeah,
Fiona, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
So I've used this argument before, and the Miller-Urey experiments, they prove the fact that life can come from non-life. It doesn't prove that that's how life formed here on Earth or any particular planet, but it proves that that the building blocks of life can come from non-life. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, what it did was it proved that complex organic molecules can arise in conditions of no life. So you can have a purely chemical mechanism by which these organic molecules come about. And it's hardly surprising, given that methane is an organic molecule. And we have methane oceans, either on other planets or on moons of other planets. Or we call them organic molecules because that's where we've seen them come from. But they can form by natural chemical processes that don't involve life. The Miller-Urey experiment showed that you could get certain amino acids.
Bro, I'm gonna call you back.
Did they actually go back and revisit that too, and they actually found that there's actually more amino acids that were formed?
I believe they did. Jack Stozak actually managed to get self-replicating RNA from a template.
Yeah, well, if you look up,
that did a fairly good job.
Yeah, look up Lincoln and Joyce, 2009. Was it? Self-replicating RNA molecule, I think it's called, or self-replication of an RNA enzyme or ribozyme. But it's Lincoln and Joyce, 2009. The full text is available online. It's not behind the paywall.
That's about self-replicating RNA molecules. Okay.
Yep, that's a good one. And that's 2009. So we're not talking earth-shatteringly recent. I mean, in science, 6 years is counted as quite old.
Yeah. You know what I would really love to see is Fiona get in, or Isiah, to be honest, or Wolf, get into
What's going on? I was
debate.
Well, I don't do formal debates on anything. I do discuss.
Not really a debate, but a Google Hangout.
And what would you want to see the hangout about?
The flat Earth. I mean, MJ Pillbot.
What's that?
I mean, that's sort of dead now. I mean, like, how many people? I mean, I've actually checked the statistics. I mean, like, they're like less than 1,000. I mean, the flat Earth people are less than a battalion, and they're friggin' and and a good like number of them are trolling anyway. I mean, like, so
and they're also very, 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 very noisy. They need to be fixed.
Completely.
Well, the point is, I think that many of them are very indistinguishable between Poe or just stupid. It's at the point where he said they're so nominal that they're either the most incredibly stupidest people on the planet, or they're Poeing. That's it. Those are the only two options at this point. So
I tend to find the ones that are stupid rather than the Poes.
Anyways, turtles all the way down.
Turtles all the way down.
Yep. Right, I'll be back in a minute.
All right, I'm gonna step away here.
I didn't want to go hang out with Nephilim, man. After we treated him so harshly. We asked him a question and he couldn't. I'm being facetious.
We beat him with the same
the guy who was talking about you guys weren't letting him talk or whatever.
Yeah, well, he beat him with that stick.
We gave him plenty of airtime. You can go listen to what happened.
Yeah.
He made an argument. We countered his argument. We did so very effectively to the point he could not use his argument anymore, and he rage quit.
Basically, he got eaten alive, digested, and pushed out the other end.
He got pushed out.
Either he shouldn't use the argument anymore or do some more research.
Well, let me ask you, Wayne. I'll real quickly. I'll just give you a synopsis real quick. If I look at the sun and I take a measure, let's say I take an astrolabe or a sextant, and I measure the degree of the sun off the horizon, is my brain processing information? Is there information being conveyed to me by that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, your brain would have to process the information in order.
According to him, that is not information because information requires two people, a sender and a receiver.
But you're trusting your brain, which you can't prove to be true.
Stop.
Well, wait. That's some crappy presuppositional argument that people. And I'm a Christian. I think that's like a really bad argument.
Right, but Nefli's argument was that to be information, there has to be a sender and a receiver. I gave a counterexample with did not have a sender.
Well,
there's a person evaluating information.
Is he talking about like artificial intelligence or like, well, even with artificial intelligence,
he kind of doesn't get that far.
Yeah, he doesn't even make it down that path, dude. He got stopped cold by his definition that he wanted to use of information, which was a process by which a sender and a receiver have a mutual understanding of the terminology and basically it's information if one person and the other person agree that it's information.
It's information if one person informs another.
Yeah, yes, there you go. That's better.
Well, I mean, my internet modem is receiving and sending information right now, and there isn't any people involved in like people put the products and stuff together, and of course we know that because you can look at it and tell it was artificially designed. But I mean, for somebody to say that it takes two people for information to be processed, I wouldn't.
He would have made a better argument had he said if there was an active sending unit and a receiving unit. It still would have been wrong, but it would have been a far better argument than what he had.
Fiber optics would also disprove his notion there. With information being traveled across, it's not it's not people doing it. You know what I mean?
MMA. The whole thing is, if his definition of MMA, if his definition of information, where people want to go with, then why do we have the firewall paradox? Explain that one to me. The firewall paradox is about information. It has nothing to do.
I've never really touched into the whole information shit. For the biological perspective, I've done what's required for that, but not.
Well, the firewall paradox basically says that no information is ever destroyed in the universe, and that it's coded in the horizon of a black hole, which would blow his definition of information out of the freaking water, because then you're dealing with Planck squares and binary information stored in these qubits. I don't know the observer if his information has been destroyed or not. But so yeah, he's way out of gas.
Is he a presuppositionalist?
No.
I don't know, but there's a question. I asked Neff a question the other day. I still haven't got an answer on it.
I don't think I've ever had him answer a single question.
Yeah, he still hasn't told me how my dick tastes. So
well,
I mean,
you cannot let Evan Gish gallop. That's the biggest thing. You throw something out there, you stay on that, and you harp it till death until there's resolvement.
Well, I agree, but unfortunately he'll usually quit because you're hounding me. Exactly. You're hounding me.
Exactly, and let him go. But then he won.
Yeah, but how does my dick taste is a pretty simple question.
I remember you saying that to him. I fucking lost it.
He's like, hey, Neff, how does my dick taste?
Oh, fuck.
You were right.
Into him one night.
Nephilim was wrong again.
I got with him one night where he started pulling out the kinds. And I'm like, okay, what do you mean by kinds? No, I'm not getting into the definition game. It's a simple question. What do you mean by kinds?
Define your terms.
Yeah, I mean it's a very simple thing. Oh, I'm not getting in the definition game. You can look it up. No, well I can look it up and I can find 4 different definitions in the creationist literature that mean 4 very different things. What are you meaning?
And I don't mind if they want to use a working definition contrary to what's out there. Sometimes I don't mind that, and I will go with that. But as soon as they run into an inconsistency, they're done in their argument. That's what you try to do is point out an inconsistency, whether it be like reductive, ad absurdum, or is a logical negation of some sorts that makes it impossible to have that tentative position. that's fine. I don't mind taking somebody's. If you say, look, I want to define this word this way. Okay, let's work with that definition. Not always, but there are some times when it's fine. So if you want to define kind and go with that definition, I'm down with that. Go ahead. Give me a working definition of kind. But they never do. Because as soon as they say kind is anything that can interbreed with each other, then how is that any different from what a species would be, and biologically, isolated or not? Or a horse and a donkey. I mean, they're the same kind, but they can breed something that's not fertile for the most part. I mean, sometimes they can be, but anyways.
Well, the Hebrew lexicon actually says that a kind is sometimes a species usually of animals, groups of living organisms belong in the same created kind if they have descended from the same ancestral progeny.
Yeah, well, what about those things that look to be like in between what creationists would call kinds? For example, you have Archaeopteryx. Is that in the bird kind or the dinosaur kind?
I've never even heard of that, but I mean, I mean, people can always classify things under the classification that they see fit under their observation. It wouldn't make it wrong, but I mean, we got to classify it some type of way.
Taxonomy would be a really good one. That's what we use.
As long as we come to like a how can I even put this, a collective agreement on what this definition means, and we can observe it, I don't see a problem with it.
Well, that's why you have to come with a working definition. But like I just put on the side there, the Greek word that's in the Bible, if you read the Greek Septuagint, Yevos, it means genus or family. It does not mean kind. There's no translation of that word to kind if you look at the lexicon. And that's the word they use in the Greek Septuagint. So either the Greek Septuagint is wrong, or the Bible, the King James version we have today, is wrong. Because that word, if you look into it, never says kind. It uses genus, family, descendants, ancestry, and a few other words. Kind is not one of them.
Yeah, I really do want a working definition of that term that gets used always.
Hey guys,
Well, Homer did say, well, if you can't look at it and tell it's the same kind, you're an idiot.
Yeah, but look
well, that wouldn't be like that's like the argument where people are like, if you go out into the desert and you see et cetera, how would you know it was designed or created? You wouldn't know. That's the problem. You wouldn't know.
Hey guys, I have a joke to share with y'all.
Go for it.
What did Adam say to Eve when he found out she had an apple?
What?
Do you want two pears? I don't know.
No, Eve. I told you Android is better. Put it back.
I like that.
That would have saved us all a lot of problems back then, right?
Yeah. There's a video somewhere on the Tube of You, and somebody did a calculation about getting all the beasties on the Ark and how long it would take, given us a certain speed of loading per pair. And the feasibility of it is very dependent on what kind means. And this is why I keep asking people to tell me what they mean by kind. And I just don't get an answer. But either way, they're scuppered. Because they've either got to go to, Ken Ham has suggested it's at the family level, taxonomic family level, which is above genus. But then I have other people saying that it's more at the genus level, and others saying it's more at the species level. And it really does make a big, big difference because it changes the number you would have to load. That's why we keep pressing for a definition of kind. And if they go with species so that they don't have to evoke hyper-evolution after disembarkation, then they can't fit them all on. And if they go to family level so that they can fit them all on, they've then got to propose hyperspeed evolution after disembarkation. So what they're saying is that 4,500 years was long enough post-flood to get all the variety that we see from animals at the family level, but 3 point whatever billion years wasn't long enough. But 4,000 was.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about plant life and shit? They'd have to include all the species of plants and shit.
Yep.
Well, it gets even worse than that, because the aquatic life couldn't survive that level of change of salinity.
Yeah.
Fuck no.
And then plus the fact that you'd also get some incredible heat out of it.
Yeah.
Magic, guys, it was fucking magic. We can't question
Well,
that.
again, a little parsimony here. I mean, what is kind of more reasonable to think that in Mesopotamia at this time, they had some flooding events? I mean, and basically they took these stories and they just kind of, over a period of time, made it into one great Enochian flood that was the whole world, rather than them understanding it's just flooding of their local plain of the what is it, the freaking river there, Jesus Christ.
Nile?
Nile River, think of the Nile Delta. Can't think of it for the life of me. Oh my God. But I mean, on that plain there, I mean, you have flooding plains, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to them, that's their whole world. So they're going to be like, "Oh shit, the whole world is freaking being flooded." I don't see that being that far of a stretch, rather than saying, "Okay, that turned into the whole world is actually a flood." So that's the way I look at it. That's why I take it as allegory. There is a truth to it, but it's not the truth that is being portrayed by the story.
Does Nephilim Free still believe the fucking waters under the earth somehow fucking?
Yeah, no, I asked that earlier.
The lunar
I said
Bukaki theory.
Yeah, but how does he get past that whole nozzle thing? I'm at a loss for that. If you have a static system without a pump, what goes
I
the
explained this. Sorry, I discussed this in great depth with him last night about the fountains of the deep.
You mean like how 2 + 2 = 5? I mean, there is some truth to that, because 4 comes through 4, 5.
Yeah, 2.4 plus 2.4
His
equals
argument is based upon a shitty understanding of Bernoulli's equation. Okay,
No,
he's basically saying if you have a garden hose and you put a nozzle on it, okay, what happens is there's a decrease in pressure at the nozzle, and there's a kinetic energy increase, so it can shoot further on a pressurized system. For example, if it's a pump, okay, it's a continual volumetric flow rate. It's called. That's true. It's a potential energy to kinetic energy conversion. But if you have a static system where there's no constant volumetric flow rate, if you just put a nozzle on something, it's not going to change the kinetic energy. It's going to change your volumetric flow rate, but you're just going to have the same amount of kinetic energy at the point of the nozzle, regardless of the size of the nozzle you use.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you could do that with Bernoulli's equation.
Nephew gave me his model last night, his flood model last night, because I asked some questions. And the fountains of the deep apparently welled up at basically the mid-ocean spreading centres, right? We know how hot it is there. I mean, it's actually rock that's it's soft rock that's coming up there. Okay. And these were chambers within the crust. Now, we don't know how deep in the crust, because he never actually said, but within the crust, which means that you can look at the temperature through the crust and make a reasonable guesstimate the sort of temperatures that you're talking about, given the pressures involved. But we're talking about...
Yes, Wayne, there is water under the earth.
Who are we talking about again? Nephilim?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is his flood model. This is his flood model. So what he says is that the water spewed out from these caverns, and then the roof of the cavern fell in. And that's what's formed the oceans. Now, still doesn't add up, but the problem I pointed out to him was the heat involved. Because if you have got water at 200 degrees under pressure in the crust, suddenly released, chances are a lot of it is going to flash to steam. And that pressure is released. But you're going to have the problem of the heat contained in that going into the atmosphere. And so you're going to get a very hot Earth. So he was asked for, well, so what mechanism cools it down? Here are his mechanisms for taking heat out. Okay, now this is to remove heat. Okay, runaway subduction. So that is surfing plate tectonics, right? All that does is create heat of friction, enough to melt the crust nearly. His other way of removing heat from the atmosphere is volcanoes.
How does subduction remove heat?
Runaway subduction, it's got to be really fast subduction to remove the heat, apparently. Except that heats up more. Every mechanism he gave me for removing heat actually generates heat. You see?
Does he not know what friction is?
No, apparently not. So it was runaway subduction.
Hey Fiona, do you ever wonder if Nephilim has tasted the 42 flavors of window?
Possibly 42 flavors of windowline.
Well, I remember Nephilim tried to explain this stuff a long time ago, and he had these like engineering programs that he was using, and they were like Venturi, like a nozzle, like a Venturi flow. But the problem didn't seem to recognize is that every model he was using was a pressurized system.
Yeah, this is what happens. He gets a blind spot.
He just
and
how do you ignore that, Fiona? That's like not something trivial. That's like that's basic fluid dynamics.
Yes. It's like this problem with the heat. He's got a blind spot about that heat. He thinks that heat just disappears. It doesn't. It has to be exchanged, and it reaches thermal equilibrium. And if the amount of heat coming out is going to be enough to parboil Noah in his floating menagerie and give you ark soup.
Well, the water would most of it would vaporize just because of the pressure difference. It would flash. I mean, it'd probably be superheated steam for the most part. I don't know would there be a mole air diagram that we could look at to show the enthalpy? I have no idea, but I would love to see a mole air diagram about how that would work.
You see, and I also tried to, the other thing he didn't grasp, seriously, is that when I said that the water was deeper than the surface, he said to me it was in the crust. So I said to him, look, you're saying it's actually deeper than the surface of the crust. Tell me how deep it is, he says. I said, no, I'm not talking about that. You said it was in the crust, so it has to be deeper than the surface of the crust. Why? He didn't understand what I was saying. That if the water was on the surface of the crust, you've already got a flood. It has to go on the surface of the crust to give you the flood. He was claiming it was within the crust, but he couldn't see how water within the crust is deeper than water on top of the crust.
Are we still talking about Nephi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
That blind spot there, that's a huge one. It's massive.
Does he still think the water hit the moon?
The moon, yeah. I'm keep moving you because you're getting a lot of background noise and I can't hear Fiona. She's hard enough to hear as it is. Yeah, that's what the water actually he believes.
I don't know if he still believes it or not.
It wouldn't matter if he did or didn't. The point is he really did not possess the basic knowledge of fluid dynamics to make the claims he was making.
Really? I thought those were baby Fionas running around.
Who believes what? I'm lost here.
Yeah.
And he suggested that by putting a nozzle on it, it would somehow change the kinetic energy.
Yeah.
Which is absurd in a non-pressurized system.
Yeah. But the evidence for Noah's flood is the craters on the moon because they were caused by splashes.
I don't know how that works.
Is that still a recent belief of his, or has he changed?
I have no idea.
I don't know if he's changed or not. He's never repudiated
to ask him last night. There was so much stupid going on, I never got a chance to ask about that. There's only so much.
If he has moved on since that, acknowledge that's wrong. He's got to realize that he was so freaking inept at the science that what business does he have to actually try to refute anything? And Cage,
I don't think he has moved on from that.
I don't think so either, but
Well,
I haven't asked him.
but then his theory was extended also to all of the comets out there and all the other crap. Some of which the combined total of which is well more massive than Earth.
So the ones on the moon of Jupiter, one of the moons of Jupiter.
Europa.
Hold on. Let's go in the side chat. Wayne, I want you to expand upon the last one you put in.
Wait,
Yeah,
MM Artist, are you Italian by chance?
Yes.
I could tell you. I'm sorry, but you look like an ape, just like my stepbrother. You have very hairy arms.
Because he's hairy.
Fuck it, I'm a monkey, goddammit.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So what's this about the flood and the ice age?
What is Wayne promoting here? I read what he says.
The flood and the ice
I'm
age
not
are
quite sure.
symbiotic, apparently.
Well,
Yeah, you'll have to tell us what you mean by that.
Yes,
well,
please.
I've always heard that the flood happened around the time of the ice age or something like that. Or there was a flood first and then there was an ice age, something like that. And I've never heard anybody who believes in the flood to say there wasn't an ice age though, because we found like woolly mammoths and stuff with like food in their mouth, frozen over and stuff like that. So
I have two questions about the flood because
I think he's talking about flash flood, he's talking about something like supposedly things got flashed over and like froze in a matter of like a second.
I have a question about the flood. With two questions. Yeah. One is where was Noah getting all the oxygen? Was there just an absurd amount of cyanobacteria? And my second question would be, what did the koala eat? Because they eat a specific type of leaf.
Eucalyptus.
They have to eat, they eat eucalyptus and koalas.
God told the koala to eat any damn well thing that it could get its hands on during the time.
Fucking the drop bears will fuck anything up, that's for sure.
But no, there is
koalas.
Hold on, let's not get everyone again.
There's an idea that somehow the flood caused an ice age.
I don't
know. That's a new one even for me. I have not heard that claim. We got a new one. I want to hear this claim because this is something I've not heard it before, and I thought I've heard them all.
Speaking from a physicist,
koalas have a smooth brain, so they're idiots. They will only eat eucalyptus if it's in the tree.
Isaiah, you're way off topic right now.
Sam said you're orthogonal to the current path of the discussion.
Asking about the flood, how does that work in a flood?
Well, we're on somewhere else right now. We'll get there.
Guys, assuming that koalas have always existed for like thousands of years.
I just want to point out something as far as the flood goes. In order for the entire Earth to be covered in water, which would include Mount Everest, which would not change that much in height over the 6,000 years that creation speaks of, would have to rain at greater than a Hurricane 5 hurricane.
I calculated it. I actually sat and calculated the volume of water required.
Hold on. And that amount of water falling would act the friction created alone from that, because every time a raindrop hits, it creates friction. The friction alone would melt the boat.
I wouldn't even call it friction. I would say that the kinetic energy released, it'd be kinetic energy. One half every square.
When two objects
that's where the energy is going to get from. Is from the kinetic energy.
When two objects.
Well, the amount of energy involved would actually would melt the Earth.
I calculated the amount of water that would be required. I calculated the amount of water that would be required to cover the highest mountain to a depth of 15 cubits, which is what the Bible claims. And what I did was I set the height of the highest mountain at 4,000 meters, which is half of Mount Everest. And the amount of water required to do that was in the billions of cubic kilometers and worked out larger than all the oceans combined that we have now. So where did it go afterwards?
Well, how many ergs would have been released of that, though?
Fucking Satan snorted it up his nose.
One of the ideas is that where the water went was into the ice caps. That's one of the theories that they came up with to try and work out where the water went.
I heard the theory that,
even if all the ice caps in the world melted at one time, it would
I
only
know.
raise the ocean level about 110 feet.
Yeah, and the difficulty is in getting somebody to tell you how high that highest mountain was. When the Bible
110?
says that the highest mountain was covered to a depth of 15 cubits.
But then you'll get
Now,
G-Man,
I asked
people like
somebody about the height of the land, and they wouldn't even confirm, because they said the Bible doesn't tell them, that the land was at, they would not confirm that the land was at least 1 inch above sea level.
but then you'll get people like G-Man who will say, "Oh, there
No,
wasn't rain before the flood."
but also, they're saying there weren't mountains. They were saying there was only hills, no mountains.
Yeah.
So that's their attempt to knock your calculations into a cocked hat. Because when they won't even acknowledge that the dry land is at least 1 inch above sea level prior to the flood, do they really think that Adam and Eve were paddling? You know, the land had to be above sea level prior to the flood, but they won't even grant you that,
Well,
because
no,
the Bible doesn't say how much higher it was.
The land had to be above sea level. We were gonna have Adam and Eve living in the sea and stuff. It had to be. Just
Yes.
like land is above sea level today, right?
I know that. You
Right.
know that.
Parts of the country are, and parts aren't.
But some of the floodists won't even grant you that the land was 1 inch above sea level, because the Bible doesn't tell you.
But you
They're
can
actually
assume, you can
they're prepared to ignore what would happen if the land was the same as sea level or below sea level. They will deny the presence of mountains prior to the flood. They will deny rain prior to the flood.
Fuck me sideways.
When you have to go that far, you have to say, is this idea of the global flood really something you can hang on to? If you have got to start quibbling about, was the land really at least 1 inch above sea level? We're talking common sense.
Was there even a sea before the flood?
Yes, there were oceans. Remember, according to Genesis, God moved on the face of the water, and then he brought the dry land forth in the oceans. So there was water.
But also, according to Genesis, if you, I'm not saying you're a Christian, but if you actually read the Bible, it says, "Let us make man in our image."
Yes.
That's the original translation, meaning there are other gods.
Yep.
Well,
that's
right. Well, that might be taking it a bit too far.
Not necessarily.
I am a Christian, but I am not a young Earth creationist, and I'm not an old Earth creationist either.
Elohim is plural, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's talking to other gods.
If it says, "Let us make man in our image," that means it's more than one.
No,
yeah.
You can make the argument for the royal we.
The
Catholic
When he
royal
created the
we.
angels, and he's talking to the angels, you can make the argument because he
Yeah.
created the
Yeah.
angels, and the angels were in his image as well.
So if the angels are all look like God, how do you tell the difference?
Well,
I don't think it means physical image.
No, I don't think
It's
I
not
think
an
it's
anthropomorphication.
Well, from what I know,
but I still have got to ask about where do you go when you've got someone who's saying that there was a global flood, but they will not even grant that the land is at least 1 inch above sea level. Because remember, the 29 mountains.
Well, don't forget, Fiona, there are an infinite number of numbers between 0 and 1 inch.
Yeah, but I'm saying minimum of 1 inch. It's got to be at least 1 inch.
It doesn't have to.
Grant that. They won't even grant that.
I mean, there are an infinite number of numbers between 0 and 1. So technically, even if it's 0.000001.
Yeah, but no, that's not the point. That's not the point I'm making. If their idea of the flood means they cannot even grant that the land prior to the flood was 1 inch above sea level because they have to deny mountains, how far are they willing to go to keep this flood narrative going? when it says the water covered all the high hills to a depth of 15 cubits,
Yeah,
or high mountains,
what
there
about-
must have been hills or mountains there at the time.
And what about the Meccas who make no mention whatsoever of the flood?
Yeah. And not only that, but you will hear, oh, there's evidence of flooding in all these various parts of the world. Yes. But what they won't say to you is that they all date to different time periods. Look at the channeled scablands in Northwest America.
One thing I want to say is the response to that is correlation does not equal causation. Just because all of these mythologies or religions or stories say there is a flood, doesn't mean there actually was a worldwide flood.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these stories of flooding are coming from flood-prone regions, you know, Nile, etc. Remember the part of the world we're in? And also, have you seen one of the hypotheses they have about a breach in a little shelf of land between the Med and the Black Sea? There is some empirical evidence there that at some point the Med managed to erode away a land barrier, and it was much higher than the Black Sea was, and when it did that, the Med poured into the Black Sea. And it's timed to around the time of the flood, and it meant that the Black Sea rose. Because remember, the Med's attached to the Atlantic. The Southern Ocean attaches all the oceans together, so basically those oceans were pouring into the Black Sea. And you can see the magnitude of the flood that would happen around the area of the Black Sea. You know, near the mountains of Ararat.
I'm trying to understand. Hold on. The Mediterranean and the Atlantic.
The Med and the Atlantic Ocean are connected,
Yeah,
okay?
They're connected, but the Pacific isn't.
Yeah, the Southern Ocean goes all the way around the planet.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
There's no land to stop it. So if you start talking about the ocean pouring into somewhere, and all the world's oceans are connected, that's the volume of water you're talking about is going to pour in somewhere until it levels out. Now, the Mediterranean and all the rest of the seas were higher than the Black Sea. It was an inland sea, it's quite low. But the Med eroded through the spit of land that separated it. You can look at a map, you'll see it's very narrow. It's the Bosphorus, what is it? Is it the something or other, the Bosphorus? And the Med basically and started pouring into the Black Sea. And with the Black Sea being lower, your water's going downhill from the Med. So it's also going downhill from the Atlantic and every other ocean that's there until the Black Sea would reach the same level and the water would stop flowing. You go into Wiki and have a look at it, and you can see the area that would be flooded if that happens. And it would be fast. It would happen pretty fast. Because as soon as you've got the, you know, like when a dam breaks, when you have one little trickle of water going, it enlarges the channel that's coming along. And that's one of the theories they have as to where the flood myth in that region came from. And they do have some empirical evidence to support that there was a massive flood in that area. But it wasn't global. But to the people of the time, that was the whole world as they knew it. So their entire known world flooded.
Let's also do the fact that there is no historical evidence for Jesus, for example, outside of the Bible.
Well,
Yes.
Josephus recorded about Jesus. He just didn't believe he's the son of God.
Well,
No, there was no historical evidence outside of 100 years after his supposed death that he actually.
And besides of which, Jesus is a fairly common name for the region.
And also,
Yeshua.
it wasn't decided that he was the son of God until I believe, like 450 A.D.
Yeah, that little sentence was added later.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm actually fully willing to grant that there was a historical Jesus.
Yeah,
It's very important one way or the other. I
so-
obviously don't believe he was the son of God, but
yeah,
I have
obviously.
no problem with there being an
like a
apocalyptic
composite.
creature.
Yeah, either a composite of people that happen to have had certain traits that would be good for like a narrative or a person in general. I mean, even then, like it's hard to say about their character because the historical reference is sketchy. But even then, like like a demigod existing, I mean that's kind of unprecedented. But yeah, we discussing like I don't know the flood or some shit, or did we move from that?
I've put a link in the side chat.
Thank you, Fiona.
To the Black Sea Deluge hypothesis. If you just click on it and have a wee looky at the map and look at the link between the seas.
That's still too early for the flood myth, I think.
No, well, they have. It was where was it? Where was it?
Actually, it's considerably too early for the flood myth, since that was supposed to have happened sometime during the 25th century BCE. This is 5600 BCE. That's actually before the creation of the Earth, according to.
Yeah. But the thing is, but it's in the ballpark. It's actually in the ballpark.
Well,
because
okay, I'll give you that.
The flood is supposed to have been 4,500 years ago.
So about 2500 BCE.
There's something else I want to point out.
4400 BCE.
No, but what I'm saying is that's in the same ballpark figure as compared to 200,000 years ago or 2 million years ago. There's a ballpark figure there. We're in thousands. We're not in the hundreds of thousands. We're not in the millions. Okay? So it's ballpark figure. That's all I'm saying. And that could have been where this idea of the global flood came from. Because the people in that area, it was their whole world as far as they were concerned.
Okay, I'll bite that. I can accept that as read.
Yeah, and that makes it huge, but still a local flood.
Here's something else I want to point out. Humans have existed for about 150,000 years, Homo sapien-wise at least. Communication would take a while to form between the tribes, the different factions, etc. So the flood myth could have come from the time of the Ice Age, where all the ice melted, and then being passed on through essentially a game of telephone, could have led to the flood myth of Noah.
We see, I do think this Bosphorus idea, this Black Sea hypothesis, is about the closest we've come to, because it's in the right region. It's a massive inflowing of water. You imagine what that would be like. What was it? They are suggesting that 40 cubic kilometres poured through per day. 40 cubic kilometres.
Well, that's a lot. That's a lot, but I'm not. Well, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, per day.
It is a lot of water, but I'm not sure kind of how that would.
They're suggesting that flooded 155,000 square kilometres of land. That's a lot of land that would be flooded as the level of the Black Sea rose. So that's one of the hypotheses that they've put out there to explain why we have the story of the Noachian flood. And it's an interesting one.
It certainly makes a valid hypothesis. I'm not sure exactly how one would test it, but hey.
I mean, you know, local floods do occur, like so.
Yeah, they have
especially through Iraq and Egypt.
They have. If you look at that link, you can see that there are bits underwater now that they don't think were underwater prior to that. And I think, I am not sure, and I'd need to go and look it up, but the last I'd heard of this was that they had found evidence of habitation in those areas that are now underneath the water, which suggests that the level of the Black Sea was much lower in the past.
Maybe. I don't see that here, but it doesn't mean it's not there.
No, I don't see it in that link either. But I'm sure there was something I remember.
But there's also references to. They also have see alsos for the flood myth in Noah's Ark, so kind of a thing.
Yeah, say that again, sorry.
They under see also. They also have the flood myth in Noah's Ark, so there is that they do. People there have been. There's been some level of connection. I'd have to look at the talk page to see, but
yeah, I mean,
or
if a flood,
actually better check their references.
Yeah, if a flood like that happened, if they're correct about this, and the evidence suggests that they are correct, that this did happen, then the people who lived in that area would end up with quite a tale of flooding. You know, I'm sure that it wouldn't have gone unnoticed when all this water covered the village.
Carry on. I'm just going to poke at that a little bit more.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is that you're going to get flood stories, and what I'm saying is this could be the source for the story of the Noachian flood.
I gotta be honest. I think the timeline is just too far for it to be. I can very easily just see a simple Nile Delta or an overrun as more likely.
An overrun of the Fertile Crescent would definitely do it. Drown Mesopotamia for a couple of weeks and see what happens.
If the Black Sea deluge had happened, you know, within say the last 10,000 years, I could possibly see it.
Well,
but
that's
50,000 years.
That's what they're saying.
Get a farmer.
5,000, about 5,600 BC.
Oh, that's when they. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying 50,000 BC.
No. That's the tentative date they've put on it, and all I'm saying is that is a ballpark figure for roughly when they claimed the Noachian flood happened. So what I'm saying is this may be where the story came from, but it was actually a local flood. It wasn't this global flood, the entire planet. It could be one of those tales that gets passed down at the campfire at night about the big flood that had happened. That
Well,
made
you know the game of
telling.
telephone. You know the game of telephone. I just don't think it would survive that. Let me make sure I'm understanding you. Are they suggesting? Hold on, Wolf. Are they just suggesting that the Black Sea deluge was 50,000 BC?
No.
Okay, 5,000 BC.
5,000.
5,600
Okay,
BC.
yeah. You know what? I could buy that then.
Yeah, and so they're saying this could be where it came from. That there was this event that lived on in tribal memory because of what's the tales told around the campfire until it was written down.
I'm still getting the whole wrong continent vibe here.
Guys, I'm gonna drop out. I hope you guys all have a good night.
Take care.
Later.
Have a good night, Wolf, Isiah, Fiona, and all the rest.
Catch you later.
Catch you later, man.
Who's got the screaming child?
That would be me. My bad.
So yeah, anyway, so I was pointing out. I mean, yeah, I was just saying I agree with that. I mean, it's totally reasonable that a farmer taking his family and his farm animals on a boat, just to get away from that local flood. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see how that could be passed down and stuff and kind of embellished.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying, that sorry, I swallowed the wrong way. There is a grain of truth in there. That there is something that has happened that has ended up being passed down and then has become the tale of Noah and his ark.
Well, don't miss most things. Kind of have a core of some story. Obviously, has a gist of a germ of truth somewhere down the line.
Yes.
I think the bigger issue is the Bible meant to be taken absolutely literally, or can you take it allegorically in some places and not diminish from it being a religious textbook?
In some parts you take literally, in some parts you take allegorically, in some parts you take like as poetry. Like you wouldn't look at like the Songs of Solomon and think, oh my gosh, like this stuff really happened. It's a poem.
It's sort of like South Park, except it's less entertaining. I mean, sure, it's based in like a real region and stuff like that, but like the stuff that they claim to do, who they were, and all this other stuff. I mean, these things can be scrutinized and subject to like hard empirical like study and stuff like this, determine like what's more probable over what's mainly BS. So I'd say that like comic book level or whatever, or satire.
Well, let me ask you, Wolf, what do you think is worse? Somebody who says, I believe there was a flood, I don't have any evidence for it, I know there's no scientific evidence, but I still believe in it, or somebody who says, I believe in the flood, and I believe there's scientific evidence to demonstrate it, when we all know there is literally zero evidence to support it. A global flood. So, which one is actually worse? I don't know if I can make a claim of which one is actually being more dishonest.
Honestly, I think the more honest is the former rather than the latter, because at least with the former, you have something else. I mean, sure, we understand that, local floods occur. I mean, they've happened, with regard to every civilization, stuff like that, that's been near water. And, there's some, like, lesson to be learned from the story. It's another thing to say that with that particular story, that there's scientific evidence that supports it and everyone should follow and, accept it. When we know that beyond that simple anecdotal story that's been passed down and altered, that there's something that we actually should worry about altogether. I mean, if one wants to understand like the history and culture of a people, like through these stories, fine. To take them literally, I feel like would be something of a disservice to like understanding the world empirically. So I think the latter is worse than the former.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go. You convinced me. I'm going to go with that tentative position. That I think it is worse if you trying to use a bastardization of science to support your beliefs. If you use actual science, I am fine with that. Give me the actual science. But a bastardization that I find to be extremely dishonest.
I mean, just one more thing. I mean, it's sort of like what Hume said. It would be a greater miracle that the person, like, let's deal with the latter. It would be a greater miracle if the person wasn't lying or just being delusional or just not getting it, rather than actually being honest and saying that this is actually science, despite the fact that we know it violates several scientific laws.
But I think we need to be careful about something here. When it comes to the global flood and Noah and the ark and all the animals and the way it's written in the Bible, and you read it literally as true, we don't have evidence for that. We really, really don't. So, yes, it's not a good idea to try and bastardize the science, to twist it to fit that. But I don't think you can say the same thing when you're looking at this evidence that a local flood happened in that area. And that this is where the tale began and then grew in the telling. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, I think that's not what I'm saying. I mean, if somebody like Neff is using like really bad science to convince people that there's a flood, my question was, is that far more disingenuous than somebody who just says, you know what, I believe there's a flood, there's no science for it, but I believe that. I mean, they may be kind of dishonest to themselves, but they're not promoting really bad science. I mean, anybody that has any background in physics can show Nephilim is wrong, like the whole nozzle thing. But I mean, which one is actually, I think, is worse? And I have to go with what
or the independent assessment of more complex beings.
Yeah, I would agree as well. I would agree with that as well. If you see
Yeah,
a
I'd
paper
love for
and
these
say,
people to actually write a paper on this and get it like critiqued and stuff like that. But they never do. They just write blogs. In fact, Neff loves to cite his own blog.
Oh,
That
I
is
know.
his reference. What the hell?
Yeah.
Who does that? Yeah, I have a reference.
at-
My own fucking blog that I wrote. That's your
Jim
source
Jones.
material?
It's an improvement in reference in your own hard drive.
Oh God.
Yeah, you know of
Good
that
old
one as well.
Raspberry.
Oh yeah. That was just.
Well,
pure-
we have an equal offender on the other side. Opie.
Mhm. Sorry?
Opie.
I haven't talked to Opie in like forever. I only seen him once, and he acted ridiculous.
Well, he's changed his name. He's got Jim Jones as his avatar now.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, I've seen him comment and stuff, but I've sort of ignored it most of the time.
He's nowhere near. It seems like he might have gotten tired of getting beaten down. So he is nowhere near as common.
I've not seen him around. Yeah, that's a shame. It's interesting to have all sorts making up the conversation, but
Yeah, we do have room for two. If anybody's listening, we do have people listening. We have room for two. Want to join us?
But having said that, this is something I'd like to bring up. Given that you had your run-in with Nephilim earlier, when hangout-wise, do you decide that enough is enough in putting up with somebody? And I'm talking about on a hangout-to-hangout basis in this instance at the moment. When do you say that's enough and boot?
I say
one hangout with Arcane.
Well, hang on. I'm going to answer my mic because I do the hangouts quite a bit. When it gets to the point where there's no forward motion, somebody has to go.
Right.
It's like football. If there's no forward motion,
Yeah.
penalty on the play. Something has to change.
You should have
I'm
kicked
go-
Arcane if you were actually
gonna-
there.
I wasn't here, remember? I had to go, dude.
I'm going to put something in the side, just in the side chat, because it occurred in a hangout the other day. I watched it and just was gobsmacked. And the person wasn't booted, but I'm going to just put in the side chat what was said.
Well, I like when people like Nephilim come in, only for the fact that he is the sounding board of stupidity. He does more to advance science than any human person on Google Plus, because people look at him and go, "Oh my God, this guy is dumber than dog shit. I do not want to be with him, be like him." And most of them will try to learn science correctly. Wayne is a perfect example of that. So I mean, I could not ask for somebody better than somebody who like Nephilim or a few other of them that are so inept that they promote science better than I ever could because they're so bad at it.
That was Bell End.
But no, I was gonna say Kent, but I mean his voice is just so convincing. You'll believe anything he says. I did at a point.
Oh yes, we do have a Hoven follower in here.
Do we?
Yes,
Who's
Isiah
that?
Isiah was a Young Earth Creationist.
Ah, yes.
And then he read a book.
I mean, my conversation with Hoven was polite enough, but one thing I did notice when I was talking to him, and the same thing happened last night, was that if I'm not backing down on the science, they attack my faith.
Yeah, and then he goes another route though. He tried to gish gallop on you quite a few times. You could tell he had a little smirk on his face when he realized he was not taking you down the path he wanted to go. He definitely was trying to bull bait you a few times. I mean, you notice the thing he brought up with his taxes. That was bull baiting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, anybody who
Yes,
watched
I know.
that video.
I chose not to go there because I had a feeling that he was wanting me to use that, and that's why he brought it up. And I just
he had nothing new, Fiona. I mean, his shtick has not changed. It's going to kill him. It's really going to ruin him.
But that
more
is
than he actually has.
the thing that I do wonder about. Why do we end up going down this personal route? You're trying to have a science discussion and they attack your faith. Or in your case, they'll attack your lack of faith.
He was basically saying your science is wrong because you're not a Christian, according to him.
Oh,
You
wow.
are a Christian.
Holy crap.
So according to him, you're trying to make it seem like you weren't, which is so disingenuous.
Well, I mean, somebody can be a Christian
Wow,
and believe
retarded
that-
argument is retarded.
Sorry?
Somebody can be a Christian and believe the earth is old or young. It doesn't matter. You can believe whatever as long as you believe in Christ. I mean, that,
Well, I mean, let me ask you that. Do you consider Roman Catholics to be Christian, unlike G-Man, who says, no, Roman Catholics are not Christian. There's no way. Oh, my God, there's no freaking way that they're Christians. Would you be rational enough to say that, of course, they are Christians?
Floyd, hello.
Hey, Floyd, buddy.
How are you doing?
I love Floyd. I do.
Okay.
I asked Josiah if can a Christian accept evolution. He said no.
Well, I mean,
He asked a 15-year-old kid about a science question and whatever.
somebody can be a Christian and believe in evolution, but if somebody like I'm a Christian but I don't believe that Jesus existed, well, that's a fallacy.
I could okay. That's a logical contradiction. I would say if you say you're Christian, then basically you're implying that you are accepting the divinity of Christ and you're following His teachings. That's all. That's a pretty simple basal definition. So if I call myself Christian but I say Christ never existed, I would think that would be a contradiction.
Right.
Of some sorts.
Right.
I think we might have a troll in our midst.
No, that's Matt. He has a hard time speaking, but he could type.
I was going to Floyd's coming. I brought this subject up about when is enough in individual hangouts, and Floyd's turned up. And I haven't said live what
just as well.
Said. I don't know if Floyd wanted that to be said. I just put it in the side chat. But I think Floyd might have something to say on this issue. You know, when do we decide enough is enough?
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be about people. It should be about the arguments. It should be about the issues. It should be about people.
Mm-hmm.
Amen, brother. Sing it. Amen.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead, Matt.
Why in the heck can we just say that the Bible is true? I have seen so many people argue over petty shit, and it gets so confusing that I remember one guy always having hang up. Florina, I saw you on one of the hang up, and it's EMK. He has the most stupidest arguments.
Okay, well, why are they stupid? I'm not going to talk, bad about EMK because he's a friend of mine. If you think his arguments are bad, then refute his arguments. That's what the whole point that Floyd was making. I agree that maybe his arguments I don't even agree with, but the whole point is to attack the argument. Is the whole point of these discussions is to say, okay, does this person have a valid argument, and let's find out if they do or don't.
I can't because I get confused because you atheists are so thick-headed that you refuse.
Hang on, man. It has nothing. Wait, man. It has nothing to do with being atheist or Christian or theist or anything. That's the whole thing that Floyd is saying. Take the arguments as the arguments are being presented. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the person's atheist.
Did he just call me thick?
I legitimately don't think this. Okay, that was good. Anyway, I really do not think this is the fair situation right now.
Why?
But
Matt's been our hangouts before.
Yeah,
I try to understand his questions. I mean, he's better. I would prefer if he types to the side, and maybe we can, because I think we could. I don't want to take him out of context, but I think the argument that he's presenting forth is that atheists are thick-headed because we don't look at the arguments, or the atheists don't. It's like, well, that's the whole point Floyd is making. Let's address the arguments. Don't make it into a personal thing. Why does it matter if Fiona's Catholic or she's Jewish or she's Mormon, Baptist? It doesn't matter. If she has an argument, that's what we need to look at.
Yeah, there's also the
I think
principle.
everybody agree on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's also the principle of charity as well, intellectual charity, where you try to understand the other person and try to derive the best interpretation that the person is trying to convey. So avoid straw men. Assume that the person is trying to be rational first. I mean, over time, that might not be the case, but you should at least try to make the effort. Where instead of starting out with, this person's an idiot, I'm not going to listen to a thing this person says, and once the person stops talking, that's when I'm going to start attacking them.
Yeah.
Well, I think what you said is great about the principle of charity. When people, we know who these people are. They play a game of gotcha, and I think the term is a heuristic. Does that sound familiar, Floyd? When you dispute with people just for the sake of arguing with them.
Heuristics, yeah.
Well, what is the word? It's heuristic, isn't it?
Heuristics, yeah. I'm not sure if the H is supposed to be silent or not.
Yeah, I know that EMK, I think he did like to beat his head against the wall and just say that he's the atheist and atheists are so great when at the right devil, you are wrong. You will have to explain yourself.
Well, again, if you have a valid argument that might convince an atheist, and that would be the argument you put forth. But we're not actually discussing theism, atheism right now. We're actually discussing the science behind things. That's why, especially right now, it does not matter if somebody comes in here and they're atheist or theist. It makes no difference. It's going to be about their scientific argument they have to make and what they can validate.
Yeah, and that's why I asked the question, because of what had transpired. And that's why I was asking about on a hangout to hangout basis. When do you say enough is enough? Because,
like I said, I think with your point, you just no forward momentum. If somebody has just reached the point where all they're doing is calling people's names and being like a total jackass, yeah, I'll evict them from my hangout. It doesn't happen often. I try to turn it around. Like, Christian Hillbilly, a couple months ago would come in, and you know how we all know who he is. But I try to turn it around and make it lighthearted. It was the funniest freaking 90 minutes I've ever had in a hangout. It was just a riot because we tried to make it comical by him being the foil.
No, I'm more along the lines of when it just gets downright nasty. I mean, really downright nasty. Is it? We don't tend to do this in the community. We don't blackball people.
With one exception.
And the question I'm asking is, should we?
Well, we kind of have. Not everyone has, but there was a call put out, and I definitely participated with Pillbox.
Yeah, that is true, actually. I participated as well.
Beasley.
Oh, he's been in a hangout tonight.
I was in a hangout with him last night.
He's back?
He's back.
Huh. But I mean, yeah, I'll tell you right now, Pillbox off air, I can actually carry on a conversation with him. But if he's on air and he's going into his troll mode, yeah, he's absolutely unreasonable.
He's admitted he's a troll.
Well, he's admitted he has, and I say it doesn't matter. I really do. I mean,
because
once
what
you reach
he
a
was
certain
doing
level.
was bad.
I don't like him in my hangouts. He's not one of my favorite people to engage with. No.
I mean, I'm one of the guys that he's actually called a pedophile.
Wow.
And a pedophile defender.
Yeah.
So no.
Yeah, but you see, listen. This is the thing that I find very, very difficult to get my head around. That I watch these hangouts, I participate in the hangouts, and yes, there's bad behaviour on both sides. But I have to say that the majority of it isn't coming from the atheist side. And I struggle with that. Because while I'm not saying we should expect bad behaviour from atheists, that is not what I'm saying at all. But what I'm saying is that we should expect better behaviour than we see from the theist side.
No, we can't expect them to be random and swear up a storm. They always have and they always will, because they hate us. They hate what we got to say, because they Satan knows the Bible just like God does, and he gets mad when you use the Bible against him.
Man, I don't know what the issue is with atheists. I mean, atheists don't go out there, and we don't. I mean, for example, I'm an atheist toward a Young Earth Creationist God, so I'll use that example. I don't like to call myself atheist, but toward that God, I mean, I would be considered an atheist. I don't go out there and try to preach that God it exists. I try to show that the science would not allow him to exist.
Well, and I would challenge you right there. My wife's Christian. I'm an atheist, so there's no hate involved.
Yeah, what do you think he does with his wife? You know, with theological discussion, tell her how wrong she is? It's a hell of a marriage. It would never work.
Yeah.
The Bible says not to result with unbelievers.
So you don't do Bible. You don't. So you basically cannot do scripture chasing or Bible studies with atheists. So it's basically a bunch of people who already believe the same thing. That's the people that you want to reach. That's like the whole preaching to the choir ministry thing. It makes kind of no sense.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Why would you? And you know what? I have noticed this, Matt. And if anybody else has noticed this, have you noticed in certain presuppositional arguments that when the person that is having it run upon wants to address a biblical thing, they'll go, "Oh, I don't want to have a Bible study with atheists." But when they want to use something in the Bible to support their position, they're fine with it.
Well, that's really and truly a cyclone dodge.
Yes, it is.
Because Jimmy Stevens, he won't do that.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ventillion, they won't do that.
No, Jimmy Stevens is probably the most honest of all pre-suppers. I mean, I don't think he's trying to be honest with people. I really respect him an awful lot. I don't agree with him, but I don't think he's like some dishonest, piece of crap. He's very, very knowledgeable.
Yeah, well, what pre-suppers will do in debate is they want to focus on all the problems of your worldview. They don't want you to ask questions about their worldview at all.
Right.
They want to switch everything over to your side. And we're just going to talk about all the philosophical problems and how your worldview deals with them, and we're not going to touch my worldview.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm just going to pretend my worldview solves all philosophical problems that every philosopher has dealt with for centuries, and I'm going to have you solve them all on your worldview.
Yeah, I mean, aren't they basically claiming they have solved the problem of solipsism? That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, that's what like Arcane. That's Arcane's rap. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, in your worldview, solve solipsism. Well, in my worldview, I can solve solipsism easy. My worldview says solipsism is false. That's what.
Yeah, but my worldview is solipsism is true. Well, I can adopt a hard solicist position.
Yeah.
It's not.
And that's what I've always said. It's based on bare assertions by them. They assert they've solved that problem, or they assert that they can have knowledge, and they assert that you as an atheist can't.
Well, I'm glad we're going down this route because I do want to ask Floyd about the get air problem when I get a chance.
Both sides can answer the same way. Based on the presuppositions of my worldview, solipsism is false.
Yes.
Of course, that begs the question: how do you know your presuppositions or your worldview are true? Of course,
Well,
that's the problem.
at that point, all you can try to do is confirm them. I mean,
Yeah,
which we
but
can't.
that gets us
Circular.
to properly basic beliefs in the Gettier problem.
Well, let me run this past Floyd because I was thinking about this really heavily like earlier today.
Can I just before you start?
Yes,
I
yes, of
think
course.
I understood it with the cow and the rug example.
I've heard this explained 4 different ways. I like the way Shamos actually presented it because I think that's the original way Gettier did in his paper or his book, whatever. I mean, when he's talking about the coins and the job. Okay, so I'm going to present it that way, and let's make the premises true. So the first premise is that that John gets the job. Okay, we're going to say his name is John. So premise 1, John gets the job. Premise 2, John has 10 coins in his pocket. Conclusion: the person who gets the job has 10 coins in his pocket, which is a reasonable conclusion based upon the 2 premises. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, John doesn't get the job. I get the job, and I actually just happen to have 10 coins in my pocket is true too. So the question is, even though I got the conclusion right that the person who got the job had 10 coins in his pocket, was it justified? And the way I thought about getting around that problem and saying that it was not justified knowledge was to put a qualifier in it by saying the person who had 10 coins in his pocket. Well, wait, now I forgot. With the because clause. The person who got the job with 10 coins because of the premise 1 and 2. Now, if 1 and 2 are wrong, that whole statement is now falsified and was not justified. It was not JBT. Would that make sense? In other words, in my opinion, that the knowledge was not knowledge. It was a lucky guess, and he basically just got it right because it was based upon because clause that these 2 premises are true. And if the premises were not true, the first one was not, that could not be considered knowledge. Would that kind of make sense?
Okay, yeah.
And I think I had trouble with that is you're saying the person with 10 coins in their pocket got the job. What's vague? You should say this particular person got the job, and who cares how many coins he has in his pocket?
Well, because it's the only way. It's one of the only thing we can conclude by the 2 premises. We conclude John got the job, and John has 10 coins. So therefore, I can conclude since John got the job and he had 10 coins, the person who got the job had 10 coins in his pocket. Now, if I just happen to have 10 coins in my pocket, that statement is still true, but it wasn't knowledge because it was based upon flawed premises.
Well, the other guys 10 coins in his pocket just say a human got the job. Well, that can be any human, right? At that point, right?
See, I got it.
Well, a human has to get a job. I mean, it's going to still be a human.
I think I understood it better with the cow example.
The cow and the draped over fake cow. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it was. You look in Farmer X's field, and there's a cow in the field. And so you form the conclusion that Farmer X owns a cow. Now, the problem is that the cow that was in the field didn't belong to Farmer X at all. It belonged to Farmer Y. But it just so happens that Farmer X does have a cow. So you've ended up coming to the right conclusion, but for the wrong reasons.
Right, which to me is not knowledge.
Is that it, Floyd? Is that it, Floyd?
Yeah, it's the same principle.
What did they got to do with being atheist?
No, it has nothing to do with atheists. This is a philosophical problem, man.
Holy crap! I came back and we're still talking about atheists.
No, we're talking about the Gettier problem. I'm wondering if Floyd, have I got that right?
I'm just basically saying. Yeah, I think you said it right.
Based on something that I made an assumption that was actually wrong, but just fortunately still ended up on the.
My whole argument would be that to determine whether justification is right, you just say because. This is true because, and if what because is not true, that makes the whole statement false, and it makes it not justified belief.
Wayne, you're echoing badly.
Yeah.
Who's echoing? It's not me.
What are we even talking about? I came back and we're talking about like philosophy. And...
Yeah, well, it's because we wanted to ask Floyd about the Gettier problem. And I want to know from Floyd if I've actually have I grasped this with the cows?
Yeah, Ozzy's the best person to talk to
With the
about
cows,
this.
it'd be okay. Let's say Farmer John had a cow in a barn. Okay, you see a cow in a field. Okay, you surmise that he has a cow, but it's actually Farmer Smith's cow. But he still has Farmer John does have a cow. It just happens to be in the barn. So your conclusion is correct, but you're basing it upon information that is not correct.
Yeah, that's what I got to from it.
Okay, we are talking in circles. We are talking in circles. What does this have to do with proving that evolution is or is not true?
Well,
This has to do with philosophy.
With the greatest respect, what we're looking at is what you call justified true belief, and you're talking about presuppositions, because we were talking about the presuppositionalist argument. That's the link.
And my big thing was this: if you add because, and then you give the justification for your knowledge, and if the justification is wrong, the whole thing is wrong. It's basically is not justified in belief. It is therefore not knowledge. Same way as if I say tomorrow I predict there's going to be an earthquake in California. Let's say there is an earthquake in California. I got lucky. I didn't have knowledge of it because I didn't say because. If I say though tomorrow there's going to be an earthquake because I've seen seismic activity and there's an earthquake. I'm getting this echo. I think I'm gonna have to mute some people. Then I have a justification for it.
Yeah, you can have a belief, and the belief can be true, but if it's not based on a good justification, it's not considered knowledge. Imagine you're watching a tennis final, for example, and you're watching it, and you go to the bathroom, and what's unknown to you is it starts raining, and they have a rain delay, and because of the rain delay, they start playing the final from the previous year with the same opponents, and you don't even realize it, and the one person wins. So you think, okay, that person just won, and then later on, after the rain delay, that person actually does win. So you had the belief that person won. It's true that person won, but it was based on a false situation where you're actually watching last year's match. That's not considered knowledge because the justification that doesn't hold.
So even although you were right, it wasn't knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's two ways you can go with it. One is that it was knowledge, and one is it isn't. Some people
Steve,
go one way, some people go another.
Steve, if I may.
Yeah.
I have to call you here on the whole California earthquake thing.
Hang on 1 second. Before you do that, can we get rid of this echo here? I think it's Matt.
Wayne is echoing.
I've got a headset on.
No, it's not you.
Wayne is echoing.
Who is it?
Wayne.
Let me see. Let me put my earphones on.
Okay, so go ahead. Use my earthquake example. If I said there's going to be an earthquake tomorrow in California because of the seismic activity that I've detected, blah blah blah, and it does happen tomorrow, did I have knowledge of it? By saying I think there will be an earthquake tomorrow, but I have no justification to believe that, and there is. Was that knowledge? Is that
well, okay, that's not the part. The thing with it's your example that I'm taking exception with, not the argument itself. The example, there's going to be an earthquake in California tomorrow. It's a sucker bet, and we all know it. It doesn't take more than a passing glance at a seismic map, or even more or less common knowledge to know that there are earthquakes in California every day.
All right, make it more specific. Tomorrow there's going to be I mean, you got really too technical in what I'm saying. How about I say tomorrow there's going to be a 7.0 earthquake? Okay.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Which is more than random chance.
That's yes, more than random chance.
But
and that makes a much better. That makes a much better.
But
example.
if I have no justification for that, if I just tell you right now, tomorrow there's going to be a 7.0 earthquake in California, and there is, did I have knowledge of that?
No, you didn't.
Correct.
You have no justification. Just hold that belief.
Right. that's the whole point with the Getty problem that I look at it. If there is no justification for the beliefs because you didn't qualify them, and say the person who had 10 coins in their pocket got the job because, and give a reason, then that's not knowledge. Like I said, if I said tomorrow there's going to be a 7.0 earthquake in California because I've looked at the data and it indicates it's going to be a 7.0 earthquake, I would consider that knowledge.
Okay, so what if the earthquake doesn't happen? Is that knowledge too? Then?
Well, it wouldn't matter then. If it doesn't happen, then you got it wrong. You didn't have knowledge either way.
Well, okay.
The problem is that it has to actually happen. But it happens, even though what had happened was you had knowledge or didn't have knowledge of it happening, but you got the conclusion that it did happen correct. Holy cow! Are you killing your child? Are you like eating him for dinner or something? Fillet of child or something?
No, he's discussing discussing something with his dinner.
I still have a problem with that, Steve.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I mean, you're using the same information, and then if it's right, all of a sudden it's knowledge. If it's wrong, then it's not knowledge anymore. You're just saying knowledge of the event.
By default, if it's wrong, it cannot be knowledge. So the problem has to be that it was correct. There's no other.
I mean, this Getty Earth thing is new to me. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. That's all.
I want to know what Feith is.
Yeah, I'd like to know what Feith is as well. Yeah, but isn't that absolutely priceless?
Feith?
Yeah, here's the title of the hangout in question that is live right now. Fiona fears debating me. Fiona fears debating me. Full stop. And lowercase. Is it Feith that prevents atheists from engaging in cordial D?
See?
I think it's debate. Now, given number one, this his live hangout is unlisted. Right?
What the freaking A?
And the comments are disabled.
But he's in here, and he knows you're in here. So how are you fearing debating him?
I wasn't in here when he was in. He left before I came in.
Oh, dude, it's unlisted too. How'd you get there?
Comments being disabled, don't count that because that just happens on live broadcast.
Yes, I get that. But it says the video is unlisted.
It's unlisted.
He didn't put it as public.
Ah, so you only find it if he gives you the link somehow.
Right. When you do a hangout, you put public, the green circle, public, and then it doesn't show that. If you don't have that, then it's invite only.
Yeah, so the question is, if he says Fiona fears debating me, and he starts an unlisted hangout that Fiona only finds out about because somebody gave her a heads up.
I think he
I do find it amusing that 2 of the 4 people in that hangout have me blocked.
Yeah, and the only one that's aired,
engaging?
I think, is Neffy.
Yeah.
If he needs to have his hangout unlisted.
What a dishonest shit, because he was just in here and we gave him plenty of time. I was like, Neff, go ahead, answer the question.
And I wasn't there. I wasn't even in the hangout when he was in.
It sounds like I don't know if it's so much of a hangout as a whine out.
It will be. It will be a complete and utter whine out. But I just thought.
What could he possibly argue about? He's had everybody and their brother explain to him he's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, no offense to you, Fiona. It doesn't take a PhD to point out Neffley's problems in science. It just doesn't.
Yeah, I know that. His science is terrible.
You know, if I'd gone into that page, just kind of looking at it, I would have assumed that Feith, F-E-A-T-H, would have been a typo of death.
Yes, that's what I thought. Death.
Not faith, death.
Yes.
I thought it was a type of fear.
Well, it's. What's that?
I don't know how you got TH from R, but what else would it be?
That prevents atheists from engaging in cordial debate. I think it's supposed to be fear.
That's how I would say, but I'm pulling that out of my ass. But
I would say it's fear that causes somebody to have an unlisted hangout, naming someone in the title, but not letting them know that it's going on.
And do you know? Wait. Do you know what funny is? Do you know what the Urban Dictionary has? Wait, this is classic. Do you know what the Urban Dictionary has for Feith? When one can't spell anything because they're too high. How ironic is that?
Only extremely.
I'm not making that up. I swear to you. That's the Urban Dictionary of that word.
Then link it. Citation needed.
I'll link you the actual. You want to see the actual link?
Yeah.
Urban Dictionary Feith. Sure.
Yeah.
Not that I don't believe you. I just think it would be hilarious to actually look at.
Yeah, I want to have a look at that as well. That just sounds brilliant. Oh.
Number 2, adjective. When one can't spell anything because they're too high. I guess this is a state between dying and death, too. A high person who can't spell. Fucking Nev. That's classic. That's
I've often wondered what Neff is on and where I could avoid it.
No, fuck that. I'm like, dude, I'll pay double for it. Give me that shit.
Oh, that is absolutely wonderful. That's made my night.
That's a irony right there.
Oh, absolutely brilliant.
I'd love to have him come in right now again. I would sit back and just enjoy the show, but he's too much of a chicken shit.
He has the biggest whiner in that room right now in Neo, and the biggest scumbag. Well, the second biggest scumbag there in Tommy.
Yeah. Oh, he's not by himself.
No, he's got three others in there.
Okay, Tommy is this little boy. So who else is that? Who else is in there? Of course, Tommy's
Neo Cloud.
Of course, Neo Clouds is of course, okay.
And I don't know who that other one is.
So basically, the people that already believe, agree with him on nonsense, anyways, that have the IQ of a vegetable. Okay.
It's hard to say from a YouTube shot. I would happily drop in and visit said hangout just to tune Neffy a new one.
Well, but you won't be able to in his, so just immediately mute you or run broadcast you.
I try to be very cordial enough. I don't want him to say that. I mean, I admit, months ago I would get a bit heavy, or heated up. I've been trying not to do that.
Oh no, I wouldn't get heated up at all. I just run him around his own arguments long enough for him to get pissed off and get hated at me.
Right. That's what that's kind of what I've been doing now. Because the last time I kind of got heated with him, it was so stupid because he was asserting that atheists have to be ontological naturalists. Or metaphysical naturalist, whatever you want, either or. And I'm like, Neffy, why would an atheist have to be automatically, by default, an ontological naturalist? By what reasoning are you using that?
He's not.
And of course, he got upset and belligerent. And I'm like, dude, just answer the question. I'm just asking you to clarify your statement that atheists have to be ontological naturalists, because I don't see why that would be.
Hey, you can be Platonist.
Yeah.
You can be Platonist. You can have Platonic forms. That would not be ontological naturalism, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the argument is also made that if you're an evolutionist, you must be a philosophical naturalist.
Yeah, that's false.
Yeah, I just don't see that one either, and that's because what they say is that if you accept methodological naturalism, you have to be a philosophical naturalist to accept methodological naturalism, because they try and argue that they're one and the same thing.
No, they're not.
They're not.
The argument is made that it's just a different name, but it's the exact same thing. It's just using a different word. Now, I'm a philosophical illiterate, as D.P.R. Jones would say about himself. But even I know that methodological naturalism and philosophical naturalism are two different things.
Well, Nephilim was the one arguing that evolutionary biology, the theory of evolution, was a quote-unquote philosophy. And I could not at all get him to justify that comment. I'm like, how is it even possible? That's so far, that's not science or philosophy. That's complete, what was the word you used? Argument de bullshit.
Argumentum adster coral towery.
There you go. It's that times 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, he has an etymological basis for this. What we refer to as scientists these days were originally referred to as natural philosophers.
Yes, but that's historical.
Yes, but to him, the historical and the modern are not different.
Yeah, words don't evolve. Evolution doesn't happen.
But also to him, you can split science into historical and operational. Oh, I hate that.
Historical
and observational. Yeah, the Ken Hand gambit.
No, it just does my head in because it's a load of garbage.
He doesn't mean it in terms of natural philosophy.
Videos for debunks. Those are always hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I think. I don't know. Is it a complete disconnect in the way that language is used? Because I'm a lost sometimes trying to explain.
What do you mean?
Well,
99% of the time, the arguments that I see coming out of any creationist's mouth, or a flat terramite for that matter, geocentric hit, those kind of people, are plays on word semantics and equivocation.
Yes, yeah, very very often equivocation is the primary thing I run across.
But is it deliberate?
That's why people today let's come up with a meaning of the word that we all agree upon, because you can tell when they're equivocating and using a word something differently.
Yeah.
That's what we did in
Is it deliberate though? Is it actually deliberate?
Yeah,
or...
in large degree it is.
I think it would have to be, honestly. I don't know. I mean, in order to have that kind of deception and that kind of equivocation, I think there has to be some level of intelligence to even do that. I mean, they're very creative at doing it. I mean, so basically they're stupid when it comes to science, but they're very creative to come up with ways to equivocate things.
The Kent of Ham and the Kent of Hovind.
Yeah.
Actually put together a video quite a while back on one of their little ham-handed followers that decided he was going to try and take me. That didn't go well.
I apologize for jumping in. I've got to take off. I got to pick up my wife. I will catch you later.
Okay, thank you, Dan, for joining us. Thank you, Floyd. You guys are
night, Floyd. Always already gone.
But yeah, I would definitely disagree by no end that there's a huge. I should say there is a huge difference, in my opinion, of what I would consider to be methodological naturalism and philosophical naturalism. Because methodological naturalism is just saying that in the scientific world we are looking for a natural explanation. Philosophical naturalism, it would be that there is no supernatural period. There's nothing out there that's supernatural. That is not a framework of what science deals with. I don't think science could make that claim. So it cannot hold to philosophical naturalism, but it can hold to methodological naturalism.
Well, science cannot speak for or against the supernatural because there's no empirical evidence in either direction.
And that's why I can't.
By definition.
I'm back. What are you guys talking about?
Philosophy, philosophical naturalism. So would you agree that it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to science to adhere to a true modern version of philosophical naturalism?
I would agree that it would be impossible to do that.
I agree too.
That's not what science does. That's not what science does. It has no purview in that direction.
That would be my argument as well. But I've had people actually argue the opposite. They're like, you know what? Get rid of methodological naturalism. Allow for non-naturalistic philosophy to allow any explanation. And I'm like, what the hell would we want to go back 200, 300, 400 years for? Let's go put us back in the Dark Ages.
Farther back than that, you're talking closer to 600.
That was being generous. But I mean, that's just to me is absurd.
Yeah, I don't know why you would even consider that.
Oh, you guys, I'm going to talk to you guys later. I am about to watch this lecture or whatever, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Have fun.
All right, go nuts, Wayne. Make sure you get back to us on what you found out, man.
Yeah, do
please. Challenge you people.
Gotcha.
I forgot to ask him what the lecture was about.
Probably one of Ken Hovind's videos.
No, thank you. Please, no.
I don't even know what side.
I mean, I would love to be a fly on that wall, though. When he does talk to Kent often, and I'd love to have be a fly on the wall in that conversation and watch kind of Ken's brain go into overload. Oh my God, Wayne's questioning me? How could he do this? He's one of my beloved disciples.
Oh, great.
It's honest inquiry.
You know what? Kent Hovind has been. I tried getting in contact with Mr. Hovind to put him on the spot for a debate. He just won't talk to me.
Well, I mean, I've talked to him on the phone. Fiona's had obviously debate with him. I don't want to talk to him anymore. I have no desire to ever talk to Kent Hovind, ever.
Well, you see, the thing is, he went to the trouble of looking at my YouTube channel where I chewed up his son a couple of times. He was apparently not amused.
Oh, Kent Hovind kissed my ass. Eric Hove is just as dishonest as he is. But he's not my target audience. I want the people that follow him will do far more damage than making him look like an idiot. He does that to himself, I think. And people that will still people watch a video where he completely is scientifically wrong, and they're still going to believe him anyways. So that's not my target.
I think
actually, my target audience tends to be the fence sitters, the people that are watching the video going, maybe he makes sense. Well, here's another thing that's related to it. Holy crap, he's wrong.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
think science education's got a lot to answer for.
I'm sorry, we're going Fiona?
I said I think science education has got a lot to answer for.
Oh God.
There's been a dumbing down of the science.
My thinking is that we should probably start out by blowing up the Discovery Institute in total.
Well, now here's an interesting thing. I was checking all of this out. Now, I believe it's Stephen Meyer has decided to retire from intelligent design, basically.
Uh-huh.
He's going to concentrate. He's going to concentrate on education, and he is going to do a rewrite of one of his books. However, having checked this out today, and I actually posted a link, Michael Behe, Stephen Meyer, and Dembski all accept common descent now.
Well, okay. Answer me this, because I've said this before. Oh my God, for how long? Is that
In
fact,
how
do you not have to accept? You have to accept common descent, don't you?
And in fact, I do believe that one of the quotes from Behe comes from Darwin's Black Box, which was published in 1996.
See, I always looked at it from ideas as a theological argument that they accepted common descent but wanted to explain it a different way.
Yes, but their followers were going with the idea that was promulgated of pandas and people. The organisms appeared abruptly, fully formed. Fish with fins and scales, birds with feathers, beaks and wings.
See, these are perfectionists.
Which completely, yeah, exactly. That's the thing that caught him in that book.
And that could be why the Discovery Institute decided that they would feel none of their players in the Dover trial. And
Behe still sat there. I got ripped open.
Yes, but if Behe was accepting of common descent in 1996, why are the intelligent designists, as I call them, the idiots, why are they still going on about intelligent design?
Because religion.
Right, and that's the argument they're using now. That is exactly the argument they went to now. Since they lost, they're saying, you know what? We're going to say that the judge was not qualified to rule on matters of religion. But all that time they said creationism is not theology, not religion, and now they're saying just the opposite.
Well,
Casey Luskin.
Oh God! Don't get me.
Said he's going down that route.
Don't get me started on their attack gerbil. Do not get me started.
A judge is allowed to rule on religion when it's to do with the Constitution and the separation of church and state. They have no alternative but to rule on religion.
But their argument was it wasn't religion to begin with. That's all. The whole thing they were trying to say was science. And then when they said,
Actually,
no, it's not freaking science. Now it's religion again.
Their argument in that respect comes from a statement that comes from the actual decision from Judge Jones, in that they stated that intelligent design. He stated that intelligent design could not be separated from its religious base, its grounding in religion and creationism, and that's what they say that that's what they tell us they were objecting to. You can't declare this religion because we said so. Because that's what Judge Jones did. He declared it religion and said, "Fuck off."
Real quick, hey VC, how you doing, my friend? Just let everybody know this is ending in about 20 minutes, give or take. VC, I have gotten all your requests for a hangout. I have not been ignoring you. I will get in one of your hangouts one of these days, just FYI, VC, okay? So just keep sending them to me. I haven't been able to get into your hangouts. Okay, thanks, buddy. I know a lot of people.
Well, you're welcome to invite me back anytime.
Oh, I don't think
more than happily do.
I don't think I have. Go ahead and add me if I don't have you, because I got most people, but I can do it right now.
I ran across yours. I ran across this hangout in a list of stuff. I don't know who it was that who was it that sent me the reference to this place? I don't remember.
I get it. The whole point is I get around.
Actually, you invited me.
I probably did because I did a mass invite for this particular hangout. I listed like everybody that I knew, whether however from wherever. Usually I have a very kind of select, like 50, 60 people that I'll invite. And this one I just said, what? I'm just gonna invite anybody who shows up. It's free for all Friday.
Actually, I think it probably had to do with the support I gave Isiah and the nomming that I started in on and then aborted of Arcane logos.
I really missed
yesterday.
I really missed out on that. I'm sorry I did.
Yeah.
Oh, yesterday? I was talking about today.
Yeah, that was yesterday. No, I haven't had a chance to really chew on him. To chew on logos real well. I was hoping to get one when I turned up. I was hoping he was still there.
Well, I guess he rage quit pretty early on. I did have to take off, but I did tell everybody I couldn't stick around, but I'd leave the hangout open. I guess he got pissed off at Isiah and basically called him a bunch of names, blocked him, and that was done. So, ta-da.
Yeah, I'll need to watch that back and see.
Oh, I will.
Because
I'll watch it. Yeah, but it's kind of funny. Is like, we can sit here with like Wayne and theist and atheist, and everybody gets along just fine. You have something like Arcane logos or Neff comes in, and it's just like, holy shit! It changes the whole dynamic of the rooms.
Yeah.
Well,
that's because
Neff brings enough. Oh, sorry, not talk over you. Go ahead.
I'm just saying the reason I think is because they can't just have a conversation and try and make their own case. Like when I was talking about the Black Sea business and trying to explain that, they can't just do that and then let people make up their own minds. They have to win. Do you see what I mean? And so it ends up as really confrontational and shouty, pointy finger. And that rubs off.
I think you hit on the nail. They have to win. They think they have to win the argument rather than get the information out there and let people decide which person is telling the truth and which one has a better argument.
And here I thought it was because the presence of a Nephilim free or a spirit science or a logos just kind of dropped the average IQ in the room by about 35, 40 points.
I'm trying, Mike. I'm trying to add you, but I can't seem to find your Google page. And then, and by the way, VC has a very unique worldview. He's like right up with Commando in a way, in his perspective. I don't have a full understanding of his worldview yet. I will when I get into one of his hangouts. But he does have a very unique take on the holographic principle, I guess you can say.
Oh dear, that ought to be fun.
I mean, I can probably debate him and point out his errors, but I mean he's not an idiot. I'll give him that. But he doesn't.
Have any of you?
Commando's not an idiot. Commando's extremely intelligent. He's just way the hell out there.
Have any of you come across a character called Lord Stephen Christ?
Oh, he's been on his.
I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah. Have any of you come across a guy called Lord Stephen Christ?
Yes, I have.
I don't think so.
He's the guy that, while he accepts a ball Earth, we're all basically living in the inside of a hollow sphere.
Cool.
The hollow theory.
Yeah, there's a variant on flat termitism.
That's an interesting
one. I can only take so much of that. I can't do it. Oh, the flat Earth, the hollow Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I struggle with that one.
Well, Isiah, you're talking about that before that there was basically nothing that's real. It's living in a matrix system, right?
That was not me.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I'm sure. I don't talk about us living in a simulation.
What was your? I know you had a very unique perspective. To refresh my memory, it wasn't EU, was it?
I don't recall talking about a holographic world. No.
Yeah, okay, let me get this straight. Basically, the whole holographic world would be living in the Matrix, wouldn't it? Or am I getting
Yes,
mixed up?
and I know there's some people that believe in that thing, but that's not me. I think he has me confused with somebody else.
Yeah, no,
I know for a fact you had a unique perspective. I'm just trying to refresh my memory what it was.
Yes, well,
we were supposed to.
It's different from the holographic theory.
No, I'm sorry. What was it though that you had?
I said that I am a neo-spiritualist, but that's different.
Yeah, that's the same thing. And no, the Matrix is not necessarily the holographic principle. The holographic principle is a legit thing. It does exist.
Sorry, I'm going to have to mute Kate.
Yes, but I do believe our reality is real, so I would not be one of those people.
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear. I just remember that I promised you. I thought what you were saying before one time at Fiona's saying was interesting. Actually, not at Fiona's, Nadia's, and I was going to look more into it, but I didn't get a chance to. That I do remember.
I never caught any of that, Steve.
I was just saying that I remember VC was in Nadia's hangout, and he was putting forth a very unique worldview that we weren't quite getting, and he said he would have a hangout and explain it to people. And I have gotten his invites, and I have not been able to go into his invites. So I don't remember what the worldview was. If he started going into it, it probably refresh my memory.
Well, basically, it's a set of spiritualism that is, it's really hard to describe, again, unless you've been to my hangout, but the best way I can describe it is it basically follows three tenets, one of them being nature is sacred, the other one being that both male and female are created equal, and the third one being that everybody's ultimate life goal should be to strive towards world peace, and that's pretty much the gist of it.
Is it a pantheonic type position?
I don't quite know what you mean by that.
Pantheism. Belief in multiple gods. Okay.
No. No, there is no, I guess you'd say, upper deity. It's really about connecting with nature and yourself. I mean, deity is more of a theism thing.
So who would make the rules in your worldview?
Well, the rules just become obvious the more that you just look at nature and you meditate on it. I mean, the universe itself kind of speaks to you, and as far as there being rules, it's not like a strict code. It's about, knowing what's right deep down kind of thing.
So it's more of an intuitive position.
Well, I guess you can call it that.
Okay.
did have one hangout about it before. If you look at my VC Magnus channel specifically, I had a hangout called Our Branch of Spirituality, where me and another fellow kernelist actually talked about it. And,
That's what it was.
we
It was
went into much
kernalism.
detail.
Kernalism, right?
Yes, that is
Yes, I
correct.
remember now. Kernalism. Thank you. I remember kernalism. Okay. I knew. It finally came to me.
I'm going to drop out, guys, because I really need to get some sleep. My headache's going. I should do not get to sleep. Take care, peeps. Be good.
Thank you, Fiona. Always a pleasure.
Night, Fiona.
And play nice.
Why?
That's no fun.
Okay, now that Mom's gone, let's stop playing nice.
Yeah, let's talk shit about Fiona now. Come on.
Oh, wait a second. The boss is yelling at me now.
She'll find you, man. No, she'll hunt you down.
Yeah,
she don't play fair. She will wreck you. She will end you.
I'd be more worried about my wife ending me, okay?
So, Cliff, what have you been doing today, man? What have you been hanging out? What have you been up to?
Not much. Talking to Joe earlier.
You watched what?
I said not much. Talking to Joe earlier.
Oh, where was Joe hanging out?
No, it was his birthday. I was just talking to him.
Oh.
Not a lot of hangouts going on. I had classes until I just got off.
Well, I started this one like 8 hours ago. And, like, again, it's my 6th day without a smoke. Yes, thank you. Thank you much.
Woohoo.
So Neff was in here earlier?
Yes, he was.
And he got shot down, which made him unhappy.
Are you vaping now?
No, I'm not vaping. But Neff got obliterated faster than I've ever seen anybody get crunched on an argument. He got fucking smacked. I mean, his balls were stuck in the door jamb, and people were just slamming it on his nuts.
So what was he running?
What
Like
particular argument was he trying to make?
His argument was he was trying to find information in a very archaic way. And he said information is what two people agree upon. We have a sender and a receiver to allow communication.
And an agreed upon language.
An agreed upon language. And I'm like, well, okay, so if I take a measurement of something, like if I measure the angular, declination of the sun off the horizon, let's say I use a sextant or something, or even just a visual measurement, is my brain doing any informational processing? Is that information that I'm receiving from the sun that's entering my eyes being processed, is that information? And of course he had to answer yes, which I'm like, okay, so where's the two parties? Where are the two people in that particular case?
He was trying to suggest the other one was God.
Right.
That's when he was being shouted down during that period.
Right. No, I knew what he was trying to say, that information was God to mankind. But when I used a physical object that was a definite informational system, then how could he jump to God on that? You'd have to say the God was the sun.
Yeah. Or something.
He got pissed, Clint. I mean, he was like rage quit. He even came back just to say, you guys should give people a chance to respond. I'm like, dude, we sat here nice and quiet, giving you plenty of time to figure out your arguments.
Yeah, he tried to run an argument against me one time, basically saying that information only comes from intelligence and can't be gated through natural processes. And I said, okay, cool. What do you mean by information? And that's the way he defined it. And I said, well, you just defined information as only existing between two intelligent beings. Obviously, then, information only exists with intelligent beings because you just defined it to be that way.
Sure. And I understand there's a problem with doing that, but I still provided a counter example to show that that definition would still not even work. And I know he wants to define things into reality that way, sure.
But information has to exist before it can be communicated.
Well, I think the whole informational argument, the telos of the argument in a teleological thing, is probably one of the dumbest arguments people can use. I really don't get it. It's a nonsensical argument to me.
That's okay. He's probably still playing butthurt in his hangout.
Yeah, he started another hangout going. He said something. Was it Fiona's scared to debate me? She won't let anybody talk. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Nephilim
Then they
is an
use the word
interesting
feed.
individual. If he has his own hangout running right now, might be an interesting idea to join.
We
See what's
can't.
going
It's
on.
unlisted. You have to be invited to get into his hangout now.
Yeah, unlike mine, which is basically anybody can come in. The links are hidden. I'm not trying to censor anybody. I only mute somebody if there's background noise or obviously gets out of hand. But yeah, he's so dishonest. It's freaking ridiculous.
Well, that's too bad because me and him actually got along on the concept of what a spirit is, kind of, despite the fact that he is of atheism and I am not.
Well, and those are like theological type things, and those are like ontological things. But I mean, as far as science, Nephilim is a fucking moron and a half. I mean, literally. I mean, there's no polite way to say it. He's just stupid scientifically.
I still think you're overestimating him. I give him at least three morons. I give him at least 3 morons.
The problem is all he reads is abstracts, right? And quotes.
He doesn't read the actual.
Yeah, it's like basically just imagine that you're trying to learn like physics, and all you do is open up a textbook and you read like the introduction to each chapter, and then you know everything that's in the chapter. Like it would be cool if it worked like that, but it
Dude,
don't.
I'll bet you money he slept with a book underneath his pillow, thinking that through osmosis or something that he'll get the information. I bet you he's tried it. I'll bet you $10 right now that I bet you he's tried it. Go ask him. Somebody go ask him. If he's actually tried it.
Osmosis. The whole information thing.
I know it's not osmosis, but you know what I mean.
I said he can't spell osmosis.
Oh, I think it's not osmosis. I'm like, of course I know it's not osmosis, but I mean, that was the whole point. It's a joke. Whatever.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to correct me. What do you want? I'm wired off rock stars, man.
The whole information argument came out of the design argument. I mean, that was pushed forever, and then people started to understand the watchmaker analogy and why that failed, literally like a long time ago. And then the arguments against the watchmaker thing came up, and I mean, of course, Dawkins in his book really tears into it. So they had no alternative. So then out comes the information thing.
Right. But I asked Nephilim, I'm like, if you're going to use the word information beyond just an introductory, basic thing of biology, then explain to me how things like, histone acylation and DNA methylation occur, and how is that information? What are you going to, you can't just say ATCG or like some kind of bits, okay, each one taking 1 bit, and call that information, and then not include all the other things that go into gene expression, and say, okay, well, those are not something we can incorporate in this information system. You got to have consistency there. And of course, how are you going to model that? What information system are you going to use? You can't use binary. Maybe if the gene is expressed or not, maybe. But I mean, how would you do that with methylation? I really have no idea.
Because I don't think he knows what the word methylation means.
Well, even Tommy knows what that is, so I assume that he does. Tommy understands epigenetics. I mean, he doesn't understand it, but he knows what, histone acylation is and methylation. We've talked about those before.
Well, I don't understand very much about epigenetics. I know what it is, but not much else.
I'm just saying that the model has to be complete. If you want to use the information beyond just the 4 nucleobases or the 5, if you include your cell. What about the isomers? What about the times that C goes to G because it's a G isomer of guanine that's a little bit different and it allows for a bonding of cysteine to it or something rather than thiamine to it rather than cysteine. Same thing with A to T, and these things can combine different ways. And you have to, each one is a bit of information or something that you have to include in your model. I think it'd get really confusing real fast if you try to use that kind of analogy.
Yeah.
Which is why it's a basic analogy.
Well, analogy is usually suspect anyway, so.
Yeah, but Neff is one of those people that take an analogy and he actually thinks that that's the way it actually is.
Yeah,
he doesn't grasp what the whole point of an analogy.
No idea.
He thinks that if you have water in a pipe, right? The actual water molecules are moving throughout that pipe, right? Makes sense. Okay. Now, compare that to electricity, people say, oh, well, the model of electricity is similar. I can use the analogy of water moving through a pipe. Okay, but anybody who knows about electricity knows that that's a very shitty analogy.
It works if you want to try to explain electricity to a plumber, but beyond that, you're pretty well screwed.
Yeah,
I do know electricity.
So there's no such thing as electric current. Cliff and I discussed, that the current is zero through the inside of a conductor. There's no electric field, and so you can get into these technicalities, and yet it's an analogy. It's like water moving through a pipe, but is it really? No, it's not even freaking remotely close to that.
No, it's little electrons moving from one end to the other.
But no, electrons don't even move. They only jump from one orbital. It's a whole flow. It's positive charge that's actually moving. So even the flow of electrons is completely wrong.
Yeah.
One electron doesn't go from one end to the other. It basically goes from one atom to another one, and then a different electron goes from that atom to another atom. Then a different electron goes. So it's a continuation of a whole flow.
Which is mildly more in depth than they used to explain it to us in BEE, but okay.
Sure. It's an analogy. And you took BEE?
Yeah.
Were you in the military?
I was an ET.
Oh, what branch?
Navy.
You were a Navy electronics tech?
Yeah.
You were not a nuke, were you?
No.
Oh, I was a nuke. I was a nuke M&M, dude.
I'm aware. Oh, you were the MM version.
Yes, and my version is the most paid right now. They offered $100,000 for 2 more years right now for your enlistment bonus. But I was an MM1SW E6. I qualified on 2 reactor plants actually.
Nice. Which one?
But I had to take BOE as well. And you're right. The Navy doesn't teach it that way, does it?
No. The Navy doesn't teach it that way. They teach it. They teach it well enough that you can get your way around the electronics that you would commonly find on a ship. I was pretty much stuck to radio room.
It's an analogy.
I know a couple of folks that I went to school with. They wanted radio and wound up up on the mast with the radar units. That was always hilarious.
Why didn't you go nuke if you're going to be an ET, for God's sake?
Didn't qualify.
Oh.
I didn't quite qualify. They were only recruiting X number at a time, and I didn't quite make it.
Now they can't find people. They're so behind in their quotas. It's absurd.
That's their problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, you weren't a nuke, but I'll still grant you that from experience that the ET program you went through was a bitch. It's very difficult to compare it to even college. I mean, the Navy programs, even a non-nuclear ET rate, makes college look. I mean, college is nothing to it. This is hard shit. The amount of pace that you have to learn that crap is ridiculous.
You give us 12 weeks for radar, and the first thing you got to do is absorb all of radar theory in a week.
Yep, you have to learn wave propagation. You have to understand parabolic reflectors. You have to understand wave guides. Yep. I mean, even as a machinist mate, I had to learn about this stuff. It's a lot of cross training, just like you. I'm sure you had to learn how a valve worked and a pump worked. You know?
Oh yeah. I could do BTC's job for him if I had to.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's cross trained. I mean, they get a little more specific, but if I had to do something, to be a control operator, that the ETs usually did, I had to qualify for it just like I did any other watch position. I just never stood it, but I had to qualify it.
Yeah, I had to qualify that. I had to qualify a bunch of different stuff. I had to qualify for the OS's watch, radio man. Yeah, pretty much everybody.
What year did you get out?
I left the ship in 1995.
Oh, I got in 93. We may have been at the same time. What ship were you on? Were you in the Carl Vincent group?
I don't remember.
You don't remember your ship?
No, I don't remember. I have tried my damnedest to put as much of that out of my mind as I could.
I was on the
No, I
USS
was on.
Truxton.
Huh?
I was on the USS Truxton, CGN-35.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't think she was part of our battle group.
Were you out of Norfolk or?
No, we were out of we were ported out of Everett.
Oh, Everett. I was in Bremerton.
See, I didn't go to the extra 10 miles to learn the names of every ship in the battle group. I was concerned with my ship, and that was the end of it, pretty much. And that gave a lot. That made a lot of people think really silly things of me. But I was more concerned of whether or not the new group of radiomen would need to be how hard the new Sorry, start again. I was more concerned with how much the new group of radiomen would need to be calibrated before I would stop getting woke up at 3 a.m.
Nubs. Was your ship? Do you remember if your ship was nuclear or was it gas turbine?
We're talking about Abraham Lincoln, the carrier.
You're on a carrier. Oh shit.
Me too. Yeah.
Cool. That's a. Oh shit. I'm trying to remember. I think I saw the Lincoln once. Did you guys ever go to Hawaii?
We've been to Hawaii. We went on a Westpac right after I joined the ship.
What year?
That would have been. That would have been in '93.
I went on Westpac 90. I went on 91, 92, and 93 Westpac.
Yeah, I was there. I was there for the '93 Westpac. We did pull in at Hawaii. We also stopped for. We actually stopped for quite a while at Yokosuka. That was fun.
Yeah, we didn't get there, but yeah, we were in at the same time. Huh, pretty cool. Pretty cool.
We were in the same ocean.
But I was a nuke.
Yeah, you were down in the bowels. I spent some time down there too.
Oh, brother, you have no idea. I mean, dude, you're like the first one down there, and then your last one to leave. I mean, the nukes are. You saw how white we got. We never saw sunlight. It was ridiculous. We basically lived in the bowel of the ship, making sure that the reactors were freaking safe. And the Lincoln didn't use the reactor reactors we had. We had a D2G. Your guys' was a A4Ws.
Yep, we had the A4W. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, we scrubs that lived between the radio room and radar. Yeah, we were our billets were under the number 2 cat.
Good times, man.
Oh yeah, especially during night flight operations. That was just freaking hilarious. Oh yeah, and then they expected us to be up for